Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water, like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Sorry about that. Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krummer. This is season 4, episode 42, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, and Letitia when she wakes up. And on this season 4, episode 42, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing that we'll be discussing is Happy Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad Day. Rest in power to our revolutionary warrior, master teacher, and scholar. Then we got debunking low-key anti-Blacc talking points. Then we got Letitia James still want to arrest Robert Brooks murderers. Then we got former CNN's Dawn Lemonade destroyed by man on street. We can't trust any of you. Then California Democrats. Sorry, the food is ready. California Democrats rather pay billions to illegal migrants than reparations to FBAs. Then we got Fat Joe steps down from BET Awards amid FBA Bacclash petitions. Great news. And then, last but certainly not least, Lord Jamar and Dwann discuss the true origins of hip hop. So those are the topics tonight. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. I'm waiting on Shabaka to get in. There he is. Right when I said it. Greetings, Shabaka. I already know what you're gonna say. Blah blah blah. Better luck next year.
Okay, man, later for them ponies, man. That's great news. They
Well,
lost, man.
later for them Gators, they didn't go nowhere anyway.
Well, they did something smart. They fired the whole fucking coaching staff. They finally did something smart.
It took them
Sound like
long.
that they can handle things.
It took them long enough, Shabaki.
Well, I agree with you on that right there. Also, too, I got some notes here of information that I.
Uh-oh. Go ahead, Shabaki. You're breaking up, though. You have to go out and come back in. We can't hear you now. Who's in the comments? Twin. Shout out to Twin. Yeah, make sure y'all like and subscribe. Twins in the building. Mac 285's in the building. Shabaki, you have to go out and come back in because we can't hear you. And I know it's not on my end because I'm at the dollhouse, so the top of the line internet tonight. So we shouldn't have the same issues that we had last night. I'm going to give you a few minutes to get it together. It says, greetings, Shabaki. Shabaki, you have to leave the studio. Okay. He'll be back. All right, so like I was saying, happy Khalid Abdul Muhammad Day. Today he would have been, oh my God, how old would he have been? He died at 54. And that was in what, 2002? Greetings, Shabaka, you're back.
Yeah, I came back. Okay, another thing I want to say, I took some notes here that I'm going to read briefly, is that Karen Bass is going to be used as a scapegoat. And I got some notes here, to explain that of currently what's going on. I believe the death toll now is up to 17.
Okay, well, Shabaki, you just missed, like, you always miss when I go over the topic list. So let me go back over it again. We got Happy Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad Day. Rest in power to our revolutionary and warrior, master teacher, and scholar.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Debunking Low-Key Anti-Blacc Talking Points. Then we got Letitia James, Still Want to Arrest Robert Brooks Murderers.
Okay.
We got former CNN's Dawn Lemonade, Destroyed by Man on Street. We don't trust any of you.
Okay.
Tulsa Massacre, called Military Style Attack in Federal Report. So basically what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then California Democrats rather pay billions to illegal immigrants than reparations to FBAs. Then fat, sloppy Olympic Joe steps down from the BET Awards amid FBA backlash, petitions. And then, starting on least, we got Lord Jamar and the group Brand Nubian and Dwann B, comedian, discuss the true origins. And now he's a music historian. Discuss the true origins of hip hop.
Okay. Well, I watch hip hop evolve. Yeah, the first record in 1979 was
what though exactly?
I'm sorry.
You watched it evolve from what though?
Generally when it first came out, there was the art of rhythm and poetry. Then in the mid early 1990s, it started getting sabotaged with all the cuss 'em outs and stuff like that, and glamorizing criminal behavior.
We can thank Uncle Tedder Luke for that.
Right.
And we can thank Jerry Heller. We can thank what's his damn name? Jimmy Aldean. Laura Coyer, I think that's how you say his name. He's the head of Universal Music Group.
Yeah, that sounds about right, which is a subsidiary of Universal Pictures.
Yeah.
All right, and then if I may, Brother Che, right here, I just want to read this here that of information that I just picked up on the LA fires. Okay.
Okay, well, we went over that yesterday, Shabaka, but if you want to give us a quick update.
No, it's been some new developments.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been some major new developments.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, how the mayor of Los Angeles is being used as scapegoat is as follows. The city departments have commissions and commissioners who decide the policies of the various departments. The Department of Water and Power Commission is responsible for the lack of the fucking water there in LA, okay? Well, for the fires, okay? The Colorado River, your river, is the main source of water for LA that we steal from on a regular basis, okay?
Yeah, you and 7 other states.
Oh, yeah. Now, the real criminals with this is these damn insurance companies that need to be held accountable for the people who've been paying fire insurances and the insurance company is defaulting on them. They're not going to pay them, okay? And it is best that these fires happen here in the winter months as opposed to the summer, because had this would have been summer and that amount of fire activity would have went on, man, half the goddamn city of Los Angeles would be gone, including the valley.
Yeah,
because it's all death. It's all death. Okay. And at the county and the LA Board of Supervisors should be held more accountable, because the County of Los Angeles Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, is bigger than the Los Angeles City Fire Department. And then, of course, all those beach houses on Malibu, where everybody wants to go out there and have beachfront property. Guess what? This time next year, they'll probably give you the goddamn land, because all that shit burned the fuck down. All of it.
Yeah, I heard like 90% of Al Cadena is burned to the ground.
Yes, sir. And then also, too, looking at people coming on the news with Casper, who I call Anderson Cooper. I call him Casper. All right. You know, they broken up. Hey, twin, how you doing? You know, of course, the people are broken up. You know, you got people, senior citizens, that lost all their possessions, that worked hard to pay the house off for the first mortgage, then due to these economical situations, probably had to work even harder to pay off the second mortgage, and all their shit is gone. And the goddamn insurance companies, man, is cutting people off, saying, "No, you can't get the fire insurance. No, we're not going to pay you." And those sons of bitches need to have their asses hauled up there to San Francisco and testify in front of the goddamn California State Supreme Court about why you high-powered trillionaire motherfuckers ain't going to do your duty and your contract to pay these people that have been paying that damn fire insurance. Oh, and by the way,
I'll make it quick, Shabaka, because I got to get us to our first topic.
Yes, sir. And then I'm laughing my ass off about the motherfucker who got trapped in the Google car, man, and can't get out.
Oh, you watched that video I sent you?
No, sir. I just read it, you know, but I am going to watch the video, you know, and laugh my ass off on it, you know.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, the brother he said he had to call the company and tell him basically to stop the car and drop him off, because the car was just driving around in circles. And he was like, for all purposes, I'm being kidnapped right now. And he did like a whole TikTok or a whole YouTube video or Facebook Live on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, he should be getting paid. He should be. They should settle out of court with him, man. Every bit.
Yeah,
man,
so somebody already experienced a nightmare, twin, of being trapped in a Google car.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, Shabaka, happy Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad Day. I was hoping Jamar
absolutely
was right now, because I know he has a lot to say on Dr. Claude.
Oh, Dr. Claude Anderson?
No, Dr. Claude Abdul Muhammad Shabaka.
Oh, okay. Is that Khalid's son?
No, that's Khalid himself.
Oh, okay.
Khalid Abdul Muhammad. They rest in power to our revolutionary and warrior,
Oh, yeah.
master teacher, and scholar.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play this video first from not Doctor, but Professor Black Truth. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Did an awesome piece on remembering Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. And then I'm going to play our favorite, Shabaka, the video of him giving them that work on the Few Donahue show when it was still on.
Oh, yeah, I saw that episode. That was about circa 1996, 1997, I believe.
I think it was before that, Shabaka. I think it was like 94.
Okay, then I was younger than you then at that time in 94.
Before that, I'm going to play Hand of a Dead Body, which Ice Cube mentions Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad on.
Okay.
Subscribe to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media.
And
the white
supremacist Frontline Black News.
And now, the Sunday address.
But you want to call it reverse discrimination. If someone comes into your home, bum rushes your house, and black boot stomps your door down, and comes in and puts their gat or their 9 on everybody in the house, robs everybody, rapes everybody, then takes the wealth of the home of yours and parlays it into an empire, and one day you are strong enough to take their gun back from them and now stand over them and call them a raper and a robber to their face. The question is, does that make you a reverse robber and a reverse rapist?
I was supposed to let this celebration in commemoration of Khalid Muhammad's birthday wait until tonight, but I can't. I just can't. Today is the birthday of the man, the black man, who put the warrior into warrior scholar. There have been a lot of black folks who are men of letters and numbers and words, but none who really spat it the way that Khalid did. Look, if an accurate history of our people is ever written, if there is a conscientious and committed group of people who documents what is, as Brother Khalid himself put it, our resurrection and rise, if this part of our history is ever accurately described, then it would be an injustice if there was not a chapter devoted to the impact and effort of Brother Khalid. He did and said so many things, and one of them was when he spoke to black people, he did it in a way that took all the various aspects of what is at its core the same black identity and empowerment, and he addressed us on all of those levels. Unless something was just plain wrong and plain anti-black, he would acknowledge it. He would actually honor it. So long as the idea empowered black people and the individuals who held those beliefs wanted empowerment as well. Khalid was one of the few who genuinely understood that a lot of the so-called labels and titles, and even to an extent practices that we had picked up, were in fact different facets of the same black diamond. The only people Khalid wanted to separate himself from were the anti-black racists, and you can't blame them. You want someone who was unapologetically black? That was Brother Khalid Muhammad. Seriously, how many black men can you say were so ferocious in their black advocacy that they scared Louis Farrakhan? Khalid was so strident, so powerful, so unrelenting that Louis Farrakhan himself had to back up. Even the white media looked at Khalid and said, we have to be real careful how we handle this guy, because we don't want to run around saying that there's somebody out there more hardcore than Louis Farrakhan, especially with this young generation who's actually warming to that message. We don't want to get out there and say, hey, here's the guy you should be following instead. That's what they did. And yet here we are, decades after Khalid's passing, and nobody dares to say that Brother Khalid was wrong. Brother Khalid made it a point to speak to his people whenever and wherever he could, but he was never afraid to go to these universities or any other white-dominated venue so that he could speak to these brainwashed students or these brain-dead academics. And on the few occasions that a white media outlet was foolhardy enough to have him on air, you could count those instances on one hand. Brother Khalid would challenge any so-called opponent to try to prove him wrong. Anybody wanted to debate him, he would take all comers. As Brother Khalid put it, send us your best so-called experts.
Shabaki, you do realize Professor Black Truth been around for almost 20 years now. So good luck trying to prove that.
No, but that's the first time I ever heard him use that term.
Shabaki, he been using that term since I've been listening to him, and that's longer than Shabaki's Black Experience Enhanced has even been around.
All right, we'll let the professor continue.
Experts, send us the best you got. He had a lot in common with Dr. Ben in that regard. See, there's a very good reason the dominant society only brings on the same handful of boot-licking, buck-dancing clowns to be on their shows. It's to manufacture the idea that these are the responsible Black voices, and hence only their lukewarm, brain-dead prattling constitutes a legitimate viewpoint from a Black person, at least. The white media has a monopoly that they bestowed on themselves, and they use it to brainwash people through the non-stop repetition of lies. As a result, they're ultra hypersensitive to curating who they allow on their airwaves. Because you put somebody like Khalid on the air, and people realize they're not alone in being suspicious and disdainful of all of this white media nonsense that we see constantly on air or in print. And that was how Brother Khalid built his credibility and his following. The man was unapologetically pro-Black, but he was also ready for any anti-Black racist lies that the dominant society or anyone else wanted to bring. Brother Khalid didn't just step across the line, he blasted that line into oblivion, and then he challenged these white supremacists to do anything about it. He stepped across the line for all of us. And it's crucial that we hold these people up and venerate them. People like Brother Khalid must be honored. See, as a Gen Xer, I remember how Malcolm X was regarded before Spike Lee made that movie back in 1992. See, before Denzel played Malcolm, you had the Black baby boomers, not all of them, but the overwhelming majority, let's call it like it is, who ran away from Malcolm. That's what they've been doing since they were young back in the 60s. Whenever you had the white media put a microphone in front of them, what do you think about Malcolm X? You would have too many of the Black boomers who would say, well, I don't agree with everything he said or even most of it.
Well,
because the white media would put them on the spot and they refused to stand up for the man's memory because they thought it would offend the dominant society. But by the late 80s, early 90s, Generation X, the so-called post-civil rights generation, had come of age and was seeing that all of this colorblind integrated garbage we have been spoon-fed since the cradle was just a racist fraud. And we were starting to look for people who were talking more like Malcolm. Malcolm sounded real good, at least to us. So when rappers like Public Enemy and others began to openly use quotes and imagery from Malcolm, they were trying to appeal to Gen Xers who were tired of the conformist nonsense that our parents' generation was talking. Why do you think it was that back, especially during the 90s, you had so many quote-unquote urban radio stations who were playing Malcolm X quotes and playing audio from his speeches and lectures? Why do you think that was happening? Because that's what the young people they were trying to appeal to wanted to hear. We could already see that those little few old factory jobs and government jobs that the Black baby boomers were only too happy to get were already drying up for us. We weren't going to be having some little old job at the plant. We could see that already. Millennials realized that housing prices were insane, but I'll tell you right now, Gen Xers could already see the problems forming back in the late 90s. See, by the time Gen X came of age, there was finally a generation ready and eager to hear a message like Malcolm's and weren't going to shy away from it. That's why when Spike Lee made that Malcolm X movie, you had all these young people running around with X hats and X's on their shirts, young people. Right. All of a sudden, the baby boomers who had been trying to appease the dominant society by claiming they didn't agree with all of Malcolm's angry Black rhetoric, suddenly all of these 30 and 40-somethings who had previously been talking about how they didn't know anything about Malcolm and didn't agree with him, didn't like him, now they were talking about how they allegedly met Malcolm or they saw him speak somewhere or how they had briefly been in the Nation of Islam. That's how they were talking now. Generation X resurrected Malcolm's memory and uplifted him, and suddenly it was fashionable to like Malcolm X. It was Gen X who led the charge to undo the white media's demonizing of our icon. There was massive opposition to this, by the way, so that's part of the historical record that's been allowed to fall down the memory hole. See, back when I was young, you had boomers who were saying to us, those young people with their rap music, who do they think they are sitting here playing Malcolm cuts like that? Some of us were campus radicals back in the 60s, but we grew out of all that. We grew up. When you have people like Spike Lee with the movie School Days, where you had Lawrence Fishburne being dressed down by one of the deans of the school, and they were talking to him about how you're doing the same mess we did in the 60s. That stuff is done. Who do you think you are? That's what they were saying to us back in the early 90s. They sounded like nigga Jim Clyburn today. See, they get older, but never wiser. That was the reaction from most of the boomers when they saw young people in the 80s and especially early 90s embracing Malcolm. My point is, it's perfectly understandable that people are not singing Khalid's praises right now. This is history repeating itself. They never do sing the praises of the people that the dominant society aren't celebrating. That's an old post-traumatic slave disorder that a lot of Negroes are indulging in. See, when we began the work of the Black media 15 years ago, back when the Kundalini clowns were all the rage and Black political discourse was a dumpster fire, they also ridiculed and mocked us too. Who do y'all think y'all is? You think you some kind of Malcolm X revolutionaries? That's the same stuff that they were saying to us earlier in the 90s and the same thing that they were saying to Malcolm back in the day. See, they outnumbered us back then. Nobody was talking like us at the time, but we didn't change the message. You look at my Twitter profile. I put that in there, made sure to post it, and made sure that it was up there permanently. I'm not changing the message. The Kundalini clowns, on the other hand, these fools who used to be here, they're all gone now. We're still here. They're not. And the impact we've had is greater than it's ever been in decades, sufficient to affect a presidential election. See, the old dead Black windbags, they knew they weren't qualified or equipped to do what we do. They could never co-opt our message because our message was just so stridently, unapologetically Black. They couldn't even come close to it for fear of alienating the dominant society. That's how hot the message is. And we all got on code to make it clear that we weren't going to let them co-opt this. That's why these clowns went away. It's not about who laughs the hardest or who laughs the most. It's about who gets the last laugh. And that is us. Despite the ridicule, despite the scorn and the doubters, the day one people who were with the Black media from its inception, you remember how bad it was. There were some idiots who tried to make a cottage industry out of attacking us. Well, we put them out of business. We did it by persevering. We outlasted them. And here we are many years after those people have crumbled to dust and you can't even remember their names anymore because we were in it for the long haul, no matter what. And who do you think we learned that kind of perseverance from? We learned it from our icons, like Malcolm and like Khalid. But understand something, when it comes to protecting and preserving the memory and legacy of our icons like Khalid, we will have to defend him not merely from attackers from without, but also backstabbers from within. As an example, Ice Cube began hanging out with racists like Tucker Carlson and saying that racism is overrated. 30 years ago, though, a very young Ice Cube was trying to build some post-NWA credibility by hanging out with Khalid Muhammad. Ice Cube even went so far as to put Brother Khalid in one of his videos. Oh, how much he's changed in the last 30 years, and not for the better. See, Ice Cube is a Gen Xer too. And when he was young and wasn't making millions and didn't have Hollywood putting him in movies and wasn't hobnobbing with white corporate executives and the like, or trying to be some sort of sports league owner, he talked very differently than he does today. Yeah, he was one of those people who didn't have a problem with Malcolm's message back then. He used to run with a very different crowd, the right crowd. He's developed a very dysfunctional relationship with his own Blackness, however. I wonder what Khalid would think about Ice Cube palling around and taking joyrides with a mouth-frothing anti-Black racist like Tucker Carlson. Judging by the tongue-lashing Khalid gave Jesse Jackson back in the day, we can all agree he'd have nothing good to say about it. The problem is Khalid's not here to speak the truth. And to be honest, we shouldn't need him at this point. We're not babies. Khalid simply said out loud what his people had been saying under their breaths, but didn't have the guts to say out loud. At some point, we have to act like we have a spine and speak up for ourselves instead of hiding behind someone else and waiting for somebody else to do it. See, that was one of the civil rights movement's fatal flaws, trying to get behind some individual like they were some workhorse that was going to pull the rest of them to liberation. Power doesn't work like that, especially not the kind that's supposed to empower an entire group. There's only one way to distinguish the real from the phony: time. Give someone enough time and they'll reveal exactly who and what they truly are. Khalid remained consistent until his final breath. No amount of white media demonization, pressure from the US government, or people turning their backs on him from inside the NOI could change that. The only thing more cowardly than refusing to embrace heroes like Khalid Muhammad is when you have someone who's seen the light, who's accepted the truth, and then turned their backs on it because there was more money to be made kissing white supremacist behinds. Well, we don't shy away from our heroes. If they make white power uncomfortable, good. That's what a moral person is supposed to do, to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. But you'll never speak truth to power unless you first have courage. It's difficult to stand for what's right, especially when you have to stand alone. But the few people who actually do it, those are the ones who deserve our respect. It took nearly 20 years after his death for Malcolm's words to finally find a generation ready to hear them, and we've done our part to make sure the white media's attempt to shame us back into silence didn't work. Today, you have TV shows like The Godfather of Harlem and even movies like One Night in Miami that feature Malcolm X in them. And they're not doing it to demonize him either, are they? Once Black youth stopped being afraid to mention Malcolm's name with reverence 30 years ago and not being afraid to displease white power by acknowledging our icons, the ones that they hated, that's when the bad guys backed off. This was the kind of courage and self-respect that Khalid fought to instill in his people. And this is why we must honor him. White power uses their media to honor genocidal maniacs like Columbus and degenerate slave-owning rapists like Thomas Jefferson. And then those in the dominant society pretend like these were such great men. Well, we don't need television specials or a parade or movies to honor our icons, though there's nothing wrong with having those things. We should make sure that our heroes and sheroes receive the place of honor that they earned. They all deserve a parade, statues in their honor, a national holiday, the whole nine. But the one thing that our icons deserve the most is to be remembered and for us to honor them by living out the values they taught us. We can't run away from them because they're not popular with the white supremacist society, or we embrace them but run away from them because we're hoping to climb the social ladder. See, our heroes are real. We come from a rich tradition of freedom fighters and moral leaders. The dominant society can't say that. They have to make up their heroes. Moral men from the dominant society only exist in their imaginations. But the men and women of honor in our culture are flesh and blood, real people. The dominant society can't hold up their so-called heroes because they don't have any. All they have are genocidal slave owners and murderous opportunists like the robber barons. That and cutthroat frauds like Thomas Edison. This is the closest they have to heroes. They have to constantly apologize for them, tell everyone to overlook genocides, plural, mass rapes, weaving barbarity and slaughter into the national fabric, and pathetically trying to make excuses for the inexcusable. They can't claim to have improved. Every change in this society, and I mean every single one, was the sole result of our efforts, our advocacy, our demands over their violent objections. We had to force it on them. They fought against morality and decency every step of the way. Their depravity so deeply ingrained, they fought a civil war to avoid having to act like human beings. And even the Union was led by a racist murderer. Abraham Lincoln was as racist as Jefferson Davis. So this is why we see constant attempts to smear and slander our heroes, because they want to bring true icons down to their level. They look at the sorry lot of figures their culture has produced, and they realize that theirs pale in comparison to ours. History is indeed a story. And people like Khalid Muhammad reminded the dominant society who the villains are in this little tale, and they hated him for it. He refused to allow them to rewrite the history books or to rewrite their place in it. He reminded everyone who the bad guys were. And he was one of the people who was most instrumental in helping to impress upon me the need to detach myself from the white media's so-called entertainment and news. And this is why I spend so much time telling you that it's dangerous to go falling in love with the kinds of TV shows that have become so in vogue in the last 25 years. That's why for over 15 years, I've been saying the white media is not in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. Khalid taught me that. Do you think it's a coincidence that the white media began flooding the culture with all manner of anti-heroes, from The Sopranos to Breaking Bad to you name it? All these images of anti-heroes are being pushed on you because it's meant to condition you to have sympathy for the devil in the real world. They're conditioning you to accept their liars, their cutthroats and killers, on some level at least. Make it where you look at them and go, well, I mean, we do have to understand them, don't we? No, we don't. If you're moral, then it's a no-brainer that you choose a good person over a bad one. But under white supremacy, there's no choice between good and evil. It's just bad and worse. Again, this is skillful media manipulation. It's just like I've told you about the white media's straw man version of a racist. The Hollywood version of a racist isn't even a stereotype. It's far less believable than that. What the white media invented is a ridiculous caricature. One that would enable the dominant society to see some clown screaming racial slurs and say, yeah, that's a racist. It certainly isn't me. And by presenting the world with that total distortion of a racist, the white media conditioned the public to think that that is the only thing that a racist is. And then you got most black people wondering how it is that so many people in the dominant society are on code with the same talking point that, well, but yeah, you can't be racist unless you use the N-word. But I mean, he didn't use the N-word, so I mean, he can't be racist, you know? And even when one of them does use the N-word or some other source of racial slurs, they then fall back to, well, rappers do it too, you know, even if the rappers don't. White media manipulation. Khalid warned you about their media just like Malcolm before him. They use their media to miseducate you about the world, and they'll get away with it if you're not listening to black people who are trying to inform you about the world. They distort your concept of right and wrong. They condition you to accept the unacceptable, and some of you to forgive the unforgivable. That's how you can have black people being gunned down the streets, ruthlessly murdered by people who intended to kill black people, and they'll have a camera in front of them and the first words out of their mouths, I forgive them. You got black people who know better than that, but they're saying it because they've been conditioned to. And that being the case, black people need to start walking in Khalid's footsteps, and that means thinking and acting for yourself again. And when you do, you'll realize that you're acting and thinking in ways the dominant society doesn't like. And worst of all, you no longer care whether they like it or not. Thinking for yourself and thinking only for yourself. And we must, because nobody else has ever looked out for us. These commemorations that I do is because the only true education that a black person is going to get is the one that they go out and get for themselves. And this goes doubly for black children. Black parents in particular need to make sure that they and the community around them are supposed to educate and condition black children on what is in their interest and what is worthy of them to celebrate and respect. Because if you don't, they're going to tell you that slave owners and genocidal anti-black maniacs are the ones you ought to uplift and respect. Holidays exist for a reason, and that's to keep the past alive in the collective memory of the culture. You make it festive and celebratory so that people are attracted to it. They associate joy and good feelings with these annual remembrances. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Problem is, under white supremacy, nobody's going to celebrate men and women who dedicated their lives to establishing justice in a world that's been perverted by anti-black racism. Nobody's going to uplift overturning the racial pyramid scheme that all of these other groups in the country depend on for every crumb of their daily bread. We live in a world where the bad guys are in charge. And in that kind of environment, telling the truth is a crime. Look at what's happening in Florida. The goal is to put a chilling effect on black people, to scare black people into silence. Well, the way to fight this kind of evil is to do so boldly, stand up and speak the truth, and do it ferociously like Khalid did. It's like I've always told you, if we fight, we win. And that was what Brother Khalid did. That's why we have to honor his memory, because he fought. Every single day, he fought every single enemy he came across for the glory and honor of his people. I've long said that at some point a generation forged of iron would need to arise, and that they would take a hard-nosed approach to our power. And it is our task to hasten the day when that generation arises. And when they do, they're going to look back at our reluctance to embrace, uplift, and honor icons like Khalid with the same shame and disdain that we regard the baby boomers with when it comes to Malcolm. I hope that Brother Khalid is watching us, and that his spirit emboldens us to challenge the enemy, provoke the enemy, show fearlessness in the face of evil, but most of all, to call the devil by his name, and to do so ferociously, no matter who doesn't like it.
All right. Brother Che, you there?
Thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that awesome commentary on our warrior, revolutionary scholar, master teacher, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad was born on January 12th, 1948. If he was still alive today, he would be 77. He'd be the same age my grandfather was when he transitioned. Khalid Abdul Muhammad died from an aneurysm. That's what they said.
And also, too, you do know that when he was alive, that there was an assassination attempt on him at the University of California at Riverside. You know this, right?
Yes, yes, Shabaka. So, what are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth said about your generation in regards to Malcolm?
Okay, well, for my generation, in regard to Malcolm, everybody, was shying away from him. But I was happy to see that in 1992, after the rebellion in Los Angeles, there was an interest in him. It's because it was about 7 or 8 younger brothers than myself that knocked on my door. And I'm like, man, what the fuck you all want, man? You know what I'm saying? So I went off into the defensive mode. And they says, no, brother, we want you to tell us about Malcolm X. And I told them, come on in, have a sit down, classes in session.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they never knew that. Then I also, because see, anytime that you speak of Malcolm X, the name Muhammad Ali is going to come up there in that conversation. You see what I mean? And then from that conversation, what's going to come into is the horrors of the undeclared war in Vietnam. You say that's what me and that dumbass Sarge was always arguing about. It was not a declared war. It was a goddamn police action. And then not to mention the fact that Lady Bird Johnson, OBG's wife, her family had owned Bell helicopters. Connect the dots. So definitely keep Malcolm's legacy alive. Keep Ali's legacy alive. Keep Minister Farrakhan's legacy alive.
You said that your generation has shied away from Malcolm X, and then
yes, sir.
After the rebellion, there was a resurgence in wanting to know more about Malcolm X.
Yes, sir. It's because after the infamous,
outside of the Vietnam War and whatever other events were happening at that time, why there was
yes, sir,
from Malcolm X, and why it took the Gen Xers, my mom's generation and Lady Chay's generation as well, to basically bring Malcolm back to life and embody what it was he was talking about back in the 60s. In the 90s.
Yes, sir.
I was a child at the time, so I vaguely remember, the older youth at the time rocking the African medallions, the X t-shirts and the X hats.
Yeah, I had them.
I
had the X hat and I had the X t-shirt, but also too, but the part that's very, very kind of poignant is being a youngster, a little tiny tot, going to see this icon speak, and I did not even know who he was at the time, as I've stated on many a times on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Then I read the autobiography twice, and I got an autobiography right here. And then when the X-Men went over there to Mecca in 1965, I'm of the opinion, had he would have stayed alive, and he would have been 99 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that with these police killings,
he would be 100 on May 19th.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I forgot. This is 2025. Yeah, he would be 100. Yeah, essentially. But the thing is that I honestly believe had the X-Man would have stayed alive, he would have reversed himself, man, particularly after the 1992 rebellion.
Shout out to Leonard. Shout out to Carlton Way. I'm sorry I didn't catch y'all until now.
Right.
But yeah, the truth. He spoke the truth. He told it like a TI is. And he didn't care who he offended, who he upset, any of that. He was about truth telling.
Oh, yes, sir. But like I said, I believe, now this is just my hypothesis.
So what happened? Okay, so what happened? So you had the silent generation, right? Silent generation was getting all those factory jobs. Then your generation was like the last generation to really get those factory jobs,
right?
Pensions and all of that. And then the Gen X was like, look, that's just not gonna work for us. We got to figure out something else. I remember my mom telling me about this because, like I said, she's a Gen Xer, and she was like, yeah, there ain't gonna be no Social Security when you get my age. And at that time, my mom was in her 20s, early 20s.
Mm-hmm. And then keep in mind, I myself, yours truly, went to Social Security. They said I ain't got nothing coming. You know what I'm saying?
But
They
the
said I
illegal
ain't got
stuff
shit.
coming. They giving illegal immigrants damn Social Security benefits and unemployment.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you see, and that's really adding insult to injury. You see what I mean? Is because with us, they just want us to go away, fade away. They want us to die off. They want our men effeminized. Why? So we cannot procreate. I would use the term reproduce, but reproduce is
So
a manufacturing term. They don't want us to procreate.
what happens about this? So the father was taken off the household. You
Right.
had the
The crack epidemic, mass incarceration, the
before
rap
that,
industry. Yeah,
before
yeah. But I'm just
before
okay.
that,
So before
the
that,
feminism going on. You had the war in
oh,
Vietnam. You
oh,
had Black Panthers, or you had the Black Empowerment era. What was going on with the Black Empowerment era during that
okay,
time?
okay. What was happening is in the Black Empowerment era. Okay, they had started forcing this integrational shit in the mid-70s. The classic case of that is this group called the Average White Band, who plagiarized a lot of James Brown's music. You see what I mean? Then
Yeah.
you had the disco era, which was full of shit, you know, Donna Summer, what have you, you
Okay.
know,
And I
Disco
have a
Inferno.
question about that. So, did the disco start on the East Coast, or did it start on the West, or is there?
No, it started in the East, okay?
Okay.
And it's a term called discotheque. And I believe it started in Western Europe was where the people who were underage to drink, they could go to the
Oh yeah,
discotheques.
he was
To
definitely
the,
famous for that, Leonard. That interview, I'm about to play that interview next. That interview is classic. Like
which
anybody that
interview
wants
is that?
to learn how to debate these crackers to the fullest extent, gotta watch that interview. The Phil Donahue show when
Oh yeah. Leonard Phil Donahue was heavy. Phil Donahue brought everybody on his show. He brought everybody, the Ku Klux Klan, the Black Panthers, all these white supremacists and what have you. And
okay,
people will
so
complain
Shabaka,
about
I think what Professor Black Truth was alluding to was when Malcolm was getting interviewed in the '60s, and you had
right,
brain Negroes right next to him that got
right.
interviewed, same news medias, and they said, they asked him, hey, do you agree with what Malcolm is teaching or what Malcolm is saying? And these Negroes were like, no, I don't agree with it.
Right,
Too radical. I think it's too blah, 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 blah. It makes people
right.
uncomfortable and all of that shit. So, for all intents and purposes, the baby boomer generation, you excluded Shabaka because you're a writer. You actually put in work for the struggle, for the movement. But the
Mm-hmm.
one generation that did not do that, and all they wanted to do was party and have interracial sexual access and
Mm-hmm.
parlay it up and
Mm-hmm.
leave the future generations, such as the Gen Xers, the Millennials,
Mm-hmm.
myself, the Gen Z, which are after me, and now the
Right.
babies that are coming up, the Alphas, the Gen Alphas.
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, let me say something. Okay, you hear this term alpha male, right? Okay, I'm gonna put it out there.
You already know that you're going to go with the Greek stuff, but staying on
Yeah,
topic,
right. Fuck the Greeks. Yeah.
the
Okay, just stay
generation
on topic.
after the baby boomers.
Okay,
Where
right. This is
why did the baby
go ahead.
boomers neglect the generations after them in regards to
Okay.
Black Power movement, in regards to Black empowerment, as in terms of passing down intergenerational wealth, intergenerational wisdom, intergenerational know-how, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, it's because it was designed that way by the media. And the media is the news, the music, the movie making industry. You see what I'm saying? Look what happened with Robert Johnson. Okay, they come up to you, well, I don't see color. Then what happened? Rodney King gets the shit beat out of him in 1991. Shortly after, Latasha Harlins was murdered, okay, there in South Central LA, by the Korean woman. Okay, so then what had happened was when they moved that case out of Los Angeles County to Ventura County, up there to where Ronald Reagan is buried at, okay, the jurors came out there and stated that Rodney King got what he deserved. So the people got together April 29th. We did this on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, 1992. No justice, no peace. A young white woman from Granada Hills, which is a section of the city of Los Angeles, is right down there standing next to the gangbangers and the thugs. And she says that this was wrong. I brought my daughter down here to show how you protest this. The newsman goes to the brother standing next to her, who snatches the microphone and said, fuck this shit, burn this motherfucker to the ground, Crips and Bloods unite. So
yeah,
then,
that's from the 92 truths. I understand that part, Shabaka. But
yes, sir.
From 62 to 92, what caused the rift, or you said the mass incarceration was going on. You said the war in Vietnam was going on.
Right.
Well, where was the disconnect between the Gen Xers and the Boomers? Because we're saying that.
Okay, that would be the disco era.
Malcolm, because they want to party, so that was the party and bullshit era, basically.
Yes, sir. And then that is when it started getting away from Malcolm, because I remember when Michael Jackson did his album called Remember the Time, do, remember the time. Okay, that was after he did the Smooth Criminal. And they had a lot of the entertainers talking about, well, we want the music, to unite people and go across all racial lines and all that. Big mistake.
84, We Are the World, We Are the Children.
Right. And then he did a Smooth Criminal in 1988 when he did the
Bad album. Well, the Bad album.
Yeah.
The year I was born in 87.
Yeah, right, because I remember I had it. You see what I'm saying? So then what had happened was Michael Jackson, and I believe Latoya Jackson Latoya Jackson made her album about 1979. Okay, so then Michael Jackson, and then a lot of these musicians.
Janet had dropped Rhythm Nation too.
Yeah. Now Rhythm Nation was tough. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and then if you notice that Janet Jackson, after she did the Rhythm Nation, she was always dressed in black.
Yes.
Understand? You see see the subliminal suggestion right there? Okay, yeah. So then
bangers we were the bastards of the party. We were too young hunters, so we started our own thing, which is the Crips and the Bloods, and on the Midwest, since like Chicago, they started the Vice Lords and the GDs.
And the Gangster Disciples, yeah.
And the Black Gangster Disciples. And the Black Peace Stones.
Yeah, Black Peace Stone Nation. Yeah. Okay. So what had happened is that when the crack epidemic hit in the 80s during the Reagan regime, this had tore down the black community extraordinarily. And what had happened is that it was the Latinos who was importing that shit. You saw the movie Scarface, you know what I'm saying? With Tony Montana, you're fucking with Tony Montana, you fuck with the best, you're fucking cockroach.
Yeah, that was after Castro kicked them out of Cuba.
Exactly, because see what happened was with Castro, we're glad you brought that up. Okay, 1980, okay, now you got to remember you had this old senile motherfucking racist by the name of Ronald Reagan that got elected in 1980 who beat Carter for the presidency. So then the crack epidemic had came about because they was using it to destroy the black family unit, which they did, to mass incarcerate black people,
which they did. They was lying, talking about, crack is whack. Don't do crack, but yet they were steady pumping that shit into our communities.
Yes, sir. You see what I'm saying? And then Hollywood had started glorifying this stuff with the rap industry, my mind playing tricks on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Uh, uh,
Scarface. It was patterned
yeah,
after Montana.
yeah, yeah.
One
And then of course Tupac
members of the
Shakur.
federal.
Yeah, and then Tupac Shakur coming out there,
Tupac is a
with his
Panther.
thing.
Tupac is basically an older version of me. He's a Panther
Yeah,
cub, so he came
yeah.
out.
You see,
So he knew
and then
there was no disconnect between what was happening with Malcolm, what Malcolm was teaching, and Tupac, because his whole family was Panthers. So
exactly,
he
and
was
then of
already
course,
on that tip. But um, Professor Black, you said something real profound when he was like, well, it wasn't until '92 when the Malcolm X movie came out that there was a
right,
resurgence in
right,
people's love for Malcolm, because, like you said, it had died due to the crack epidemic, women's lib movement, taking the
right.
father out the household, all these Jim Crow biting laws,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Mm-hmm.
the party and bullshit that was
Yeah,
going
and then
on in
Spike
the 70s.
Lee, when he did Malcolm X, when he was making Malcolm X, he ran out of money on the production costs. So he went to people like Oprah, the other
Mhm.
celebrities, and they donated generously to him to finish that production, believe it or not.
Yeah,
Now,
Ronald Reagan is
another thing
may he
that was
rest.
profound. Okay, yeah, Reagan was the devil. Okay, and then you write about that, Yoda. And then what had happened is that when they premiered Malcolm X, they premiered it in Westwood. Now here was something that was quite crazy, and of course, Westwood is getting ready to get burned the fuck up
Yeah,
because it's out there right by UCLA.
yeah,
White fella goes up there and interviews on the news who saw the movie Malcolm X, and the
yeah.
white person says, "Hey, I did not know that the Black experience was like that. We did not know that this man was so articulate." And keep in mind that Malcolm X was an ex-convict that did a lot of reading. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, you got colleges named after Malcolm X. You see what
You
I'm
got
saying?
whole streets named after Malcolm X.
Yes, sir. And then Malcolm, of course, as we know, he went over to Mecca, okay, and he had modified his position a little bit. And of course, as we all do know, he was assassinated February 21st, 1965.
Yep, in
Now,
in Ballroom in Harlem, New York.
yes, sir. Okay. And as Dick Gregory had said, as we already know, that the dudes who were convicted, or the ones that are still alive who were convicted of killing Malcolm X, they've been released from prison.
Yeah,
They
because they
say,
weren't the ones that did it. And then
exactly.
the
Now,
family is
Dick
suing.
Gregory had said, now this is very profound. Dick Gregory had said in his research is that the shooters that killed Malcolm were at a downward angle below the stage. But in actuality, the bullets or the rounds that killed Malcolm came from an upward angle as opposed to a downward angle. So what we have here is conspiracy.
Yep,
You see what I
conspiracy.
mean? And then, as you know, the Shabazz family, they got cases pending on it as well too. And then keep in mind that I just found out recently is that Dr. King's offspring and Malcolm X's offspring, clandestinely, they have been operating together for a minimum of about 10 to 15 years that I've done on my research.
Well, before Khalid died, him and Johnny Cochran were going to sue the United States government for reparations. That's why a lot of people think that it was a hit that was put out on Khalid, and they just told us that it was an aneurysm.
Right. And the same thing with Johnny Cochran, because you remember Johnny Cochran dropped dead of a stroke.
Yep.
You see, but Carl Douglas, Cochran's junior partner, he still has the Johnny Cochran law firm up and running. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I did some research.
Remember, we reached out to them when we were dealing with our brother Silo, who was an inmate.
Yes, sir.
Ohio State Penitentiary. Okay, I was going to read this quick piece by Samuel Madhu. I think he's a tether, but I could be wrong. Khalid Abdul Muhammad was African American. Now we know as a foundational Black American, Senator American Child Slavery Freedman, activist, one-time member of the Nation of Islam, and national chairman of the new Black Panther Party. Muhammad was born Harold Moore Jr. on January 12, 1948, to Harold Moore Sr. and Lonnie B. Moore in Houston, Texas. Moore's aunt,
Governor Bud.
Moore's aunt, Carrie Moore Van, raised him while living in Houston, where he attended Phyllis Wheatley. I heard a lot about that school. A lot of prominent people that came out of Houston went to that school. After graduating from high school in 1966, Moore enrolled in Dillard University. Correct me if I'm wrong, Twin. If I'm right with the Phyllis Wheatley High School, or not right with the Phyllis Wheatley High School. Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana, to pursue a theological studies degree, but he didn't graduate. While attending Dillard University in 1970, Moore held a speech by, at that time, Louis Abdul Farrakhan, who at that time was the national representative of Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam, or the NOI. After hearing Farrakhan's speech, Moore joined the Nation of Islam and changed his name to Harold X, then to Malik Rusadun. He eventually became Farrakhan's protege, helping to bring new recruits to the nation. Muhammad later received a BA from Pepperdine University in Los Angeles.
Is that right? I didn't know he went to Pepperdine.
Yeah, and then in 1978, he was appointed Western Regional Minister of the NOI and leader of the Mosque 27 in Los Angeles.
That used to be in the Crenshaw district.
And then in 1983, Farrakhan changed his name to Khalid after the Islamic general Khalid Ibn al-Wali.
Ibn al-Wali.
Wali, thank you. In 1985, at the age of 37, Khalid, so a year younger than me. No, the same age as me. In 1985, he was the same age as me. Okay. Khalid Muhammad was appointed national spokesman and representative of Minister Farrakhan. In his role, he traveled to NOI mosques throughout the United States and eventually traveled to Liberia to meet its leader, Muammar
al-Gaddafi. Liberia, Libya.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for that correction, Shabaka. Libya, to meet its leader,
Muammar al-Gaddafi.
Muammar al-Gaddafi, or Gaddafi. In 1987, the year I was born. However, a federal court in Atlanta, Georgia, convicted Muhammad of mortgage fraud, and he was sentenced to 9 months in prison. After his release, he became Minister Farrakhan's national advisor in the NOI. During his time with the Nation of Islam, Muhammad gave controversial speeches that usually attacked whites, especially Jews, homosexuals, while calling for Black self-empowerment and separation. Yeah, damn right. Despite the controversy, Muhammad remained popular amongst the youth in the African American, now we know as the foundational Black American community, and often appeared in hip-hop songs by Public Enemy and Ice Cube. Correct. In 1993, 6 years old, during a speaking engagement at Keene College in New Jersey, Muhammad called Jews bloodsuckers and used a racially derogatory word to describe the Pope. Oh yes, it was under the Pope's address. That's going to be discussed on the Few Donahue show. In response, the The United States Senate took an unusual step of voting 97-0 to censor him for making the speech. The Nation of Islam also silenced him as a minister, a move which prompted him to leave the organization in 1993. Muhammad would continue to make public speeches at universities and once in 1994 appeared on the Phil Donahue Show on May 29, 1994.
I'll be damned.
Nation of Islam member. So that was 2 years after the rebellion in 92.
Yes, sir.
Former Nation of Islam member James Best attempted to assassinate Muhammad. So that's the assassination attempt you were talking about, Shabaki. He was
at the University of California at Riverside.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, yep. He was shot by Best after making a speech at the University of California, Riverside, but survived the attack. In 1998, Muhammad became the national chairman of the new Black Panther Party, a black nationalist organization that modeled itself on the original Black Panther Party, founded in Oakland, California in 1966. October 15th, 1966 to be exact. Around this time, with the new Black Panther Party, Muhammad organized a Million Youth March in New York City and led a march in Jasper, Texas, protesting the murder of James Byrd. Yep.
Yeah. Who was dragged from the behind of a truck.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it when I was a kid, Shabaki. Then
I remember when it happened.
Yeah, well, I was a kid. I was about 8 years old in 95. Muhammad remained national chairman of the new Black Panther Party until his death from a brain aneurysm on February 17th, 2001. So right before the Twin Towers went down. And he died in Atlanta, Georgia.
He died on Newton's birthday.
Yep, same day Huey P. Newton.
That Newton was born. He died on Newton's birthday.
Yep. And he was buried at Ferncliff Cemetery in Westchester County, New York, near the grave
of Malcolm.
And those are the sources. So I think Atella wrote this, but they did an all right job.
Okay. Yeah. It's mostly accurate. You know what I mean? And then not to mention the fact that when Dr. Khalid had went on the Phil Donahue show.
They was hitting the energy frequency weapons. Yeah, I heard something about that.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah. And then too, over in the Crenshaw district, okay, that Yoda was saying right there. And then on the Phil Donahue show, Minister Farrakhan asked Dr. Khalid, is Jesse Jackson a bootlicking, frying, half-baked,
we're going to get to that here shortly, Shabaka. Don't jump the gun yet. We're going to play that right after I play The Hand of the Dead Body, which is a classic song that Scarface and Ice Cube did back in 1994 off the Free album, which was a classic album for those that partake in the genre of Dirty South hip hop and rap music. Side note, Ice Cube was sus. It's sus. Khalid said he didn't even know who he was when he was putting him in the songs. Yep, I remember that. Yep. Also, his first group's name was CIA. Yep. Before he joined NWA. Yep. Correct. No lies detected, Leonard. But in this song, this is one of the songs that he had mentioned Khalid in. So that's why I was going to play the video. So it's from Scarface, 1994, Hand of the Dead Body, featuring Ice Cube and Devin the Dude. Devin the Dude, I believe, is doing the chorus.
In world news today, officials decree that rapper Brad Joyner, alias Scarface, must be stopped. After being monitored by Secret Service agents for 2 years, evidence leads tobacco and firearms officials to believe that his literally dope lyrics promote drug usage and distribution, degrade women, influence gambling, promote and teach violence, and more importantly, it's influencing our minds minors and destroying our communities. Officials say he's the lord of underground rap. Him and his music must be stopped.
And now we got him on the mission. Now the whole entire world has got to try to come up with the quick decision. They claim we threats to society. And now they're calling on the government to try to make somebody quiet for the nonsense they done to me. Gangsta Nip Spice 1 that Tupac never gave a gun to me. So gangsta rap ain't done jack for that. I've even seen white folks from River Oaks don't get the gap. So why you trying to kick some dust up? America's always been known for blaming us brothers for they mess ups. And we were always considered evil. Now they're trying to bust our only code of communicating with our people. Let's beat the game from a different angle. Matt Dillon pulled his pistol every time him and someone tangle. So why you criticize me for the things that you see on your TV that rates worse than PG? Just come around to where they got me, so you can feel the hand of the dead body.
You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long. You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long.
So now they're trying separation and sending black folks in white coats to infiltrate our congregation, tapping into our conversation, saying the message that they get bring forth wrong premeditations. So David's got a silver man. While listening to Brad, David gets mad and kills his dad. David Duke's got a shotgun. So why you get upset? Cause I got one. A tisket, a tasket. A brother got his ass kicked, shot in the face by a cop.
That's what?
An open and shut situation. Cop gets got, they wanna blame it on my occupation. If you don't dig me, then baby, you can sue me. Cause the things that I be saying ain't worse than your Western movies. Don't blame me, blame your man, got it. Now you can feel the hand of the dead body.
You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long. You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long.
You best to free your mind before I free my nine and stop messing with the boy to pop or feel my hot rocks. Bang, bang, boom, boom, ping, ping. I'm the black white boys. Got a magazine and don't know how to act. I attack and make you vomit. Down with Khalid, Abdul Muhammad. Dewey got a brother, I'm it now. I'm the illest. Wanna kill this house, Dark Cornelius. Can you feel this? You punk suckers make me sick. Sucking on the devil's trick, scared of revolution. Need to start douching. Houston is the place. I caught a case. Them fools tried to put a scar on my face, but I bust 2 times to the guts. Do the Reverend Calvin Butts. Got a parody. I started this gangster hit in '86. Now you're dissing me for publicity. Isn't he a hoe to the 3rd degree? Who me? I'm a G that like to scrap a lot. Down with rap a lot, and I can't stop, won't stop. So tell Bill and Hillary, Ice Cube, it ain't no killing me. Yeah, Ice Cube, Scarface. Getting with these house suckers and it don't stop.
You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long. You know you can't believe that song, that brother's wrong. Gangsters don't live that long.
Boy, I used to hate that goddamn helicopter when I was living in Los Angeles.
I did tell you. I said because it's live.
Oh, God.
So, just to give y'all context, well, everybody in here was around when this came out. But they were trying to shut down hip-hop back then. There was several senators, House of Representatives that was smashing records in the middle of the street, saying that this is garbage and we can't be playing this filth and all of that. Yep, the ghetto bird, Carlton. Yep, the damn ghetto bird. The LA police helicopter. Yeah, they don't want
them. Yeah, Carlton. Well, yeah, I lived in LA, man, and that motherfucker used to come there, wake me the fuck up in the middle of the night, and when they shine that spotlight, man, it'll be high noon. You know, it'll be high noon. And they still got them there, but they got those helicopters more sophisticated now.
Yeah.
You say, from what I understand, the technology they got on it now, while you driving down as Ice Cube, no, not Ice Cube, as Snoop Dogg would say, pushing it up and down on the 110, you know what I'm saying, known as the Harbor Freeway. They could look down there and see every damn thing you're doing in your fucking car.
Yep.
And then some.
Well, they put the highway there so they could do that. Because when they put that highway in, they split the whole neighborhood up, the whole part of South Central up in the 50s. But what he was saying is so relevant still to this day. Everything that Scarface was saying, he's trying to bust our communication with our people. You tapping our lines, you tapping our phones. They still
laptops,
yeah,
computers, cell phones.
That song came out 30 years
Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts.
And there was a serious war on free speech, as Leonard just alluded to. Yep, they was attacking our free speech. Yep. And then
they still are.
In 1996, passed that Communications Act, and that's when Clear Channel and Viacom and all these big conglomerates started buying up all these smaller outlets, independent media outlets.
Right. And then also, too, if you recall, people, let's turn back the hands of time to 2009 when they said
freedom of speech, but watch what you say.
Oh, yeah. And then keep in mind in 2009, where they got rid of all analog television. You had to go buy cable TV. So the motherfuckers is selling you cable TV. Then what they doing on fucking YouTube, because I try to look at the rest of Goodbye Uncle Tom, now you got to buy it. Any fucking movie that they got on YouTube, you got to buy it. You see, so these motherfuckers is selling you television.
Downloaded it when you had the chance.
I know, Brother Che. I'm kicking myself in the ass for it right now on every damn thing, because I was gonna try to pull up the film Band of Angels.
Yeah, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, you got to pay for it, because I wanted Lady Che to see it, because, you know, in the past that she had made some comments about it. And this is why you'd always hear me say, go look at a movie called Band of Angels and go look at a movie called Imitation of Life. You see what I mean? So this is why you and I disagree agreeably, repeat, disagree agreeably of what you call the FBAs, but I stand on my square as the diasporic African. Because if we was truly American citizens, you wouldn't have no goddamn murderous ass organization like the LAPD. You wouldn't have no goddamn
yes, you would.
Gestapo called the COINTELPRO.
Us in our place. So you
say that again now.
You would still have it. They was put in place to patrol us and police us.
That's exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and then just like how you were saying, I'm glad you brought it back up, Brother Che, about that shit that they did in Pasadena, California, where they where the courts are revisiting it.
They shine the spotlight on him, on us at his Uncle Bugsy's house in Watts.
And I was little and scared as shit, as well as you should have been. Okay, it's because Watts is 77th Division of the LAPD.
All right, so I'm going to play the Few Donahue clip now, Shabaki.
Oh, yeah.
So, like the article I read alluded to, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad made a worldwide appearance on the Phil Donahue show back in the early 90s.
And do let me say a shout out to the memory of Phil Donahue, is because what Phil Donahue would do at the first half of the show, he would interview the guests, regardless of who it is. And then the second half of the show, he would have the audience asking questions. And then a woman that called up Phil Donahue where he had somebody, we're Americans on paper, but not treated as such. And an illegal alien gets treated better than us. Well, you see, Carlton Wade, that's just it, though, man. You got to look at the Dred Scott decision. We were never intended to be citizens here.
The Dred Scott was separate but equal. They ruled that we didn't have no rights, that a white man was bound, a white person or a white citizen.
And I got it filed away in my papers, Brother Chad. I don't have access. People can pull up some of our past episodes, I believe, within the last couple of months, where I did read that, where Dred Scott tried to petition for his freedom because his master had moved him to Wisconsin. And Roger C. Taney, who was the Chief Justice that read the opinion of the court, that those of African descent were never intended or cannot ever be citizens of the United States.
Yep, so that set the precedent.
Yeah. So why people, I stand on my square of being guys.
Okay, then when did you petition Africa to be a citizen of Africa? Also, keep in mind, when did you petition Africa to be a citizen of Africa?
Okay, but you see, you got to understand, Brother Jay, is that it's the neo-colonialist over there that's throwing the monkey wrench in that works, you see? And the neo-colonialist is on the puppet string of the colonialist. Why do you think this asshole Elon Musk trying to say he's an African and he's not?
Shabaka, we got neo-colonialists over here. There's neo-colonialists all over the world.
That's for damn sure. You're lying.
China is all in Africa. Africans don't own nothing in Africa.
Okay, I call it the house nigga syndrome. Boss, we sick, like Malcolm said.
But who are they sick to? The Chinese? Because the Chinese.
No. But what's happening is China has been getting the land in Azania, getting the land in southeastern Africa. You see what I'm saying? Is because what they do, they go over there with these usurious loans to the heads of state, you know, who are on puppet strings to the French, to the Americans, to the British, default on the fucking loan. Now they seize the goddamn land. Man, that shit is a conspiracy.
Okay, so Shabaka, are you aware that we're older than Nigeria? We're older than Burkina Faso. Foundational Black Americans. The people that built
that there is when they was kicking out the colonial. I'm sorry, when they was allegedly kicking out the colonialists before they went neo-colonialism in the the late 50s and 60s.
Independence. What year did Nigeria get its independence from the British?
Oh man, let me see. If I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to it. I have to research it. I do know Nigeria. Wait a minute. No, that's Ghana. Ghana was 1957. I think Nigeria, man, was like about 1967. It's right after they had the situation in Biafra. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up, Brother Che. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, please continue, man. I'm going to pull this info up.
Okay. And we've been on this landmass for at least 6, 8, 10 generations. So we older than what those countries are in Africa are right now. I think the only country we're not older than is Ethiopia.
Yeah, well, Ethiopia has always had its independence. Okay, Nigeria was granted independence October 1st, 1960.
Okay, Shabaka. So we're older than Nigeria.
Who's we?
Foundational Black Americans. The people that built this country. We're older than Nigeria. We're older than Ghana. We're older than Senegal. We're older than Mali. We're older than Burkina Faso. We're older than Botswana. We older than Tanzania. We older than Mozambique. We're older than all of those states, 55 in total, that make up the African continent. We're older than all of them except for one maybe 2. Maybe.
But you have to understand something. Before the colonialists got there,
before the colonialists got there, they had a whole slave trade going on within the interior of Africa.
This is wrong, Carlton. The homie tribe was so deep in the slave trade they didn't want to stop. The white man had to force them to stop. That's bullshit.
No,
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I studied with the homie tribe, and they did partake in the slave trade.
No, man, what they did, it was a divide and conquer method, man. You know that I've been saying for the last goddamn 5 years, man. They came up there to you, as you said, Brother Jay. They came with the Bible. We bow our heads to pray. We opened our eyes. We had the Bible, and the white man had the land. That's the same goddamn thing that they did here in the United States with the indigenous people here. And keep in mind, when I went through the Little Bighorn, that Native American woman asked me, she says, how come your people went against my people with the white man? She didn't say, hey, welcome, foundational Black Americans. She said, hey, nigga, why the fuck did your people help the white man against mine? Now, that's my experience with it. So, but the beauty of it is, she and I did have a long conversation. And we disagreed agreeably. She says, hey, man, by any time, the next time you're here, come by and visit with me. Let's sit down. Let's talk. And say, that's diplomacy, in my opinion. Brother Che? Brother Che? Okay, Brother Che. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think Brother Che is trying to get reconnected. But yo, Leonard, in the meantime, until Che comes back on, man, put some comments there off in the section.
I'm here. I'm just
okay. Okay. Oh, all right, my bad. But what I'm just saying, though, is this here, is that when you look at the woman king with Viola Davis, okay, a lot of the women were some of the fiercest warriors. You see what I'm saying? So that's probably why man got the idea of the Dura Milaje, who did the comic strip Black Panther, because see, Black Panther used to be a comic strip in the 60s. And then here's something that you guys are gonna laugh your ass off of, man. It was funny as hell. When the first Black Panther movie came out, Black Panther, you know, it was smashing in all the movie theaters. And I saw this clip of this little boy, okay, who is not black, who went and saw the movie Black Panther. And his mom shot the video clip of him being so upset that he wasn't black because he had dug King T'Challa so much. Ain't that something, people?
Yeah, ain't that something? They portrayed the foundational Black American, which is Killmonger, as the villain. Isn't that
okay? Okay, but the thing that I dug about Killmonger's part is that when he went over there to the British Museum and that curator over there was giving a lecture, and Killmonger said, you know what, lady, you full of shit. And this is from Wakanda. And what I'm getting ready to do is take this motherfucker back. It was a piece with the vibranium, right? And I'm going to take it the same fucking way you motherfuckers came down there and took it from us. And he smashed it and he grabbed it and he got the work in. And I thought Killmonger, you know, although he was the villain, and keep in mind the opening scene of the movie Black Panther, believe it or not, people, was in the city of
Oakland, California. But what did Killmonger represent, Shabaka?
Killmonger, when he had
foundational Black Americans.
Okay, but then when Killmonger,
the whole thing was, look, you're part of the diaspora, but you've been separated for all of these years.
Okay, well, as Dr. Marimba Ani said, Brother Che, the student of Dr. John Henry Clark, that reconnection will be painful.
You're going to keep saying the Ma'afa, but you're going to ignore the fact that they treated Killmonger. He was a personification of us here in America. That's
okay, but what happened to Killmonger, though?
The villain.
Okay, but
Because
they
why?
overthrew
Because he
Killmonger.
said, but Shabaka, before they overthrew Killmonger, why did they portray him as the villain? What was it that Killmonger was talking about that made him so villainous?
He was talking about the vibranium.
Shabaka, outside of the vibranium, his experience was what?
He was in the U.S.
Okay.
And that's why the Dua Mujale had to bring him back to Wakanda, is because.
It's
okay, wait a minute. Killmonger, wait a minute. Killmonger and King T'Challa were first cousins, right? They were first cousins. If memory serves me correct. Because it was Mad Dr. D that told me to go see the movie. And he says, man, of you all people, you ain't seen Black Panther yet? And I says, okay, man, let me check it out. You know what I mean? So then Killmonger, before he went back to Wakanda, okay, yeah, Killmonger, he was dealing with them damn savages whose story is whack as hell too, Leonard. Ever seen Killmonger? Killmonger was the real good guy. Okay, yeah, because Killmonger did take that back in the day. They were so jealous Stan Lee had to make a White Panther. There ain't no such thing as a White Panther, brother. It does not exist. Every scene Killmonger appeared in had hip-hop music playing. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, that's who was Killmonger, Michael B. Jordan. But when he threw King T'Challa over the water, okay, King T'Challa did not die. So what had happened was, King T'Challa, he recuperated, and then he got back up, and then the battle for the throne continued. You see what I mean? That it wasn't called then it continued is because
what relationship did Killmonger have with T'Challa?
They were cousins. They were first cousins.
And what happened to Killmonger?
Okay, Killmonger, when King T'Challa defeated him, and King T'Challa told him, "Look, man, come on, man. We're stronger in Wakanda with you, man." But what did Killmonger say? Killmonger said
from them when he was a child.
Killmonger at the end when he lost to Chadwick Boseman, he said, "Hey, man."
The movie. I'm talking about the very beginning of the movie when they went
the very beginning of the movie was in Oakland. Okay, because the Dua Mujale had knocked on the door in Oakland, and Killmonger was up there with his homie from Oakland and told him, "Man, open the door, because this is the only time they're gonna knock." The dude said, "Man, what the fuck are you talking about?" He says, "Just open the goddamn door." And there was General Okoye right there telling Killmonger, "Hey, that your uncle had died. You have to come back to Wakanda." So he travels back to Wakanda, but first he was in England, and I appreciated where he told that museum curator, where he told her, for all practical purposes, "Lady, everything you saying is bullshit. It's from Wakanda, it's the vibranium, and I'm gonna do just what you motherfuckers did. When you took it from us, bow, I'm gonna take it from you." And then he went in and put it in the work, you see. Then he had to get back there to Wakanda. All right, and then of course, as you know, Siri, Chadwick Boseman's younger sister, she was the scientist that made all the super duper stuff for him and stuff like that. And then of course, any type of power that you put against Black Panther, twice the force. She made the suit for him.
Shabaka is still not answering my question though. So how did he end up separated from them?
Because what had happened was, shit, okay. It was something about the father. It was something about Killmonger's uncle and Chadwick Boseman's daddy. I think, now correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. I think they sent Killmonger for intelligence gathering operation in the U.S. It's because the United Nations had wanted all the vibranium in Wakanda.
Correct. That part is true. Okay, let's see what Leonard said. Leonard said,
yeah, they ended up calling him White Wolf. That's what Winter Soldier Becky was doing in the Wakanda. They're going to bring the character out sometime in the future. Winter Soldier Becky? Who in the fuck is that, Yoda?
That's a new character I guess they're going to announce. Remember, they had a white CIA agent.
Can't have shit.
They had a white CIA agent save Wakanda. Remember that. The reason why I'm bringing this up because Wakanda is a fantasy. It doesn't exist.
Right, exactly. We know that.
This is how a lot of us are viewing Pan-Africanism now. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. It sounds good, but it doesn't exist. Yes,
the theory's good, but they don't want it. Oh yeah, okay. Now that's why I'm thrown off at Yoda. Yeah, because they make that one the superheroes with Captain America, and then they went to Wakanda to get Black Panther. Yeah, glad I didn't see that bullshit. Yeah,
I'm retarded. Okay, I guess Black Alpha's not. I guess Black Alpha Network's retarded too.
That is stupid.
I guess the new Black media is retarded.
That's not how you do something like that.
Okay, how do you view it then?
Not like that.
How do you view it?
Not like that.
Okay, then how do you view it?
What do you mean? First of all, why do you keep picking on Pan-Africanism? Let it go.
Picking on it?
Yeah, you keep picking at it. Let it go. It has nothing to do with you.
It does have to
Well, yes, you said you denounced it. So that means you shouldn't be talking about it no more. If you denounced it, you shouldn't bring it up no more.
Okay, Letitia.
No,
I'm picking at the ideology because it doesn't exist.
You gotta pick at it.
Yes, I do.
You denounced
no, brother Terry, it's been suppressed. They took it out of existence. It's been suppressed.
Exactly.
What the hell happened to my damn cookies?
Whatever, you denounced it. You're not believing it.
It's not a religion,
You don't believe in it no more, right?
It's not a religion.
You're not following it, right?
It's not a religion.
What the fuck were you doing then?
I was practicing Pan-Africanism.
Okay, well, that doesn't exist no more, right?
No, because it's a one-sided affair, like we've been saying since the very beginning.
You don't believe in it no more. That means you denounced it, right?
It's not a religion.
You
denounce religions.
You denounced it?
You denounce
it's a
gangs.
one-sided affair. You're not part of it no more, right?
It's an ideology.
You're not part of the ideology.
It's not a movement.
You're not with it no more.
That movement's been dead.
It doesn't agree with you,
right? No, the movement is defunct.
Yes or no?
Because all these niggas want to sit up here and integrate.
Because I can.
That's what defunct it.
Yes, I can.
Let it go.
No, you let it go. You're not even contributing nothing to the conversation. You just want to argue. It's just very dysfunctional. Okay, well, I don't want to hear about this anymore.
Becky was brought back to life and kidnapped by the Nazis.
You don't even know what a religion is. I'm still.
They made him, and he became the assassin on his
right?
It's a one-sided.
I got that weaponized arm.
Because I can.
Because I do remember they did knock off a board.
Oh, you was not there.
Actually, I was there.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
It's strong in my heart.
No, it's not.
It lives in my heart.
It's really not.
All day, every day.
Okay, well, your heart.
But when they did,
then that manifestation is not happening.
But when they did Black Panther, you do know they started calling Oakland Wakanda.
Bucky was brought back.
Home of the real Black Panther.
So why would they type it in Oakland? Okay, so the home of the real Black Panthers, right? Oakland. You got to see the symbolism in that, Shabaki. You're not getting it.
I already see it. I already see it.
How you gonna tell me what I watched? I seen the movie when it came out. I was not with you then. The movie came. No, I wasn't. The movie came out in 2018. I did not watch it with you.
And Mad Dr. D had called me up when it came out, and he said, "Say, Shabak, I know you saw the movie Black Panther." I says, "No, man, not yet." He says, and Mad Dr. D said to me, he said, "You of all people ain't seen it."
Why is Killmonger, who represents the Black Aboriginal people here, the Foundation of Black Americans, the FBA, DOAS, Freedmen, the enemy in the movie? And this movie is supposed to represent Pan-Africanism, but the person that is representing the United States is the enemy. And he's supposed to be part of the clan of the lineage of Wakanda, but he's been separated from it for so long. I didn't ask you, Letitia. I asked Shabaka. Yeah.
No, Carlton Way, Oakland is Black Militancy Central, sir.
And Shabaka, who do you think was putting that militancy into the people? It damn sure wasn't the Africans. The Africans can't even. They couldn't even get their independence without us, Shabaka. I am running a news program. I don't tell you how to run the RBA.
Jay Militant.
What's cracking, cuzzo?
Okay, Jay Militant, you out of SF, man. To the best of your knowledge of your collective memory, man, if you can, if the elders have passed on things to you, what was happening in Oakland, man, and why was it the cradle of Black militancy with the birth of the Black Panther Party?
How do we have it all wrong? What is the point? They demonize the Black Panther.
First of all, you got the people all wrong.
I got the people all wrong. What people I got wrong? What people I got wrong? Then who was it? His half brother?
That's what I just said. Secondly, why do you want to go back? Because he felt robbed.
Yeah, he was robbed of his legacy. That's why he went back. No, I'm not missing it. No, I'm not missing it. You're missing the fact that they painted him as the enemy, as the antagonist. You tell me. You tell me. Exactly. That's why he represents FBA. That's why. Thank you, Lady Che, for summing up what I've been trying to sum up this whole time. That's why he felt abandoned. FBA feels abandoned by the Africans, by the Pan-Africans, by the Pan-African movement, by the diaspora, all of that. Because we fought for all the diaspora to get their independence, to get Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, all of them off their backs.
Portugal.
Hold on. Yep, Portugal as well. Spain as well. And when it was time to reciprocate that, it was not reciprocated. That's why the Pan-Africanism is dead. That's why Killmonger
because you had too many sellouts
in the movie Black Panther, which is a fantasy, by the way, was created by Marvel, which they got billions of dollars off of to sell us a fantasy. It's not real.
And the rights of the movie is owned by Disney, and you are correct about that, Brother Che. It's because at Disneyland, they even had a Black Panther exhibit because at Disneyland, let me see, you had Mickey Mouse, let's see, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs theme parks like Frontierland, Westernland, you know, shit like that. And then they did have a show there with Black Panther. You're right. The one who owns the rights to the movie Black Panther is a woman by the name of Abigail. There you go, Jay Militant. Yeah. Walt Disney's niece owns all the Disney studios now and owns all the rights to it. And you're right, Walt Disney was a goddamn racist. Look at the damn Jigaboo cartoons that motherfucker wrote up in 1920s and 30s.
Thomas Edison with the damn Nickelodeon reel of the brothers eating watermelon. And they put that shit on postcards and sent it all over the world.
All that bullshit. Facts. You know, saying that's why they named that park that's soon to be burning the fuck up called Griffith Park after that white racist name, D.W. Griffith, who wrote Birth of a Nation.
Yep. Yep. And who was depicted as the heroes in that?
The Kluxes.
Yep. All right, so let me play this clip from Phil Donahue, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Happy Khalid Abdul Muhammad Day, Jay Melly. I'm gonna play these clips from the Phil Donahue.
And then keep in mind, people, if I may say, while you're getting the clip together, birthdays like for Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, the X-Man, we don't ask for their goddamn permission, man, to make it a holiday. Just take the goddamn day off.
Mr. Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. Mr. Muhammad is the man who made so many of the front pages of America's newspapers.
BlackRock owns the second highest percentage of Disney and the world, for that matter. Okay, enlighten me, Leonard, of who BlackRock is.
You remember the comment? He picked up
BlackRock is
dress and let's see what's under that dress.
They're buying up all the real estate, Shabaka. They're buying up all the low income. They're buying up all the neighborhoods. They're buying up everything. Any piece of real estate they purchase.
So which means is they're going to be purchasing a whole lot of real estate up there in Pacific Palisades and Altadena and Pasadena.
Low income. That's not low income. That's like Cherry Hills, real ritzy.
Yeah, Altadena got low income housing in it, and so does Pasadena.
Housing, low income housing, all the projects, what we used to know as projects, all of that's been bought by BlackRock.
Okay.
Thank you, Jamie. I loved it too. Reparations. Yeah.
Here's what you said about Colin Ferguson.
Okay, noted, Yoda.
A Jamaican, black male who shot 6 people on the Long Island train. Mr. Muhammad speaks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they set black inmates up in these jails and penitentiaries, and in particular there in Nassau County, and pulled all the black officers out and the black inmates so they could jump on Brother Colin Ferguson, because they were mad with him for catching the Long Island train and killing all them white folks. I love Colin Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. They just brought back that memo,
I have no official position, so I can say I love him.
You love a man who randomly killed 6 people on a commuter train?
I love Colin Ferguson just as much as the masses of white Americans love General Schwarzkopf, General Westmoreland, General Patton, General MacArthur, and Eisenhower.
Whoa.
America awards her killers, and they get ribbons and stripes and bars. I'm sensitive to the pain and suffering of the loss of life on that train, but I'm one of the rebellious slaves. And so when black people stand up out of pain and suffering and frustration, I understand after 500 years.
Yeah, they didn't dig him.
You talk about the response of some African Americans to, for example, the book which attempts to prove that Jews are involved in the slave trade. I'd be happy to let them see that. You talk about when white folks can't defeat you, you said in your speech at Kane, they'll always find some Negro, some boot-licking, butt-licking, buck-dancing, bamboozle, half-baked, half-fried, sissified, punkified, pasteurized, homogenized nigger that they can trot out in front of you.
Yep.
I would ask you, Mr. Muhammad, is Jesse Jackson a boot-licking, homogenized nigger?
to the utmost of his ability.
Here you are mocking Jesse Jackson at a speech. I believe this is Howard University. Roll the tape.
Oh, bootlicking, buck dancing, scratching, shuffling, messy Jesse Jackson. Keep. I am a somebody. I am a somebody. Keep hope alive. I am a somebody. I don't rightly know who the hell I am, but I am.
Yeah.
Somebody.
That's an accurate description.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Militant, if it wasn't so sad, it'll be laughable.
You too, Leonard. Yep, I listen to his speeches to keep my mind right,
I'm
too.
so glad you asked that question. I believe that the liberation and salvation of the Black nation must be brought about by Black people gaining a thorough knowledge of self after our 500 to 6,000 year Holocaust, where we have lost over 600 million. And so I believe that that education process must be a process of two steps: inspiration and information. So I seriously give information, but Black people are people of rhythm and spirit. So I also give inspiration.
Yeah, he did.
From your speech at King College in 1960, Chief Letitia, the head of the ANC, received a Nobel Peace Prize. You reported to your audience, reminded them, for nonviolent struggle. Just like Mandela just received it with F.W. de Klerk. How could you stand with your oppressor and your enemy and receive the Nobel Prize for nonviolent struggle? You do not support then Nelson Mandela's strategy in the struggle to free Black people in South Africa?
Let us first of all be very clear here, Phil. Nelson Mandela is my brother.
So
he is a member of the family, and so is Jesse, and Jesse is a very brilliant man. We just want him to return home and stop being used by the enemy and the oppressor against his people. Now back to Brother Nelson Mandela. And certainly we can never mention Nelson without mentioning Winnie Mandela. But Nelson Mandela's attempt at a multiracial government in South Africa after the murder of men, women, children, and babies, and the rape of South Africa, a criminal settler colony that has been established like Israel there in that part of the world. I cannot go along with one man, one vote. Let me say why. If someone broke into your home, Mr. Donahue, and actually bum-rushed your home, and Black Boots stomped your door down, and came in and robbed and raped everyone in the household, and was able to take the wealth of your home and parlay it into an empire. This is an invader. This is an intruder. This is a murderer. This is a burglar. This is a criminal. So you have no responsibility to share your home with them after they broke in and committed the crimes that they did.
You want, you said about
Phil Donahue, we had everybody on the show.
24 hours to get out of town by sundown. That's all. If he won't get out of town by sundown, we'll kill every white that ain't right that's in sight in South Africa. We kill the women, we kill the children, we kill the babies, we kill the blind, we kill the crippled, we kill them all. We kill the faggot, we kill the lesbian, we kill them all. You say, why kill the babies in South Africa? Because they're going to grow up and oppress our babies, so we kill the babies. Are you seriously presenting yourself as a man interested in the future of your people with this kind of rhetoric?
I'm just as interested in the freedom of my people as I am in the self-determination or the Kujichagulia, self-development, them being self-defining, self-respecting, and self-defending. If the white man has killed millions of our people, and you cannot deny the undeniable and indisputable and irrefutable truth, fact, proof, and history of their bloodshed there in South Africa. I said it would be merciful if they would leave. I don't agree with a government, a sham government. No man walks out of prison after 27 years and becomes the president unless there's a script and a plan behind the scene to remove the economic sanctions from whites in South Africa. But no real plan for redistribution of the wealth. The Oppenheimers, the De Beers, and others there sucking the blood of our people. So I said, be merciful. Give them a period of time.
24
Truman gave the Japanese a period of time, but when they didn't comply, he dropped the bomb on men, women, children, and babies.
That part. Them is facts.
I make no apology for that statement. I believe that the invasion of South Africa was an act of unprovoked war. One nation against another nation, and nations must fight for the self-determination. They had no business there, Mr. Donahue.
Yes. Would you like to see Aristide return to Haiti to his rightful duly elected position as president?
From what I have learned and studied of President Aristide, from what I can see and those I've been privileged to talk to who are close to him, he appears to be a very sincere man. He appears to be a man who really loves our people there and wants to see our people breathe free and correct the problems that colonialism and other disruptions is very definitely at the root of. However, Phil, I do not want to see my beloved brother, President Aristide, returned to Haiti by the power of a Bill Clinton. Because if Bill Clinton can help to return him there, he will always attempt to be the puppeteer who will pull the strings and try to dictate to my brother how he should carry out the affairs of government.
That is an adequate, accurate statement that he made at that time, is because Aristide was a neo-colonialist.
About Colin Ferguson. The United States House of Representatives, in an unprecedented action. I don't know whether there's a precedent for the U.S. House to take its time to debate and vote on the condemnation of a private citizen, but it has done that. 435 members of the House of Representatives debating the condemnation of Mr. Muhammad. Here are two members of the House on opposing sides. Calling for the censoring of Mr. Muhammad is Congressman Lantos, followed by Congressman Abercrombie, who makes a statement in behalf of free speech. Watch this, House of Representatives.
On November 29, 1993, at Keene College in New Jersey, Mr. Khalid Mohammed, a senior representative of the Nation of Islam, delivered an outrageous and violent attack on the principles of racial, religious, and ethnic intolerance. His attempt to incite violence by preaching bigotry and hatred must be swiftly and forcefully condemned by this body.
Governmental sanction against any speech, objectionable as it may be, is always suspect. The Constitution has proven to be our strongest safeguard against the Mohammeds of the world. Let us respect and revere the Constitution of the United States and vote down this resolution.
And if you motherfuckers believe that, then the donk never would have been president.
By the House of Representatives on the matter of condemning Mr. Muhammad was 361 yea, 34 nay. You have, sir, been condemned by the United States House of Representatives. I assume you are flattered by that action.
I really don't think Khalid gave a good goddamn.
My ancestors. I believe that the blood that cries out from the grave of my ancestors who went to an untimely death at the hands of the white wicked slave traders. I believe that they cry out, their spirit is around me and their spirit emanates from me. And I believe that as a righteous man of God, but as a freedom fighter and a revolutionary, it is one of the greatest honors that could be paid.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
And that's why you have the hurricanes down there in the South. The spirit of the ancestors.
For the white audience that's watching this, a lot of times we're asked,
yeah, you're right, Carlton Way,
to help the situation. And I feel that they should go over to their people and represent this issue the same way this brother puts his life on the line for us. They should be doing the same thing, because otherwise it's going to be a one-sided view. They need to reach their people as well.
Yes.
What I'd like to know is what
he's talking to them like how we talk to the tethers and the riders in the diaspora. You need to check your tethers. Otherwise, y'all not gonna like going.
I think this here, if memory serves me correct, Brother Che, I think this here is just before the pre-tetherism. I think this is pre-tetherism.
I don't know what the time frame was on it, but I know after 1965, when we started allowing all these black immigrants into the country, after foundational black Americans fought for the Immigration Act of 1965, somewhere between 1965 and 1995, the tetherism was born.
Okay, hold on, Brother Che. I'm pulling up 1965 Immigration Act. I don't deny what you're saying. Long title on Act to amend the Immigration and INA of 1965. Okay, the Immigration Act of 1965 changed the face of America. The act abolished national origin quotas and led to demographic shift in America. Learn how the act influenced the civil rights movement. Oh boy. And the Kennedy, now we got a blank right here. Ooh, shit.
What do they say to the KKK, the skinheads, the Nazis? They're so worried about this one brother. What about them?
Well, I don't know whether you want to suggest that all white folks support the KKK.
Well, enough of them do.
Yes. Yeah.
Nobody says anything about, nobody disputes the facts or his facts. His facts are right and exact, and no scholar will debate Dr. Khalid, because Dr. Khalid is right.
My sister already understood the truth. That lady's question. Half of the white population does not support KKK, but this gentleman up here is throwing prejudice towards white people only, and it's unfair.
Oh, bitch, fuck you. Go suck a dog's dick, you spanking hoe.
Yes, my thing is, if what he's saying is not true, let's bring somebody.
That was the Karen of the time, y'all. That was the Karen of the time. They go around. It still exists. It went nowhere.
Forward to prove him to be alive.
Yeah, you're Carolyn Bryans. Oh, I love when he cussed this motherfucker out.
Blacks who are killing hundreds of thousands of blacks
that was Carolyn
in
Bryans,
Rwanda and other places.
niece.
And can you please tell me why from Haiti, blacks from Haiti are just risking their lives to come here
that was
to the
Drake's mama,
United
Leonard.
States of America?
I'll tell you if I get a chance. Black people have been robbed, as I said earlier, of a knowledge of self. And when you rob people, sir, of a knowledge of self, then it means that they start to take on the characteristics and the nature of their oppressor and their colonizer. And his mind, by automatic, systematic, remote control, rules in our people. He gives them the guns and the weapons and the drugs
Right.
and the alcohol,
Right.
the way you did our brothers, the red man
Right.
and the red woman, brothers and sisters, the way you did our Latino brothers and sisters, and then you pit one against the other and then say, look at what these people are doing.
Yeah, he shook that motherfucker up.
Yes. Adolf Hitler perpetrated the Holocaust.
May I have your attention, please? Thank you.
Adolf Hitler perpetrated the Holocaust on 11 million people that died, 6 million of which were Jews, 5 million were others. Am I to understand that you would very much support his way of doing things, and him for that matter?
Sir, this is not reverse racism nor discrimination that you could tie into your statement on Hitler. If the slave master is whipping the slave and blood is running down the slave's back, and that's incidentally where the term cracker comes from the cracker man who was had the crack of the whip on the slave's back.
Right.
But if the slave takes the slave master's whip from him and starts whipping
Right.
the slave master with his own whip, that is not reverse racism. That is not reverse discrimination. That is the slave
Right.
getting out from under the yoke of bondage and oppression. I don't advocate what
Like
Hitler
what Freddie D
has
did.
done before the world. Hitler's struggle. I went to the Holocaust Memorial Museum, and I tried to separate Hitler as a freak of nature from the rest of white people. But after all that we have gone through, I know that there's a little bit of Hitler in all white people and a lot of Hitler in
And we'll be back in just a moment.
Got it.
Yeah. Now, as you read, as you
Jewish brother up there, well, not brother, but the Jewish man. What about Goldstein, who slaughtered 39 Palestinians and became a Jewish hero? Publicly, rabbis said what about the fingernails, Dr. Khalid?
Said that the rabbi said that the fingernail of one Jew was worth more than all of the Arabs in the world. And the New York Times ran the lead story with the photo showing the Jews filing past his grave.
Yes.
They not only called him a hero, but a saint.
Yes, may I make this point, Mr. Muhammad? The atrocity perpetrated by Goldstein was roundly and publicly condemned by the entire leadership of the Jewish community in America, as well as the leaders of the state of Israel.
Let me ask you this.
They publicly condemned that action, and I can't even get you to look into the camera and convey even the remotest notion that you have in your heart some love for two Jews who died trying to save black people in the South. I speak of
You
Schwimmer
cannot
and
get me
Goodman.
to look into the camera and do that.
Yeah. May I ask you to kindly speak to that?
You cannot get me to look into the camera and show love for two Jews. I don't even know them. I live with this pain and suffering every day among my own people. Look at our babies there in the Oakland, in the Bay Area. They're watching Schindler's List. You have your Schindler's List, but for us, it's been a swindler's list because someone is attempting to steal our birthright. They stopped the movie. Take our babies out of the movie as though it's such a moral outrage. And then Spielberg comes in. The governor comes in. What about the statements of the Jew, Howard Stern, the comedian, Jackie Mason? What about Moshe Dayan? What about the fact that members of the Senate have made racist comments and Congress, and they were voting against me, but they were not brought up by their own colleagues in that so-called august body?
Hello. What I'd like to point out is, just as you said that you can't judge all black people by one person, you can't judge white people by just Hitler. What you have to realize is that we're in a diverse nation, which is America.
lady,
and we
you
have a lot to
brain
learn.
dead. This broad is brain dead.
She's one of those black feminists.
Yeah.
She was a black feminist at that time.
Yeah.
Mine is
A Gloria
years
Steinem
ago.
protege. A Gloria Steinem protege.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
black version.
Yeah. Drink you some body armor, y'all, when you get old.
From everybody in this room, I feel I do. From all black people, all white people, and anyone else who happens to be in this room with me. America's the first.
Oh my God. And there's still people that have that dumbass mentality that she just displayed for y'all. She's ahead of her time, yeah. Oh my God.
Man,
that was 88.
Times is pathetic.
Damn, I thought it was 94. This happened in 88.
Yeah, this is
I was 1 years old.
I was your age when this was on, Brother Che. I was your age when this was on. As a matter of fact, me and Mad Dr. D watched this episode of Phil Donahue.
In 88?
When it came on.
Yeah, Leonard said it was in 88. I thought it was 94. Well,
no, it's 94, Leonard.
Oh, he's just roasting old girl. He just clowning old girl that was speaking.
Oh,
nut.
Yeah, she's brain dead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Muhammad, could you please tell me, does Islam believe in Judaism and Christianity? And under Islam, are Jews and Christians are people of the book? Do you believe that? And further, do you believe, sir, that one people and one book sent by the same one God? And you referred to the people up front that they are your brothers. Is it possible, Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad, that I am your brother also? And is it also possible that we are brothers truly responsible for each other? Is that possible?
Hell to the no.
No, that's that dilution.
That the messenger of God.
Damn. So he's trying to dilute what he's saying.
Believes in what?
Yeah. You were 15 in 88 or 94?
Okay, Jay Milliton says I was 15.
Yeah, because
okay, so you.
Yeah, he's. Oh.
Okay, I was your age, Brother Che. How old are you, Brother Che?
And so.
I'm 37. I'll be 38 next week.
Okay, I was.
Or this week, later on.
Now, well, happy upcoming birthday to you, brother. Happy soul return. Okay, I was 35 when this episode was on, because me and Mad Dr. D looked at this here together.
Oh, okay. So a couple years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
Do the believers, and I am a believer. In Islam, we believe in one God whose personal and proper name is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that one God, we believe, sent all the prophets and the great ones in the great line of divine, and we believe in all of the revealed scriptures. I don't know you, sir. I could feel that if you were attempting to live according to the law of God, then you might be my brother in the faith, but not my brother by nature.
Yeah.
Mr. Muhammad.
Ouch.
Mr. Muhammad, are you aware, Mr. Muhammad, that the courts-martial system
otherwise, hell no.
on or about or in or about World War II condemned many black sailors for their involvement in handling munitions, where many of them died as a result of their handling these munitions? Would you believe, Mr. Muhammad, that the Jewish war veterans that I'm proud to represent took this issue on, and we have condemned the United States Navy as it relates to the deaths of these sailors, and we have condemned them for their continuance dishonorable discharge of these black sailors? I ask you, Mr. Muhammad, what have you done on this specific issue?
Well, it's kind of difficult to believe you on anything. But
oh, is that right, Leonard?
That I do know that during that same war, that America was, as is today, so racist, until the German officers, when they were captured, could eat in the same mess hall and have the same accommodations as the white American officers. But the black troops were segregated, couldn't come into that mess hall unless they were scrubbing the floors and washing dishes. So it was a white
Anything
man
you don't
honoring
want
another
to do,
white
the
man,
color troops
though
will do
one
for
was
you.
American and one was German, and they were supposed to be enemies.
Hold on,
there was
somebody.
still a tie that was able to bind the two together.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
Anything you don't want to do, the color troops will do for you.
No matter what border, what nation, the rule of the day is racism and white supremacy. It was that 30 years ago.
Pretty much.
It's still 30 years later.
Yeah, it's gotten worse in this time because see what you got now is this alphabetized agenda shit that is emphasizing this bullshit even more so. Say, but we can't talk about that. We want to keep our channels up.
Yeah, we don't want to get the channel to the video taken down.
Right. Yeah, I read you on that there, Brother Che, because we still want to keep our channel up. Say.
Yes. You want to show that? What is that? Is that a...
When is that time going to come so you can learn about my history and understand my people? We are not in your books.
She was saying that 30 years ago, and you see the panties with that war on woke and...
Yeah, and that bullshit, yeah.
So they ain't changed one bit.
No, they ain't changed one bit. And look at this, and look at the regime that's getting ready to come in and the power what is that there in 7 days.
Yeah.
So we don't know what the fuck is going to be going on 2 weeks from now.
We're going from one white supremacist to another white supremacist.
Yes, sir. And we don't know what the fuck is going to happen, man, by the 30th of this month.
It didn't in World War II. It didn't matter if they was friend or foe. The order of the day was racism, white supremacy. It didn't matter if they were different borders, different nation. They were still on code with racism, white supremacy.
Facts.
Yes, Phil, I like to say that, you know, what he's saying is being backed up by Jewish scholars as well. This is not only the information that Khalid has. Jewish scholars have the information. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. He came to Fort Worth, Texas, where the police department is killing black men wholesale. 6 black men have been killed in less than a year.
I'm glad I was able to see a little bit of that.
There's been a change on the gang members' part in our community. So we appreciate Brother Khalid.
Arrest this whole notion of anti-Semitism. The one thing that is incorrect statement, because the whole idea of a Semites were people who lived in Southwestern Asia, including Northeast Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, who spoke Ugaritic, who spoke Ge'ez, who spoke Ethiopic, spoke Hebrew, who spoke Arabic. Those are our people. We are a Semitic people. Therefore, we cannot be anti-Semitic. Ashkenazic Jews are calling us anti-Semitic. We cannot be anti-Semitic because we are the descendants of the Semitic people. Let's lay that to rest. That was a weapon in the hands of the Jews since 1870. They used it against other people, but it doesn't work against people in Northeast Africa. Thank you.
Sir, I get it. Beautiful. I can't believe exactly what I'm hearing. We went to war in World War II to fight for the freedom of speech. We didn't fight for freedom of speech of hatred. Many of our members, I'm a National Commander of Jewish War Veterans, and over 50,000 of our men died fighting for your right to speech here now. I don't understand why you come out with such hatred.
Phil, excuse me, Phil.
Mr. Muhammad. Sir.
You make me sick to my stomach with that. Because at the same time that you were fighting, you were not fighting for the freedom and independence of black people. Soldiers, black soldiers in segregated companies lost their lives on foreign soil there, but we have to come back and fight just to get a bite to eat.
Work with him, Junior.
Toilet on the side of the road somewhere in the bushes. So
that part. Look at the case of Isaac Woodard.
That small time stuff over on me.
That's right. Look at pull up Isaac Woodard, Brother Che. Look what they did to Isaac Woodard.
Why don't we talk about how
Who
the
fought in
merchants
World
come into our
War
black
II.
neighborhoods and they suck the life
Yeah, then
and
they
the
burned
money
him
out of our
alive
neighborhoods
in
and
his
put it back into their
uniform when he
neighborhoods.
came back. They lynched him or they burnt him alive in his uniform.
No. What had happened was they blinded him.
Brother Khalid
Oh,
is
that's the one
definitely
that blinded with the
in
night
the
stick.
cause of black struggle.
Yes.
What I like to say as a young black youth is that I feel that America has subjected me to a Holocaust. You understand? From all my ancestors all the way back to even right now, Rodney King, the brother Staten Island, all we've been subject to is death and destruction here. And as far as Jewish people in the Bible, it say that ye are of the synagogue of Satan. And I like to ask you people, why do you feel that you have cornered the market on sympathy, and why can't you
Yeah, he set them all down
Why
right
do you
in their
think
face.
that when we say the black Holocaust, that it's some blasphemous statement? I'd like for y'all to address that.
Yeah. I would like them to do it 30 years later.
Yeah, that part. And keep in mind that there was right after the rebellion, 2 years after the rebellion in Los Angeles in 1992.
That was the old VSS tape. They had taped that on.
Yeah.
Remember the VCRs?
And keep in mind in 94 too, ladies and gentlemen, is when the first www. came out as well too.
Yeah, Netscape and Windows 95.
Yeah, and that's when everybody had those computers, man, and AOL was the first hookup link, and you had to turn it on.
Yeah, you talking about the AOL? Yeah, that's it. The dial-up. It was so irritating, but at the time,
yeah, that's what it was. Dial-up. Yeah,
it's gonna be the wave of the future, and we just look at them like, what? We still on analog.
And then remember two people that in 2009 they got rid of analog television. Now they want you to pay for television.
Yep.
That's what cable's all about. You man, a goddamn analog television, man. You put that motherfucker on, man. All you're gonna get on it, man, is a bunch of.
You gotta, if you have a smart TV or the chip, the RSH chip, then you can get regular TV.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They say because your regular TV.
I got over the air TV. Like, I got a lot of channels for free.
And then keep in mind the main channels that you had at that time was ABC, NBC, and CBS.
I remember Oregon Trail. I remember playing that shit in first, second period of junior high or middle school.
Yeah, that's just what that AOL shit sounded like. Just that right there. That's just what it sounded like.
Yep, Oregon Trail. And now, you know, the Oregon Trail, they was led by a black man, a black Aboriginal man by the name of York.
Oh, and Lewis and Clark killed him, you know that, right? Because he asked for his freedom. Rather than give him his freedom, they killed him.
Yeah.
Hey, Black First family, Leonard Yoda, we gotta go hunting. Not catch, no water disease.
May he rest in power. May his spirits continue to live on 30 years later. I was playing Few Donahue when he was on the Few Donahue show crew, and he was lighting the mugs up.
Yeah, that was back in '94, 2 years after the rebellion.
And then I played you remember the crew? You remember the Scarface song, "Hand of the Dead Body"? I played that too. Oh, it's the fan. It's the fan, Carlton. I gotta hold my hand and the laptop a certain way. We really is
What's CRU? Oh, the Critical Race United.
No. That's Brother Crew. That's the brother that joined us on the panel a few shows back. Brother from
okay. Okay. Oh, there's CRU. Salute to our master teacher Khalid. Yeah.
May he rest in power. So, what are your closing thoughts on Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad Sabaki?
It brings back a lot of memories, brother. It really, really does. It brings back a lot of memories. But then when Khalid was doing his thing, then this is when the rap music had started getting more and more tainted. See, back at that time, 95, 96, 97, you know, kill a nigga, shoot a nigga, fuck a nigga, all that bullshit.
Well, Sabaki, even in 95, 96, all the music was not that. We still had a choice in what we could listen to, what we wanted to listen to. If you didn't want to listen to gangster rap, you didn't have to listen to gangster rap. You had a variety of choices of hip hop. Just hip hop alone, in the genre of hip hop, you had several genres and artists that you had to choose from. In '96 is when all that changed because, like I said, Clear Channel and several other big conglomerate white media outlets started buying up all these independent joints and firms.
And I think this was this is right at the time that Robert Johnson sold BET.
Yeah, there's a
to
fan.
Viacom.
You know what the fan is, Carlton Way? There's a big ass crack right there. So I have to hold the laptop a certain way so the fan don't. That's the fan that y'all hearing. That sounds like a damn rotor. That's the fan. It's because where the fan is damaged.
Oh man. Also, there was a variety on radio. Okay, what was brother saying? There was a variety on radio. Now it's some 10 songs on every station, no matter the city.
Especially in the black areas, like Denver, we was limited. We only had like one or two hip hop stations when I was growing up here in the late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah, but you had a lot of them in Chicago, Cleveland, New York, Los Angeles, if memory serves me correct.
But when I went to New York, it was like at least 10 of them. I lived in New York too as a child, and there was at least 10 different radio stations you could choose from that playing hip hop.
A whole lot of choices, Carlton Way.
Yeah, we had a lot of choices back then. Yep, took a 15-minute drive and heard 4 Gorilla songs. Wow, oh my God.
Yeah, Glorilla.
They promote.
Tell me something, man. Why was this sister call herself Glorilla?
Her name is Gloria, and Letitia had broke it down to me. Her name, and she considers herself a beast.
Damn.
It's like the music did it. Say they savages, and it's like, no, the Caucasoid's a savage. You want to be a savage, but you ain't got it in you because, I mean, you got to be a psychopath to do what the Caucasoid does.
Yeah, and a sociopath.
And a sociopath.
And then the music today, okay, brother, could you put your comment back up there, man? Because the music today sucks so bad, I figured that artificial intelligence was probably making most of it. Safe bet.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence is full of shit. Artificial intelligence will tell you that a man can menstruate by shoving ketchup on his ass.
We have both Bay Area. Yep, y'all did. Y'all have both Bay Area and SAC radio stations in Fairfield. Y'all have the box too. Did y'all have the box in Fairfield?
Whatever happened to KDIA, man? The CRU, is KDIA still up there and KSOL over in San Mateo?
He says she is in her glow and a beast with it, yeah.
Glorilla.
Her real name is Gloria too.
I think sister, he said he made 3 AI songs yesterday. They are decent, better than the trash out now.
I believe it.
Biden called her gorilla, I think, shaking my head. I hear that, Carlton. Well, fuck Biden. He always shits on himself. Tell that motherfucker go change his goddamn diapers.
It all depends, Shabaki. It all depends. All right, so
Yeah.
RIP, big RIP to our master teacher, master revolutionary scholar, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
And may he rest in power.
On, may your Majaro spirit live on. And that's so Majara, that's supposed to be our spirit as FBA. That's the spirit of resilience, that's the spirit of rebellion, the spirit of fighting against this beast 10 toes down.
In other words, brother, the spirit of the ancestors that made that passage.
Yeah, but specifically our ancestors on this land. Because we forget we have ancestors on this land as well. So we also have their body of we embody their spirit as well. So this is
well, like I said, brother Chad, I really wish you would have been with me, man, when I was at the Little Bighorn having that conversation, brother.
Like I said numerous times, and I'm going to keep repeating it. That conversation you had with that person, that was a $5 Indian, a Dallas Rose Commission Indian.
$5
Indian. Their family has not been here all those generations as they claim. No, those are lies, and we're debunking the lies. So, not only do we have a glorious, rich African history, Shabaka, we also have a glorious, rich Aboriginal American history here in this
sir.
slave trade.
Regardless, I am still a diasporic African.
And regardless, you can't get dual citizenship in any of the African nations.
That's neocolonialism, sir. The neocolonialists.
And regardless, you never petitioned the diaspora government for citizenship into that. There's no country by the name of African diaspora. There's a country.
Diasporic means spread out, sir.
I know what it means, Shabaka, but how you say it, it's like it's your ethnicity. It's your.
Well, each time that I get stopped by the goddamn Los Angeles Police Department, we got a suspect here, a male nigga.
But you never petitioned for that. It's just something that, as I believe it was it Kwame that said that I wasn't born in Africa, but Africa was born in me.
Right. Yeah, I saw him speak at Cal State Hayward.
It doesn't exist.
Brother, with all due respect, sir, we're going to disagree agreeably.
Because you can't claim it as a nationality.
Sir, every time that I get stopped by a law enforcement agency and they run my motherfucker name, he is described as a male Negro or male black, regardless of what I tell him, because I don't want that nightstick gliding gracefully upside my head, to quote the last poets.
We can't even test this theory because neither one of us have set foot in Africa. So
I've had relatives that set foot there. I've had relatives that set foot there.
I've had relatives as well, and I've had friends and family as well. But
and they enjoyed it, but keep in mind, when my relatives that set foot there, that was in the 1970s before the rumble in the jungle.
So we don't know what it's like. All we know is what we've heard and what we've seen.
Well, but one damn thing we do know for sure is that those goddamn Boers, them fucking Caucasoids, are still there fucking shit up.
Yep, he did debunk it. That's why I wish, Crew, you might know the speech where he said that we the Aboriginals, but you don't want to have that discussion. So we're gonna talk about the Negroes here in America.
Malcolm debunked that till he opens his mouth, but that's just it. Though I think that Malcolm, man, would have stayed alive. He was only 39 when he died. This is theory, of course. of saying that the toxicity that's going on now. I think Malcolm would have got back on his square, man, about we must do for self. We didn't, but we did have a video show called CMC that was run by KMEL 106. Where is that at, Jay Militant? Where is that? Is that in San Francisco?
No, he's talking about Fairfield. But we had
and Vallejo, the Valley of the Hoes.
No,
yeah, I've been through Fairfield.
No, not as close to Vallejo, but no, he's in Fairfield where the military.
Yeah, that's the county seat of Solano County. I know. I had to go to court there one time.
Right. Yeah. So that's what he's referring to, and I was referring to the Dr. Daddio KDKO power at 15:10 a.m. that we have here. Okay, well, we're gonna honor you.
Malcolm debunked that till he opens his mouth.
Yeah, what was that speech where he said?
We're perhaps the only nation would try it as a matter of national policy to wipe out its indigenous population. Now, when the crackers first got here, they used smallpox. That was the first biological warfare.
Who did they encounter when they first got here?
No, they gave indigenous people here blankets of smallpox.
Okay, Shabaka. So who did they encounter when they first got here?
Who is they?
The Caucasoids, Shabaka.
It was the indigenous people here with Thanksgiving.
And who were the indigenous people here?
Okay, I'm trying to remember the nation. Is because John Henry Clark had gave a speech when the indigenous people showed them nasty, stinking motherfuckers how to wash their funky asses, number one. Plus, they showed them how to survive the cold, and then they turned around and they slaughtered them. You see what I mean? So the Pilgrims, they said, hey, colonizing these people is going to be easier than we thought.
Shabaka, what did those people that they interacted with look like? Did they look like Paul? Did they look like who? Crying Indian that they used to air on the commercials?
Did they look like who?
80s and 90s. Remember the Crying Indian? Remember the commercial?
Oh, yeah. His name was Iron Eyes Cody.
Iron Eyes Cody wasn't even Native American. He's Sicilian. This is what I mean. They have to change the whole perception on what we.
Okay, we'll take that, sir. This is why Hollywood is burning down. That's the place where they get that crap from. Hollywood. That's probably the almighty of the ancestors, man, wreaking havoc on the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
The tribe that they interacted with, that was a Black Aboriginal tribe.
What was the name of the nation, brother?
It was either Iroquois or something similar to the Iroquois. Like our brother, Dirty Bastard, he was a member of, he belonged to the Iroquois Nation. This is what I mean. They not teaching us this. Like they want us, like this is the issue that we're having with the Pan-Africanist ideology and curriculum, because they're not telling us about our history here. They want us to think we were just slaves and we were brought here from a whole different continent when we, not all of us.
Okay,
but a good percentage of us, Shabaka, were already here.
Sir.
They were already,
we are children of the sun. I cannot take cold.
Shabaka, you can't take cold, right? But Denver has more sunlight than Miami, Florida. We have more sunny days.
Have more. Yeah, you guys got more sunny days, man, than Southern California. But what difference does the sunlight make, man, when you got a high, man, of 15 degrees and a goddamn low, man, of 27 below? I've been in that shit. I saw a waterfall frozen in place. I went up there, man. We went up there, man, in a town, man, in Colorado, and I looked at a waterfall, and that motherfucker was frozen in place, and it was 15 degrees below zero.
Listen, though, to what this brother is saying in the chat. He said, "How do you explain Fort Assumption? Are you familiar with Fort Assumption, Shabaka?"
No, I'm not. Let me pull it up. Fort Assumption. Hold on, brother. Hold your spell. All right, hold on, brother. Check. Fort. Okay. Assumption with some gumption. Okay.
We're 25.
St. Mary of the Assumption Church of Fort Worth. St. Mary of the Assumption, Fort Worth.
No,
Man,
this
this
is
goddamn
Memphis.
artificial intelligence.
This is in Memphis, Shabaka. You gotta be more specific.
Okay, hold on.
Assumption, Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, hold it.
Not even Memphis, Tennessee. Just Memphis. Because Tennessee.
Okay, hold on. Let me put Memphis up there, brother Trey. Let me put Memphis up there.
Right, this is Memphis before.
Wikipedia Fort Assumption was French fortification constructed in 1739 on the fourth Chickasaw Bluff of the Mississippi River in Shelby County, present-day Memphis, Tennessee. The fort, oh boy, the fort was used as a base against the Chickasaw and the unsuccessful Indian removal campaign of 1730 to 39. In 1739, John Baptiste La Monnaie, Sieur de Bienville, led an army of 1,200 Frenchmen into the area of what is known as modern-day Shelby County, Tennessee, to eradicate the native Chickasaw Indians in order to secure and prepare the land for settlement by the French. The goddamn French, another fucking colonizing slave traders. Oh boy, he had roughly 2,400 black and native soldiers in his army as well. Well, the black ones, anything you don't want to do, the color troops will do for you. As a base for the operation, he chose the fourth.
This is before any United States military.
Okay, well, the United States military, brother Jay, has been in existence since 1770 and 1775, I believe.
Exactly. This is before that. 1739.
Okay, hold on. All right, he went into the Mississippi River and ordered the construction of a fortification on the top of the bluff. August 15, 1739, the day of the Feast of the Assumption. The fort was finished and named Fort Assumption in commemoration of the holy day.
African.
Well, this is basically what I'm saying here, brother Che. All this stuff here, man, is about the French.
Shabaka, it's about the French interaction with the black indigenous people that were already here. That's why
I can't see it, bro. I can't see it because that's cold. I can't see it.
Shabaka,
I can't see it, brother. I can't see it.
You don't want to see it. That's all it is.
Bro, I can't see it because I think, man, it's a bunch of bullshit to keep us divided, brother.
Shabaka,
and I didn't want to say that.
We're already divided. The division ain't nothing new. Prior to the existence of the
Go ahead.
Prior to the existence of the United States, U.S. formed in 1791, not 1776. We are foundationally already here.
Okay, explain once again. We got a missing link, and I'm going to say it
and
for the 150th goddamn time.
The Dow's Commission. Look up the Dow's Commission. Look up the Dow's Commission. The Dow's Commission. The $5 Indian. And I'm standing on my square. I'm doubling and tripling down on my square.
Women
it's called the Dow's Commission. It's called the Dow's Commission. That's the missing link. For the umpteenth time.
I'm actually from Memphis.
Look up the Dow's Commission. Look up the Dallas Commission. Look up the
Tell me about the C curve. I don't see. I have not seen no Native Americans with the C curve,
You're not
brother
seeing it because you're
Che.
seeing the Native Americans that you're seeing, Shabaka, are fake. They're not the real natives. That's what we're telling you. That's why I brought up the ionized Cody. Your image of a Native American is an ionized Cody.
Okay, explain this here to me.
All Native
okay,
people do not look the
explain this
same.
here to me,
It's like
though,
all
brother
Black people
Che.
don't look the same.
Explain this here to me, brother Che. Okay, they don't have the C curve.
The Dallas Commission for the umpteenth time, Shabaka. That's the difference.
Wow. Well, bro, on this one here, brother Che, I think you and I are gonna have to disagree agreeably on it, brother.
You won't look it up, Shabaka.
I've been looking up everything you've been telling me, brother Che.
So what the Dallas Commission
Jesse, our CRU says just play the video he sent you.
Okay, let me
It
do
explains everything in the first 10 minutes.
All right, let me do that.
All right, and then I'm gonna have to call it a night in a minute, man. I've been up here with you going on 3 hours now.
Yeah, all right. I appreciate you, Shabaka.
Yeah, to save this data.
I don't know what you're saving it for, because we don't have no more show. We on StreamYard now.
No, but that's just it though, brother Che. See, the StreamYard pulls the majority of the data. You see what I'm saying?
This is a very long video, brother. Do you have a shorter video? Because this is a very long video.
That video's 2 hours.
And we got several. He said it was 10 minutes.
He said it explains it in the first 10 minutes.
Okay,
let's see what brother is saying in the first 10 minutes. What's that there? Fat Joe quits. Fat Joe quits what?
He quits the BET Awards, Shabaka. That's on the topic list.
Oh. Well, BET's not black owned.
Shabaka, we know this. It ain't been black owned for 25 years.
Yeah.
Now I'm back on the scene. What's happening, brother? What's happening?
Okay.
Well, let me turn this down. He loud in the motherfucker. All right. He coming in loud and clear.
Let me check out the second one. Hold on, we got another one.
Okay. Well, obviously, we've had a little technical difficulty, and I want to make sure that I can be heard now. So if there's someone that is listening, please do me the good favor of letting me know.
Breakthrough decipherment of the Rosetta Stone.
I was watching this already. This is from the UBTV, Mike TV put me on.
America is Egypt. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. The goddamn Sahara Desert, man, is hotter than this fucking desert that I'm in. Shit. Whoa, God damn. Oh, we come a long way, but I see we still got a long way to go.
Shabaka, stop rejecting new information that you're not used to.
Sir, it's not rejecting it.
Is there no
this information is an insult to my intelligence.
So is there a Memphis in the United States or not, Shabaka?
I've been through the motherfucker twice. It's in Tennessee. That's where Arrested Development is from.
Shabaka, what's the highway that runs north-south from Chicago to Memphis?
That there would be Interstate 55.
So if you went during the daytime, Shabaka, you would see the pyramids. It's literally mounds outside of Memphis and in Memphis proper. That's why they got a whole neighborhood called Orange Mound. It literally was built on a Indian burial ground.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this, bro. Sahara is on the opposite side of continent than Egypt. Like saying New York is in Mojave. Mojave what? The city of Mojave or the Mojave
Desert, Shabaka, the desert. The desert. It's talking about the desert. And the Sahara wasn't always a desert. A lot of Pan-Africanists don't know that or refuse to acknowledge that. But the Sahara was not always a desert. And it wasn't that long ago that it wasn't always a desert either.
Well, they do have oases out there. That's true.
We're talking about less than 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, they do have oases out there with water. Oh, and by the way, speaking of water, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever go to Los Angeles, get you bottled water. They have officially stated that all the water in LA County is contaminated. What did you guys do to the Colorado River, Brother Che?
Shabaka, we probably put some cyanide in it.
Damn. Why don't I doubt that?
All the stuff you think is Egyptian or Kemetic really came from the Grand Canyon. Now you're very close.
Deal with Dr. John Henry Clark.
You're very close to the Grand Canyon. Am I not correct?
No, the Grand Canyon, sir, is in northern Arizona. And I've driven through the Grand Canyon.
You're close. Okay, let me put it a different way. You're closer to the Grand Canyon than I am.
Okay, well, what you would do is you would take, let me see.
I know how you
get on the interstate. Wait a minute. Because I'm trying to, on interstate, the one that goes out of Barstow, Interstate 40. And when you go across northern Arizona, you will see the signs pointing to Williams, Arizona. I guess that is where the Grand Canyon is.
Where these mounds are, where these pyramids are, they literally have it in their name, what they are. But you got Choctaw, East St. Louis, Mound City, and St. Louis itself.
Okay, what does Ashwa Kwesi say on this? Hold on. Let me pull up Ashwa right fast. Ashwa. How do you spell Kwesi, man? Oh, wait. K-W-E-S-I. Ashwa Kwesi. Woo, boy, they got a lot to do. They got a lot on him.
For the Mongol invasion. Correct. We were already here.
Ashwa Marie Kwesi lectures on African history, civilization, religion, and culture. They present lively and dynamic multimedia productions and videos and conduct African-centered tours in Egypt. Okay. Well, there's a lot here on the Ashwa Kwesi. They said he spent more than 30 years on the ancient temples, tombs of Africa. He offers tour experience at African Valley like no other, say those who have completed the journey with Kwesi and Kemet New Productions. I believe is his platform.
Yes, we're talking about here in the United States. We're not talking about in Africa. We're talking about right here in the United States. There's pyramids. There's mounds right here.
Bruh. And I'm going to say it again.
And what happens.
And 90% of this continent called North America is snow. I can't take no cold.
That's not true. That's not true. That's like saying 90% of Africa is desert. That's not true.
But Brother Che, there's only 2 states that I know of that where it does not snow in. That's Florida and California.
We have all 4 seasons over here. You don't have all
Man,
4
you
seasons.
guys in Denver can have all 4 seasons in one day. I didn't believe that bullshit until I saw it.
Yeah,
In a
we
death
saw the
of winter.
warning. Y'all California
28 degrees.
warning.
Next day is 65 degrees, except when you get in the shadows where the snow drifts is. Then when that sun goes behind the Rocky Mountains, man, it get cold as hell up there in Colorado, man. You remember when I was back there, man, my vehicle buried in snow.
Exactly, that part. Like there's certain, like if you ever go to the Grand Canyon, Shabaki, you will notice there's certain areas of the Grand Canyon you cannot get to by foot, and they're closed off to the public. Why are they closed off to the public? And why can you not get to them by foot? Because they are recognized as federal national parks. They're national parks.
Well, that's what Sister Badia was asking me about a year ago. I think she had asked me how far. She says, "Where's the Grand Canyon?" And I told her it's in Arizona, and she says, "Okay." And then, if anybody ever saw the movie called National Treasure with what's the old boy's name? Nicolas Cage.
Yes, but we're talking about here in America. There's
no. That's where the National Treasure was, Brother Che, in the plot of the movie. He had to go into the Oval Office and sneak the information from the president's desk. That's what half the plot was.
Yeah, you're talking about National Treasure. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
And then he had went into Arizona. Okay, then he discovered where all his gold was. Now, I got a question.
We got a question. I got a question. Why is there more pyramids in this part of the world and older pyramids in this part of the world than anywhere in Al-Kibalan?
Okay, I have not seen no pyramids in the United States in my travels all through it, and I've never been to Al-Kibalan yet.
You've never seen a pyramid in this part of the world?
No, sir. I've never seen a pyramid, period.
You've never seen a pyramid in Mexico?
No, the only place I visited in Mexico, man, as a youngster was TJ and Ensenada, and that was it.
Okay. Well, if you were able to get down to Mexico City, you will see pyramids outside of Mexico City. There's pyramids all over the North American continent, Shabaka.
Okay, I'm going to ask a relative that does a lot of traveling. I think they went to Mexico City one time, and I'll ask them.
In fact, there are 2,000 pyramids in North America alone.
Hold on.
We had more water in North America than Africa. America has the oldest pyramid.
Okay, Leonard Deyoda, I'm going to have to ask you guys a question, man. And
hold on, you still ain't answered our question, though, Shabaka.
No, but I have to ask you guys a question.
Shabaka, you ain't answered our question.
What's your question?
I asked you, why are there more pyramids in the Americas than there is in Africa? And they're older than the ones.
I have not seen.
Okay, let me play the video then so you can see on there. Because
the only pyramid that I see, man, is here over at Luxor in Las Vegas.
Watch the video. The video, they're going to show you where the pyramids are. That's right here in America. Not in Africa, right here in America.
Well, like I said, brother, I'll take the pyramids over Africa until this goddamn country pay us our fucking reparations, man. Fuck that. When these motherfuckers, man, pay us our goddamn reparations,
you can take your reparations money and you can go retire in Ghana. That's what you can do.
No, if I take if I get my reparations money, my old ass is gonna retire right here in Las Vegas, brother. I no longer have youth on my side like you do, brother Che.
So you'll never step foot in Africa. So you'll talk about Africa. You'll talk about how much you love Africa. You'll talk about how rich
I no longer have the youth on my side, brother Che. Eyes is old. And live long enough, sonny, you'll be on top.
Well, I've lived long enough to know that most Pan-Africanists have never set foot in Africa.
America is Egypt. Wow.
The problem with just saying America is Egypt is there's no context to the statement. Some people may have noticed a wave of America is Egypt information.
No, I don't trust Google, man. I damn sure ain't getting in one of their cars.
And I can assure you,
that's St. Louis.
I've
seen
nothing
that.
to do with that. Usually when you hear the information, it is very superficial and has very little depth to it. It makes it very easy for some pseudo brainwashed historian to just say, America is not Egypt. Egypt and then they'll go on to recite insignificant facts that they learned about Egypt when they were spoon-fed up the rectum by some academic they trust. And now that's
Thailand, man. You got to be careful in Thailand, man. You got a whole bunch of anacondas in that motherfucker.
How dare you say America is Egypt after all the bullshit I've learned? I've seen the pyramids, buddy. I've been there. That is definitely Egypt. You struck a nerve with their whole perception of ancient history, a subject they may have felt with some personal esteem. So it's only natural they may be a little butthurt after all.
No, I ain't going to Mexico either.
Their loins to get that spoonful up there. And now you're telling them that spoonful was no good? You'd be mad too, as many people are the first time they realize all of the lies they've been butt-fed. Feedings aside, there is no legitimate reason to take their information as truth, considering the worlds of information hidden by these institutions of controlled academia unto this day. When someone pukishly says, America is not Egypt, understand they have become
to whom are you referring to, brother?
According to them and their position, all history confirming their position must be completely true. They are locked in to the terms of their silent agreement with the works of evil men.
And you're going to put a white
Agents of the
motherfucker up
beast
here.
will gladly stand on the blood of the righteous and wave the flag for the works of those evil men.
Might as well get you Brenner up there.
Especially if it doesn't require the work necessary to develop their own nuanced opinion about a certain subject. To completely grasp this subject matter, the superficial history of ancient Egypt that has been propagandized will not do, because that narrative, as we have learned thus far, is completely full of holes. Whether it's the construction of the pyramids, the chronology of Egyptian dynasties, the Crusades, or the discovery of the pyramids by Napoleon, their version of Egyptian history is completely inconsistent. A significant problem with just saying the statement, America is not Egypt, is the fact that that statement alone literally denies the pre-Columbian antiquity or scale of American civilizations, many of which predate were larger than Egypt and who practiced the same traditions and customs that were exclusively attributed to Egypt.
My head.
In an earlier episode, we highlighted the upper Mississippi Basin, specifically the areas around St. Louis,
I've
Mound
seen
City,
the Gateway
and
Dark.
Cahokia. We even spoke to Harry Hubbard about his amazing discovery of the tombs of Cleopatra, Mark Antony, and Alexander the Great in Illinois.
You talking about Cleopatra 7th, motherfucker? Get it right.
Civilizations of the Middle and Lower Mississippi.
Tell us about Cleo the
In the first
5th,
episode,
Cleo
we
the
addressed
4th,
the
Cleo
Mississippi
the
River
3rd,
and its
first
relationship to
Cleo.
the great river from the
talking about
Bible,
Cleo
not
the
the Nile,
7th.
but the Euphrates. We also showed how the Nile in Africa does not fit the biblical description of the great river, but the Mississippi fits perfectly. Furthermore, we examined the etymology behind the word and defined the word Nile as a Greek improper noun, which means tributary, creek, or stream, and not the proper name of a river, as assumed by most people. In the episode, we concentrated our search around the vicinity of Mound City, which was essentially destroyed to build the city of St. Louis. We also investigated the significance behind the name of St. Louis and showed the relationship between King Louis IX, St. Louis, and their connection with Egypt during the Crusades.
Man, that motherfucker was from France, man. Come on, man.
In this
God
episode,
damn.
we dig deeper into Louisiana territory, specifically the lower Mississippi region.
But I'm just an old motherfucker. What do I know?
Which seems like a good place to start.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so he's breaking down the etymology in several different languages. Let's see.
Well, I had to get with Ashwar, man. I got to figure out a way to get in touch with Ashwar Kwesi.
So the thing about the Nile, Shabaka, right? The delta to the Nile is where? In Egypt, right? In Kemet, right?
Mm-hmm. And you got the white Nile and you got the blue Nile that's split off of it in Central Africa.
Okay, so Shabaka. Water flows what direction?
I've seen it flow north and south, and I've seen it flow south to north.
Usually, it flows in which direction? In the northern
hemisphere. I believe in the northern hemisphere. Okay, now you got to get up there with the Coriolis effect. Oh, shit. Okay. North of the equator, I think it flows to the north, and south of the equator, I think it flows to the south.
No, it's the opposite. That's how you know the maps were flipped. We're not even being presented actual maps of what it is that we are occupying.
Mm-hmm. All right, so brother here was saying something toward the equator.
So,
which is 0 degrees.
On the map, Shabaka. If you look at the Nile on the map, right? Mm-hmm. Deltas are usually south. They're not north. Why, out of all the major rivers in the world, does the Nile like it's flowing backwards?
Well, like I said, I have to get with Ashwar on this.
But without Ashwar, it's just common sense. Water flows downhill. So if the Nile is where Cairo is where the delta is, right? That's where the Nile is supposed to empty into the Mediterranean Sea, right? It starts down near Angola, where in Ethiopia.
You mean Mutamba?
No, Shabaka Matamba. No, Matamba is Angola. No.
I know that. So let's call it Matamba by its rueful name and fuck the colonizer of the Portuguese.
But that's not even the land, Shabaka, where the Nile starts. You're thinking of Lake Victoria, which is on the east side of Angola. The Nile don't start until you get on the east side of Angola and Mali, and you get over into Sudan and Ethiopia.
Hold on, Brother Che. Let me pull up a map of Africa. Hold on.
So water.
Bear with me. Well, okay, hold on.
Why is the Nile ending in the north?
Okay, hold on. Shit, boy, they got all these goddamn, map of Africa capitals, map of Africa in the Middle East. Damn. Come the motherfucker just can't give me a goddamn map of Africa. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Now let me see if I could pull this up. Now it's a motherfucker up here trying to sell me some shit.
Exactly.
Now I got a map of Africa right here, but it ain't got the goddamn Nile on it. Oh fuck. Hold on, brother Jay. Amazon, Jeff Bezos.
You look
fuck
at the
Jeff
Mississippi.
Bezos.
You've been down in the Delta, Shabaki. You drove through it, right?
Yeah. It was at nighttime, no. Okay.
Regardless, you drove through it, right? So
yeah,
if you drove through it during the daytime, you would see, like when you're driving into New Orleans, you would see how where the Mississippi gets close to the Gulf, it starts to expand, and it starts to grow branches. And when you look at a map of Louisiana, when you get to the very bottom of it, you see it starts to seriously branch out like a tree, like branches on a tree.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, now looking at this African map, I see the river go through Kemet, the Sudan. Okay.
You see it go through, right?
Yeah, then I see it goes in the parts
are
of
usually the opposite direction of what the water is flowing.
And then let me see here. Then it splits off into other rivers too, brother Che.
Shabaka,
when
I
it
know.
got down there into Uganda.
That's the branches. But look at it like this. Where is the delta? It's in the north.
Okay, hold on, brother Che. Now this is Sudan. Okay, now let me get a map of Egypt. Okay.
Sudan is in the south.
Yeah, Sudan is the country just due south of Kemet.
It's in the south, like literally in the south. Like Sudan is actually two countries now, Shabaka, north and south.
God damn it! Hold on, brother Che. Now they doing this Etsy bullshit. Oh, these some nasty ass motherfuckers. Okay, hold on, brother Che. I'm trying to pull up another map right here.
So the same branches.
Now they up here trying to sell me some more shit. God damn this artificial intelligence.
Shabaki. The same where you see the delta up near Cairo and Alexandria.
Hold on, brother Che. Hold on. Okay, and I still wait a minute. Whoa. Wait. Okay. Okay, I don't have a clear picture, and this damn thing keeps moving. Wait a minute, brother Che.
I can't talk because you talk.
Okay, let me see here. Eritrea, Sudan.
The Nile starts down by in Sudan. The Blue Nile comes out of Ethiopia. The White Nile comes up out of Sudan, up out of Lake Victoria.
Okay, let me see. In Lake Victoria, I believe that's Uganda.
There's Uganda and two other African countries, Shabaka.
Okay, let's see. I see Uganda, which is right next door to Kenya. And Uganda is directly south of South Sudan, the newest nation right there.
Correct.
Okay, then you got...
That's in the south. That's not in the north. That's in the south.
Okay, hold on, brother Jay. Now going through Sudan, Eritrea.
It's not just Kenya though. It's Tanzania as well.
Okay, all right. Tanzania. Wait a minute. Okay, Tanzania is south of Kenya. Okay. Now I'm looking at it. South Sudan. Okay, Tanzania. Then I see it's going through parts of Zambia, it narrows. Okay, down through Mozambique. Okay. Wait a minute. Malawi.
Yes.
Mozambique. Wait a minute. Zimbabwe.
Yep, Zimbabwe.
Okay. So you saying this river here It's flowing northbound up there and toward the, let's see, what is that there? The Red Sea, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, the Red Sea.
No, toward Kemet.
Okay, I got Kemet. Okay, what's the waterway up there, man, north of Kemet? Is that the Red Sea?
The Mediterranean Sea.
Of course. Yeah, I stand corrected. The Mediterranean Sea. Okay. All right. Yeah, these damn earthquakes keep hitting over there, man. That motherfucker gonna be all busted up in a minute.
Yeah, that's
then
crazy.
You got Libya, Chad, Niger.
It is a very big
Niger.
river. And it does flow.
So you're saying this river flows northbound, correct?
Most rivers travel south, not north.
Okay.
That's how you know the maps were flipped. How is the Nile one of the largest, if not the largest rivers in the world, flowing completely opposite of all the other rivers of the world? Yeah, toward the Mediterranean. He said, go back maybe 30 seconds to a minute. There's a picture of two rivers side by side. Okay.
No, the Mauritania is where they had a lot of the
side comparison. Yeah, let me pull that up.
All right, and then looking here at Mauritania. Okay.
So you see how the Mississippi is flowing south.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the U.S. Let me pull up the U.S. map. Oh boy, now this poor Jeff Bezos and his goddamn bullshit. Damn. Okay. Now you say pull up a map of the U.S. United States. Okay.
Shabaka, there's literally a map on the screen. You ain't got.
Wait a minute.
You ain't got.
Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, hold on, brother Terry. Let me close these other ones out. Okay. You talk. Okay, now I'm seeing here.
So you see all these rivers that.
Yeah, the Illinois River. Yeah, that splits off the Mississippi, the Ohio, the Missouri River, and the damn Missouri River starts way the fuck up there in Montana.
Yeah, they don't just split off because, like I said, water travels south. So you see all these rivers, right? They're all flowing which direction? East and then south. And they empty off into the mighty Mississippi. And we've talked on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and other platforms about how the slave trade was led along the Mississippi. And the other tributaries, I think they're called tributaries, that add to the rivers. They're like they're like smaller rivers, but they all.
Yeah, and where you got your pointer right there, that country there is humid like a motherfucker too.
That's why the Mississippi is mighty as hell, and it is the Memphis of this part of the world.
Euphrates. We also showed how the Nile in Africa does not fit the biblical description of the great river,
fit the biblical
but the Mississippi.
But look how it flows. It doesn't make any sense. All other rivers, they're gonna end off in the opposite direction of which they're flowing. But how it's flowing looks like the map is upside down. When you look at the Mississippi, it flows in a similar manner, like with the tributaries, but it flows south, not north.
All coming out the Great Lakes regions. And all them motherfuckers is ice now.
But not just the Great Lake regions out here out west too.
Perfectly. Furthermore, we examine the etymology behind the word.
Look, the Missouri River, you've been across that. The Missouri River empties off into the Mississippi and starts all the way up in Montana. Then you got the
I've
Platte.
crossed the Missouri River in Montana.
The Platte, that starts here in Colorado.
Yeah, because y'all got the infamous Platte River there too.
Yeah. So that empties off into the Missouri, and then the Missouri empties off into the Mississippi.
And then the Mississippi also goes into the Illinois River coming out of Lake Michigan right there.
And define the.
Yep, the Illinois River. Yep, there it is right there. You can see it.
Okay.
So we see the Nile, and it starts off down with Ethiopia, Sudan. There's actually more.
The word Nile as a
Greek zooms all the way out.
Improper noun, which means
because you can't even see Lake Victoria on that map. Okay, so we're supposed to give it the first 10 minutes. We ain't even finished the first 10.
Okay, I can give you about 10 more minutes, Brother Che, and then I'll call you up on the phone tomorrow after I wake up or later on today. Because today is Monday now, right?
Stream, and not the proper name of a river, as assumed by most people. In the episode, we concentrated our search around the vicinity of Mound City, which was essentially destroyed to build the city of St. Louis. We also investigated the significance behind the name of St. Louis and showed the relationship between King Louis IX, St. Louis, and their connection with Egypt during the Crusades.
You mean Kemet, motherfucker? Egypt is a goddamn Greek word.
In this episode, we dig
right.
deeper into Louisiana territory, specifically the lower Mississippi region south of Memphis, Tennessee, which seems like a good place to start.
Yes. Oh, that pyramid is reminding me of the one in Las Vegas. You know, the Luxor.
Yeah, they changed the name of it too, Brother Che. Next time I pass it, I'll give you the update name on it.
Okay.
I think they call it the BET Hotel. And if it's hooked up with the BET, that old boy, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the original name.
We've been knowing that, man. Hell, we did episodes on that, bruh.
According to the classical narrative, Memphis was the capital of Lower Egypt, but also its most northern city, which symbolically recognized the union between the two kingdoms, Upper and Lower Egypt. The city of Memphis, Tennessee,
Shabaka
was another major
reunified
U.S.
both the upper
city
and
built
lower parts
on
of Kemet.
an ancient American civilization, just like St. Louis. The city of Memphis has remnants all over the city, not just in the outskirts, even downtown. Chickasaw Heritage Park was at one time a Chickasaw fortress, but was conquered by the French in the early 1700s and renamed Fort Sumter. The Tennessee Encyclopedia states that over 2,400 blacks and Indians fought with the French during their takeover of Chickasaw Fort. One would wonder how did
brain
the French
dead
find
ass niggas should have been fighting for
blacks
themselves,
and
killing all them
Indians to fight
motherfuckers.
Chickasaw a half century before the apex of the North American slave trade. How could all those so-called blacks fighting for the French have been African if there were barely any so-called Africans on the continent at the time? And the few that were there were in Virginia. Something to think about. Another thing to think about is how Memphis has always been one of the historically blackest cities in America.
That was one of the mounds.
It should come as no surprise that most of the people who hail from Memphis are indeed related and are ancestors of the conquered Chickasaw Nation, who over the time following assimilated
Boy, a nigga hates being anything other than black.
And American
God,
culture afterwards.
Man.
The historically black neighborhood of Orange.
That black stuff didn't take flight until it hit here. Wasn't nobody, still to this day, these mugs from the diaspora don't even want to be acknowledged as black.
That's your neo-colonialism, Brother Che. See, that's why you never seen your child meant to your
We the main ones that's been championing blackness globally. That's what y'all not understanding. We literally have been the ones that's been on this blackity black, biggity biggity black stuff for centuries.
As I say, Brother Che, that's you and I, and two Africans. Go to Hollywood.
Oh my God.
Let's go up there in front of the Grandma's Chinese Theater and tell them, fuck you, and watch how fast Hollywood division comes up there on us. And when they run a mace on us, we got 4 black men.
You see us all as one big nigga. And that's the problem.
Sir. But regardless, though, they kill us because of that, Brother Che. Motherfucking LAPD ain't gonna ask you this shit if you this, you that. Motherfucker, get your goddamn hands on top of your head.
That's the LAPD.
Zip.
That's literally the LAPD. That's one department out of this whole country that you always place emphasis on. But we have video,
Brother Che.
I could play it at a later date, of them literally telling the police and them, telling them that they seen a difference between them and the black Americans. They was getting arrested or harassed by the LAPD with. But we didn't even get a 6 minutes yet.
Male Negro.
How is us acknowledging our history here self-hatred?
As I stated, my ancestors slaved on the plantations.
Yes.
Montgomery, Alabama.
Yes, they did. They sure did. We should honor that.
Tennessee.
We should honor that. We should honor that we were able to survive that for that many generations. We should honor that. That should be something that we should be proud about. Because nobody else can say they had the same experience. And you know who else? What else, Shabaka? Ain't no diasporic Africa been banned legally from reading and writing.
In South Africa.
No. Outside of South Africa, I might give you South Africa. Outside of South Africa, Exania, there ain't no such thing. We were literally the black Aboriginal people here. That's why we're talking about the Indian Removal Act. No. You want us to acknowledge? No. You want us to acknowledge just one piece of us. You don't want us to acknowledge the whole. You just want us to acknowledge one piece that we were spoon-fed and taught for generations that we all came from Africa and we were all Africans and we were hated because we were Africans and all of that. And to hell with your history here. You had no history here. Your culture was robbed and stolen from you. You don't know who you are. All of that.
Shay, have you read Miseducation of the Negro?
Yes, Shabaka, I'm very well read. That's the problem with the books, though. We read all these books, but we ain't implying none of the stuff that we read to the present day. This is not 1974. I know you wish it was, Shabaka, but it's not.
I wish it was 1974.
2025. And we are diving deeper into our Aboriginal heritage here. Just because we are digging into that history doesn't mean that we're neglecting our African history. That's the problem that we're having with the Pan-Africanists. and those that still subscribe to that ideology.
Well, those are neo-colonialists, you see?
No, the okay. So the Pan-Africanists are neo-colonialists.
Well, see,
so
that's
why?
exactly the man we're
So
present.
why? So if that's true, Shabaka, why should we still adhere to that ideology?
Okay, well, first place, it's like this. I'm not gonna sit up here.
If we know that they're neo-colonialists,
goddamn country, well, fucking race
know that beforehand,
all of these goddamn
that they are neo-colonialists,
fucking brains out.
Why should we be having anything to do with them? If we know beforehand that they're neo-colonialists, we know this beforehand. We don't know this after the fact. We know this
if we're all Africans, give that same energy to the Europeans, Asians, Russians, Australians, and Jamaicans. Say, brother, you don't think the fuck I don't?
They don't.
Listen to some of my past podcasts. I give that same generation definitely to them goddamn cave dwellers. Yes, sir, you are correct on that. Yeah, that I do.
But he named others besides the Europeans.
The Asians, the Asians, they have their own culture. The Russians are Europeans. The Australians,
that's what they've been talking about. To think the Russians, Shabaka, their language was literally created by black people.
Sir, do you know how goddamn cold it gets in Russia?
It don't matter, Shabaka. We're the original people of the planet. You Pan-Africanists are always talking about how we're the original people of the planet and that we inhabited all 7 continents of the world. We circumnavigated the globe before a cockazoid came out of the cave.
Look at Napoleon. Where did they get shut down at? When they tried to invade
we had a history
and let the weather kick their asses
of Al-Kibalon. That's the problem that we're having. Because you think that outside of Africa, we didn't have shit. And that's the problem with the Pan-Africanists. One of the problems. That's the problem right there.
And like I said, and I'm asking, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. No, old school ain't getting cooked, homeboy. Little me this, homie. Riddle me this: when I crossed the Little Bighorn and that Native American
$5 Indians, how many times you gonna keep giving the same example? At least give a different example. You literally keep giving us the same example. Keep answering your question on why there's no S curve.
No, I don't have to let shit go.
You just keep ignoring it and avoiding it.
Counterintelligence program. Yeah, you are right about COINTELPRO. Hell, they probably got us all on that same goddamn list.
Ron Karanga was COINTELPRO, the founder of Kwanzaa. And you guys know what else about this? He was a Pan-Africanist.
In San Francisco.
He was a Pan-Africanist as well.
But Huey Newton
came straight out of UCLA.
Okay, but do you know why
University of California, LA.
But Che, do you know why HP whooped Karenga's ass in San Francisco and ran him out of San Francisco?
Because he's an informant, but it don't negate the fact that
and do you know how Newton busted him as an informant? Because at the San Francisco airport in 1967, Dr. Betty Shabazz came to speak, okay? One of the BPP had looked at one of Karenga's people, man, having a gun with no bullets in it. What the fuck you doing having a gun with no goddamn bullets in it?
Shabaka, he was still a Pan-Africanist, informant or not.
No, I ain't angry at all, brother, and I ain't cooked on each point because I'm talking about what the fuck I lived through.
You're literally repeating yourself.
What the fuck you lived through?
You keep giving
Tell me what the fuck you lived through.
I lived through this shit. Of these so-called $5 Indians.
Let him get up there and talk about what he lived through. What era did he live through?
I could drop the links about it, but you need to go. I was just trying to give this video 10 minutes.
Well, I'm out, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Give me a call.
Okay. And this is the problem right here, Black family. Rigo, if you don't get your trolling ass out of here, respect y'all for what? You created a movement that failed. FBA done more for the reparations liberation movement than the so-called Pan-Africanists have done in 50 years. Y'all always talking about, I got a car, I got a Mercedes. What do you have to show for your scam Africanism? Rigo, I should drop the link for your ass just to hear what Pan-African babble is going to come out your mouth next. And ain't none of y'all in Africa. Rigo, have you even set foot in Africa? Talking about respect your elder. You was an old nigga. You one of them old niggas TBA warned us about. You wonder why there ain't no bridge getting gapped or closed between the generations? You are a prime example. Shabaka, he's not a prime example, but you are definitely a prime example of that, Rigo. You need a grown ass whooping. No, you need to sit your old ass down before you get slapped down. Y'all scan Africanists don't run the yard no more. Y'all didn't even run it then. But in your mind, you think you're still running something. Y'all don't run nothing. Y'all old niggas is just collecting dust at this point. You got all this material possession, but you have nothing to back up your movements. The youth ain't rocking with you. Old niggas. And where can you find diasporic African citizenship, Rigo? Do you have dual citizenship anywhere in Al-Kibalon? You a diasporic African. Yeah, do you put that on your job application? Do you even have an option for that on your job application? How about your car loans? Because you know you goddamn renting, you don't own shit. You renting everything while you talking about I got a Cadillac and all this. I remember this old nigga. See y'all, this is a teaching moment. We having a whole clinic right now. These old niggas. I should drop the link for your old ass. But that would just be beating up on the handicap and the elderly. Old niggas. These are elderly. You ain't no elder. Elders command respect. You don't deserve respect. You sell out. You can come for my little boy. Okay. And this is why there'll never be a generational connect with you old, washed up, played out, don't have no post, no vibe on nothing. Scan Africanness. Y'all did all that trying to convince us we was African for 50 years. How that working out? What does your scan African ass own in Al-Kibalon? Do you even have land over there? Have you even actually set foot over there while you talking about you a diasporic African? And what do they think of you? What have the natives of Al-Kibalon said about your coon, dusty ass? Shabaka deserves. Yeah, Shabaka does, not you. Not you. You don't deserve no respect. You expect you need all the disrespect you can possibly get because you are a sellout. You left your prodigy with nothing. Your movement is a scam, and we pulling covers on all y'all. Y'all talk all this Pan-Africanist, y'all ain't even in Africa. Yo ass sitting up here in America. While you flossing your Cadillac. I remember this old ass nigga, he keep changing his name. He was Ted Law one time. Now he Rigo. Before that, he was something else. Every time his punk ass get blocked, he just set up another account to troll. He just an old, played out, dusty ass troll that's mad and wish that he was in his younger years, but he's not. He's an old, dusty, played out ass old nigga that TBA Jason Black has always warned us about. He just comfortable getting it how he lived, selling out the community, and thinking that's something to brag about. He one of those. A better call Q-Bar and get to Ghana Yeah, where your dual citizenship at since you diasporic African? Where can you get citizenship in the diaspora? Do you have no, you're not Rodney. You're not him. Nor are you Chairman Sekou. So no, you're not my daddy. Nice try, Rigo. You's an old, washed up, played out, nobody giving a fuck, nobody rocking with. Old, insecure ass old nigga that we should not listen to ever again in life. You don't even have citizenship. You have no documentation of your Africanness. And you ain't my daddy, nigga. I know who my daddy is, and it ain't your old ass. I almost want to finish this video, but this old coon ass nigga done fucked the whole mood up. But yeah, we're gonna keep you around. I should drop the link for your old ass. Well, we don't have time to listen to your babble about your scan Africanism and how we all Africans and we need to come together as Africans in the struggle. No, we passed all that. I got 2 CDIS to send you back to Ghana. Yeah, take your, since you were African diaspora, take your ass back to Africa then. We don't see y'all. We never see y'all doing that though. And if you do, you're back here within a couple of years at the most. And you still don't own nothing. You young punks of this generation get killed. Y'all was the ones telling us to get out the streets when we was protesting behind the unarming murders of our brethren of our age group, like the Freddie Grays, the Sandra Brands. Y'all was with the old Sambo talking about y'all thugs. Y'all need to get out the street while y'all protesting. Y'all need to quit, stop all that good trouble, all that bad trouble. Y'all need to quit that. Oh, John Lewis ass nigga. Yeah, you one of them John Lewis ass niggas. You was a soft target. No, you was a soft target. And you being pointed out as such. You old niggas are done. You ain't put in no work. You ain't put no unison for the movement, nigga. You's a done. What do you have to show for anything that you've done? My dad is the realest Pan-Africanist I know. He actually lives there and does business, while the rest of the panties still here in America. Real shit. Get them, cuz. Get them. You young guys made gay gangs and y'all niggas went to prison. Who the fuck we think we learned to go to prison from? Y'all old ass niggas that was bootlegging and running scams, then running numbers and all of that type of shit. You think you talking to a dummy? You old niggas think y'all the smartest ones in the room and y'all really the dumbest. Che roasting this nigga, roast crispy ass. Yeah. Where is Tookie? Nigga, I'm Tookie. Tookie lived through me, cuz. The fuck you mean, where is Tookie? His spirit lives on. Community revolution in progress, cuz. I know why my shit was created. My folk, yes. My record shows that we are not soft targets. Exactly. Y'all old niggas are soft targets. Yeah, he dead. Cuz is dead. CIP to him. But he lives on. His spirit lives on. We getting the trolls tonight. Oh, y'all have to subscribe to troll. Okay, I see y'all. Yeah, Tookie dead. R.I.P. Punk ass Terminator killed him. Oh, Ray Collin. Twin, get these clowns out of here. Twin Mac 285, get these clowns up out of here, cuz. If you still in here, Jay Millie, get these clowns up out of here. Car, I get my car fixed. I'll pull up there and we can get to work. Yep, let's do it, cause I'm all the way 10 toes down in with you. Shabunka needs to get some milk and go to bed. Yeah, you need to hit that advice and take your old ass to sleep. Cockazoid, I know you want to tell me to hush my mouth. Get your pale, pasty ass off my motherfucking platform. Know the fuck you talking to, cuz we don't. This is coon free zone and cockazoid free zone. And Rigo, you can see next. You're not even black. You live in Denver. Motherfucker, there's black people here, you stupid motherfucker. We had the Harlem of the West. Look it up. Stupid motherfucker. 5 points. There's black people here. It's just we just don't have the numbers like y'all do back east and down south. There's still black people here. And wherever the fuck we at war. But you old ass niggas don't understand that. Because y'all still stuck in 1975. Them days are over. Get your coon ass out on my motherfucking platform, cuz. O'Shea said, you stuck in the 80s, you definitely loony motherfucking tunes. Now, moving along. These trolls is coming in heavy. That's how you know we getting somewhere. And they have to subscribe, because I had it on subscriber mode. So you have to subscribe to be able to comment. So that's how you usually read your chat of trolls. But they subscribed and they have to wait for at least 20 minutes before they can leave a comment. The mayonnaise man on here. Yeah, that's how you know we in the algorithm. I'm getting somewhere. But let me get back to what I was going to be discussing, and that is how we can spot the anti-Blacc talking points and debunk them, especially the low-key ones. So Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
There is now the infamous example of $20,000 forgivable loans to be given to Black entrepreneurs and pathways to support federal marijuana legalization. This was a very small program that didn't deserve as much attention as it got, except for the fact that it made people feel like their struggles weren't acknowledged. Even highly progressive voices agreed that such a program should be based on economic need, not race.
Now, that snippet that you just saw came from a channel that has over 1.28 million subscribers. And when you hear me say things like we're up against an organized offense, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Black empowerment is up against an organized offense, and it's not just people who are in the ivory towers of some white media broadcast or print outlet. This guy made an entire video right after the election, and he entitled it, "Yes, People Are Angry." Now, keep the wording he used in mind. He said people are angry. People. That's important because if you're not paying attention, you might be fooled into thinking he's talking about just people in general. But when you watch, you see that people is just a euphemism for white. He made a distinction between black men and people. Keep that in mind for his little gripe. He doesn't even know that he's wrong, just like Scott Jennings on CNN. He looked at a headline and he thought he knew it all too. But even when Jennings repeated the same asinine talking point this guy did, that Kamala Harris had some program that was just for black men, it was Wendell Pierce of all people who in real time exposed this guy, and that Kamala's policy was for everyone.
I wanted to ask you about the policies in that. I mean, effectively, she said, I'm going to give you marijuana, I'm going to give you crypto, and I'm going to give you unconstitutional government bribes. If a white Republican politician had done that, we would be in 24/7.
We got to go, but real disservice.
It was for
marijuana
black men. It was stated
decriminalization.
Yeah, it was stated because black men asked, "What are you going to do for me?" Hold on, Scott.
The idea that those are just by
this is what
black men is, I think, not true.
It's not loans for black men. It's loans for anyone. No, it isn't.
No,
it isn't. She was telling you this will be effective for you too.
For you also.
That I had also already put out a week ago, actually a month ago, that these entrepreneurial loans will be beneficial to you. Just like I tell black folks, it is a black policy. Social Security is a black policy. Medicare is a black policy. It is effective and it impacts your community as much as anyone else's community. Right, so everyone. It is not identity politics. It's actually American policy.
Kamala Harris just put black men in the memo that she sent out to her DNC foot soldiers in order to give the intentional misimpression that she was finally addressing black men's concerns. Now, I just came across this guy's channel and understand something. When it comes to people, even those who I disagree with, I try to get some sense of who they are, some feel for who they might be about. And I know that you can't necessarily learn everything about somebody from simply watching one video or one statement. But whoever this guy is, he tries to bill himself as being left of center, at least on a number of social issues, and he tries to come off as if he digs beneath the surface. And yet he was too ignorant and lazy to even ask if what he was saying was even true. And for the record, that Wendell Pierce segment was aired a full month before this guy posted his pathetic little hit piece. So this guy is saying that people, by which he means white people, are angry. What are they angry about? Well, they're angry that somebody actually thinks that black people's concerns and needs ought to be part of the political discourse. He makes a direct connection between the two. Yeah, people are angry. They're angry that black people are being mentioned. And just to put a fine point on it, at the end of the video, he said that men were upset because men were being left behind.
Now, there is one group above all that nobody wants to recognize as falling behind, and that's working-aged men.
Now, of course, when he says men, he means white men like himself, and he doesn't say anything about people being upset at the assertion that white men, who, by the way, have enjoyed the fat of the land for half a millennia, that apparently they got some sort of gripe and think that it's legitimate. Well, that's what turns people off. He doesn't say anything about that. So people are upset that black men were merely being mentioned in what he himself admits is a do-nothing policy that wasn't really worthy of the attention that it was even getting.
This was a very small program that didn't deserve as much attention as it got, except for the fact that it made people feel like their struggles weren't acknowledged.
Would he ever point to anything for white people or white men in specific and then say that people are upset about that? Of course not. Hell, DeSantis and Rufo couldn't have said that any better. This is what I've been telling you about, that there's this hyper-aggressive, organized campaign of lies pushing the racist fraud that black people merely being part of the political discourse cost the Democrats the election, and that we got to double and triple down on making sure that black people, if not being ignored, at the very least are told you better stay in your place. Never mind the fact that 4 years ago, it was black people who were mobilized and in the streets, literally setting the country on fire, might I add. And Democrats not only won that presidential election, they also had a clean sweep of the House and the Senate. So you have some angry white males who are ultra insecure about one election cycle that dared to not make them the center of the universe. And you can forget about that old saying about in vino veritas, which means in wine truth. You get somebody drunk and they'll speak their mind. Nah, not really. If you get somebody angry enough, that's when they'll really speak their mind. That's when their filter breaks down completely. Because if you got somebody who's a drunk, even they can actually hold their liquor to an extent. But when somebody's furious, as far as they're concerned, they lose all inhibitions about what they want to say. So when you got all of these angry white supremacists and white supremacist suspects who are running around, when they're angry about black people actually being mentioned, that's when they say what they've been thinking all along. They separate black from people in general, because in their minds, black people aren't people. And they see white in their minds as being some sort of tabula rasa normalcy. White means citizen. White means human. And black, well, certainly not. Now, again, what this guy was talking his gibberish about black voters were somehow what people had on their minds when they went into the voting booth, that's a lie. If you look at the polls from the 2024 election and specifically look at the exit polls, those are the polls taken right when people are leaving the polling station. What do you see people talking about as being the issues that matter to them most? What were they thinking about during the campaign and after they cast their ballots? And when you look at all those polls, you don't see anyone saying, well, I was thinking about voting for Kamala Harris, but I heard that she had some agenda just for black men, and that was so divisive. That was just so offensive to me. I decided I had to vote for the orange man. You didn't have anyone talking like that. This election was about the same thing that every election is about: the price of groceries, gasoline, and a roof over your head. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been in the White House for the last 4 years, and people are looking and going, economically, our situation hasn't gotten better, it's gotten worse. Half the people are not able to find a job that pays a living wage, and the other half of the people can't find a job at all. If you're part of the investor class, the 1% of the 1% who makes their money off of Wall Street, paper profits, something for nothing, then this is the best economy in decades. But if you're not part of that investor class, then this is a horrible economy. And Kamala Harris has been the vice president for all of it. What the heck has she been doing? That's what everybody's been saying. The same thing they said about Trump 4 years ago when COVID threw the entire economy into a tailspin. For 4 years, inflation just got worse and worse. And by the way, Yanis Varoufakis, in the video that I posted on Twitter 4 years ago when he was talking about how Joe Biden wasn't going to do anything for the left, one of the things that he said was that the country, talking about the U.S., was about to go into a major recession. He was able to see that coming before everybody else did. But then again, he is a world-class economist. He would know these things. But the point is, people were asking, what's Kamala Harris going to do about housing? In fact, if she's going to do something, why hasn't she done it for the last 4 years? What's she going to do about inflation? We notice that the cost of groceries hasn't gone down. It's only going up. Don't tell me that the cost of groceries has slowed down its price increase. We need those prices to go down, not slow down. And when Kamala Harris finally gave her last-minute 11th hour pathetic attempt to acknowledge that, yeah, the housing crisis is just as bad as you think it is, and I guess we're not going to be able to get it to go away with a bunch of empty happy talk, when she finally did come up with the admission, it was too dang late. 5 seconds before voting day is not the time to acknowledge that the housing market is in the toilet on your watch. These were the questions people were putting to Kamala Harris. This is what they were thinking about before the election and while they were in the voting booth. They were putting hard questions to her about what the hell's been going on economically with the country for the last 4 years and why things are only getting worse. They were demanding to know what she's going to do about it, and she had no answers whatsoever. That's what people were thinking about. When you look and see that it says the economy was on their minds, that's what they mean. The price of groceries, gasoline, and a roof over their heads. Nobody was saying anything about, what about this plan that Kamala Harris says that she has for black men? That's something I don't like. So where's this guy getting this stupidity from? Those are the voices in his empty head that are talking. But the problem is he's not alone. These are people painting their own reality. And what you see is if it has anything to do with black people at all, they're going to attack it. That's their impulse. Facts be damned. I mean, even black people weren't talking about Kamala Harris's so-called black male agenda plan. Even black people weren't talking about it because we knew it was a nothing burger. Everyone did. It had no basis and absolutely no influence on the outcome of the election whatsoever. Certainly not with quote-unquote people, as this guy was talking about. Now, immigration, on the other hand, was something that actually did influence this election. That was something that people were actually talking about when they voted. They mentioned it in the polls and in the exit polling. And yet this white commentator here, he doesn't mention that at all. He's telling on himself. He's got black people on the brain. That irrational fury at black people that these guys have is ever present with these undercover bigots. They can try to mask it by claiming that they're talking about economics in general. But let them talk long enough, and sooner or later, they're going to say what they really believe because they want to. They don't want to have to just hold this in. At some point, they want to say exactly what they think, exactly the way that they think it. Keep in mind, this channel has over 1 million subscribers, and I'll bet that not one of these people who listen to this guy knew that he was wrong about that or called him on it. This is what happens when you have pretend knowledge. As Dr. Ivan Van Sertima said, the people who claim to have the most facts usually have the least truth. This is the multi-level propaganda that the black media was created to combat. People like this guy are angry that Democrats even felt the need to offer what he himself admitted was an unimportant policy that didn't deserve the attention that it got. And then he slips in that men are being left behind crap at the end.
Now, there is one group above all that nobody wants to recognize as falling behind, and that's working-aged men.
Now, brothers, this is why I've told you that I don't listen to nor do I condone any of that men's rights gibberish. This is and has always been nothing more than white supremacist males doing their own version of white feminist propaganda from the 60s. And whenever you talk to these white male so-called men's rights activists, they talk about black people like dogs. They sit there and do all the stuff about multiculturalism and political correctness and why can't I call you nigger and all the rest of it. Have you ever noticed that there's no incident where a black man has been harmed or killed that has ever prompted any of these so-called men's rights activists, particularly the white ones, to say, hey, look what happened to this black man over here. This is an example of how men don't have equal rights in this society, are taken advantage of. They don't say that. They only reserve their outrage and their sympathy for white men. But you also have a lot of white males who may not identify as right-wingers per se. They may lean to the left on social issues more often than not. And yet when it comes to race, they also identify completely with these white men's rights types. And both of them make it a point to distinguish themselves from black men altogether. There's a lot of money and interested parties who are trying to attack our drive for what we're owed. Please don't underestimate the importance of what it is that we're doing. These anti-black racists, no matter where they are or who they work for, they obsess over us. They fixate on us. They have an unholy fixation with hating black people 24/7. We're always on their minds, especially when they claim that we're not. When we do something, they see it and they fear it. They try to pretend like they don't notice us. Like an ostrich hiding their heads in the sand, they try to pretend like they don't notice us, like we're beneath their notice. We're so insignificant, we're not even worth them saying anything. And then we look up 2 seconds later and they're blaming us for everything from the JFK assassination to the fact that it rained yesterday to them losing a presidential election. And this guy also talks about how the very victims of police violence don't want the police defunded, that it's only white liberal types on university campuses who say stuff like that. He also engages in some weapons-grade weasel words. As part of his selective cherry-picking of anecdotes, he references an Asian American commentator who claims that he was a poor student. In fact, he was so poor that he attended Yale, because every poor student goes to the second most expensive and exclusive university on the planet, don't you know?
Robert Henderson is a political commentator who popularized this term in an article he wrote about his experience as a poor student attending Yale. His wealthy classmates not only had the financial ability to be politically active, since they didn't have to be as worried about losing their jobs or missing a few days of work.
The way that this guy tries to set up his pro-police propaganda, he attempts to masquerade it as if this is going to be an argument about class. In fact, that's the word that he uses the most, class. But of course, this wasn't about class at all, because when he actually gets to the public opinion that he wants to talk about, he immediately drops all that phony talk about class, and instead, it's about race.
He found that 73% of non-white working class respondents supported keeping police budgets intact. However, 20% of white college grad liberals favored reducing police budgets.
Non-whites and whites and what they think about defunding the police. This is the kind of clumsy propaganda that normally is confined to 4chan and Reddit. See, there's always individuals who are trying to find a way to attack black people, but first, they have to attempt to bestow legitimacy on themselves. So they try to claim, well, we're not attacking black people because of race, we're saying that there's a class issue, don't you know? And they always try some feeble talking point saying, well, I grew up poor, so I know what it means to be black. I grew up poor. First of all, not every black person is poor. And second of all, black doesn't mean poor, but that's the way that they use it. They're showing you their racism, they're letting their bigotry show. In reality, these people in most cases only had about one parent who might have been on drugs. And yet when you look at their lives, you see that they had ready access to all kinds of advantages and social contacts, and that they were given ready admission to every arena that white privilege has to offer. Poverty is not what determines what you get or where you can go in the society. Race does. Anyone who tries to use some class-based argument is a liar and an apologist for racism. And as I've shown you for this guy's own words, even when they try to pretend that it's not about race, they still have to admit it's about race. Notice that he doesn't bring you any examples of these tons of black people who are just so happy with the police and think that the cops are protecting the community. All these assertions that he makes without proof, and yet this guy's being promoted by YouTube's algorithm. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, someone wants this message out there. And if his pro-police gibberish sounds familiar, it should, because we've heard it before from people like Negro Jim Clyburn. 4 years ago, he was complaining about young black people who were saying defund the police.
I'm curious what you make of the fact of the House seats that you lost and why that happened.
That phrase, defund the police, cost Jamie Harrison tremendously.
You sound kind of mad, Congressman. It sounds like you're blaming the more progressive members of your party for holding folks accountable or to a standard that doesn't work in their district. Do you blame the progressive members?
No, I don't blame progressive members. I want everybody in my caucus to be as practical as I am. That's the difference here. How are you going to look at me and say I'm not progressive? That's foolishness about you more progressive than I am. That's poppycock, and I'm not going to listen to it.
If you could have a caucus meeting right now and you would, or tell folks what they should do differently, given the losses that we have, what would you say to them?
Stop sloganeering. Sloganeering kills people. Sloganeering destroys movements. Stop sloganeering.
So it wasn't the cops who were killing Black people, it was slogans killing Black people. Nice to know. I wonder if Jim Clyburn said that sloganeering kills people crap to the family of George Floyd, or Tamir Rice, or Breonna Taylor, or Sandra Bland, or Walter Scott, or any of the countless numbers of Black people murdered by the police. Tell them it was the slogans that killed them. You just think the cops killed them. You just think the cops. It was a slogan. Stop sloganizing. Stop slogan. This is the level of stupidity that's been running the Democratic Party, and that's the reason why they won in 2020, despite the best efforts of Jim Clyburn, and they lost in 2024 under Jamie Harrison's brilliant leadership. He griped that was the reason that his puppet Jamie Harrison lost the Senate election that he was running in. Well, that didn't stop Raphael Warnock from winning his Senate race, did it? Did it stop John Ossoff from winning his Senate race either? They had no problems winning their Senate races at all. And yet Jim Clyburn didn't see that his boy Harrison was the problem. I guess that's why after the election, Jamie Harrison was made the chair of the DNC. And we see where his leadership led the Democrats to this time around, don't we? Yeah. All of those young Black people who Jim Clyburn was whining about, they stayed home this presidential election. Nobody was talking about defunding the police, and nobody was talking about voting for the Democrats either. Now, we are responsible for the Democrats losing. That is true, but not for the reasons that any of these clowns have said. And this how money works guy, he clearly doesn't know how politics works. He comes off as just a low-key DNC sock puppet by and large, repeating the lines that he's been conditioned to say. In 2020, Negro Jim Clyburn was whining and blubbering about how young Black people were bad for the Democrats. And this was during an election where Democrats won. They won the presidency and then staged a come-from-behind effort to retake the Senate that was also successful. It was those same young Black voters who Jim Clyburn was assailing and lambasting. They were the ones who mobilized and gave Democrats that massive victory. So understand something. Where we're concerned, all of these anti-Black suck-ups, they're going to stick to the same script, regardless of if they win or lose an election. They'll say it simply because of what we're doing. The issue isn't whether or not they win an election. It's about maintaining the racial pecking order and making sure that Black people understand we're never supposed to assert ourselves, not in the political or economic arenas. Black people are rarely supposed to be seen and never supposed to be heard as they see it. Now, by the way, do these people actually want prosperity? First of all, they already have it. And secondly, they want more prosperity for themselves. But they demand that it has to be done in a way where Black people don't benefit at all. That is the point that they have to reach. That's the main demand that they make. It is not enough that they merely benefit, but Black people have to be harmed by the policy. The racial wealth gap is the main driver of the racial pecking order, and it must be maintained no matter what. None of these people ever points to Black people and says, well, you know what? If you don't do what Black people want, you're going to lose the election, even though creeps like James Carville bemoan how the shrinking Black voter turnout spells doom for Democrats, and yet you don't see anybody echoing that, and even James Carville only occasionally mentions it. They'll point to any other voting bloc, however tiny, or some other constituency, however insignificant, and say that these people are why this or that election went the way that it did. They don't mention Black people at all, unless they can lie about us and make it fit their narrative, which...
That's why I said he had cognitive dissonance. People be using words they don't even know the meanings of these days. It's really bad. But yeah, basically you being presented with new knowledge, and due to your already preconceived notions and beliefs, you just refuse to accept it. Shut up, fans from on. Crew, yeah. If you're giving you the play-by-play, Sovereign Impunity now, that's a fire name for a record. Yeah, it is. It really is. You need to link up with Kookeezy. They both do music. I'm sure they could cut a dope collabo track together for the FBA. That brother Castaway, too, he got the FBA song, too. And there's another brother named Big C, FBA. He's on Spotify too. Cool Keys is on Spotify too. 2,500 blacks and Indians. Yeah, we was running through the video. We were supposed to get through the first 10 minutes. We couldn't even get to 10 minutes. I think we got maybe the 9. Yeah, Shabaka claimed to save ship. Yeah. Yeah, he wants to claim it. I mean, I'm not rolling it completely out, but I know goddamn well we was already here before any of that was going on. Yeah, we was already here. I've been saying that. But yeah. I remember it was Muggs that was trying to tell me that back in the mid 20 teens. Like, oh, you got the because I was rocking the African medallions. I had African everything, all the accessories, all the books, everything. I was taking Africana studies in college. But see, I got my degree, my major rather, in African American studies, not Africana studies. It's a big difference. So I was studying FBA before I even knew what FBA was. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson for the Native Black Americans, though. Okay, let me finish the clip.
Which is where you have to ignore black voters. What black people want, that's just too politically radioactive. It's too controversial. You'll lose elections if you listen to black people at all. Black people just need to go along with whatever the general policy is, even though black people will get.
Well, they still subscribe to that out of Africa theory crew. So they'll say in one breath, you know, we circumnavigated the globe. We've been here longer than any other people. But then when you tell them, hey, we set up stuff outside of Alkebulan. Oh, no, you crazy. You don't know what I'm talking about. So, Europeans only 5,000 years old. Right. 5,000, 6,000. Some say 6,000. But yeah, they ain't that old. That's like the new kids on the block in regards to the human genome. And these children of the corn have been exactly that, nothing but devils. Exactly. Like, go to them first. Yeah, go to them first. Oh, this is taught in the curriculums in all those schools. And Shabaka went to school out in LA, so he went to UCLA, all of that. And that's what they was promoting heavily in those schools. I didn't really learn a whole lot about Africa until I went to college. But I already had previous knowledge, you know, from self-discovery, because I was not taught in DPS outside of the CIS classes I was taking back in high school. Nah, I didn't learn none of that history about Africa from elementary school, from K through 12. I learned that stuff at home. Went full. We from Africa, MK Ultron. But that's what Pops told me. He said he literally told me, my Pops, Chairman Sekou, Stephen Evans, he literally told me that they spent years, if not decades, trying to convince us, meaning the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, Center for Child Slavery Freedmen, that we was African. And literally said, well, y'all got y'all work cut out for you. And left it at that. And he would classify for FBA, but he's one of those too. I'm going to retire in Ghana. Okay, well, I still don't see your ass in Ghana though. Y'all always talk about all this grandeur, what you want to do in Al Kibalon, but 9 times out of 10 we never seen them scam Africanists in any of those lands they talking about we need to go to. And we know firsthand accounts of our FBA brothers and sisters going out there and being treated horribly. Go claim China, Japan, India as Africans, since we are Africans, right? And we getting that snow coats and top being printed on him. He's not the same. Oh yeah. Shabaka can't let go of the 60s, right? He's stuck in that era. And a lot of them old niggas, he's not old nigga, but he's an elder. He's a Baba. He's actually put in work for the struggle, so we can't call him one of them old niggas. That damn Rigo, he was definitely one of them old niggas that TBA is always warning us about. Go claim China. Not the Ghana exodus. Well, they already did that back in 2019. 2019, that's when we was all supposed to go back to Ghana. That was the year of return. Return to what? They're gonna return to something you ain't never been. Does that make any sense? It was like, yeah, that's the year of return. No, the hell with Rigo. Rigo needs to sit his old decrepit ass down somewhere. My biological dad is dual citizenship in Ghana. His step pops is professor of Black history in Chicago. Both of them know we are FBA, and I'm teaching them the new knowledge. Good, that's good. How does your pops get dual citizenship though? Did he go to the right to abode, or was he married in? If you mind sharing. Rigo VAN, fuck Rigo. Nah, the hell with him. The first video I sent you was playing it's an old clean, probably gonna do a bunch of rolling tomorrow. Oh my god. I'm gonna start on Roly Poly Martin. My grandpa and them didn't like Africans at all. And I didn't understand it until I got the true information. Yeah. I mean, outside of a few cats I went to high school with, I didn't really have good interactions with them either. I guess it was like certain tribes. I guess I got along with certain ones, like mainly the ones from East Africa. The ones from West Africa, I never really got along with. Like people from like Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, outside of our brother Zaki, who's been on our program previously. He's from Nigeria, and he came to school out here so he could learn information to bring back home. So he's actually a writer, and he does contribute to rebuilding up his homeland. Outside of him, they're the biggest scammers. I got scammed by one of the mugs in 2019. Got my whole bank account shut down behind that shit. He been there since 2003 doing business. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's doing business. That's right. He's there for business and he's living there now. Yeah, he lived there. Oh, you lived there with him in 2008 to 2011. Okay, yep. Okay, got you. Also, that was the 3 of the 4 years you said you had been out there. And he had got citizenship in 2024. So he got citizenship last year. Okay. I don't see it. Congratulations. I think he fell for the grift. Oh, okay. Okay. But as long as I can visit the beach house, yeah. Yeah. West Africans are very prejudiced. Yep. I was facing 20 to 65 years in prison, and an African guy was there to testify on me. Oh yeah, I remember you was telling me about that cool Keezy. Like, oh my god. Yeah, he was probably one of them damn Nigerians. I know the same story. Mine is the same. Wow. Yep, you did tell us about that crew. I was facing 30 years to life. Damn. Yeah, crew. Not cool, but crew. Like crew. Like, remember the crews? Glad you guys are still free, right? I never trusted African. Right. Mm-mm. I had African homie that used to smoke with us, and he kept it real though. Yeah, you'll find, individuals. You'll find a couple individuals that's on code and with the shit, but the collective of the mugs, hell no. Mm-mm. They come with the same anti-black hatred. That's what Professor Black Truth was talking about on this video. I still gotta finish up. I have an African homie I smoke with, and I was on that Pan-African shit, and he said, we're not brothers, we are not Hebrews, and I was like, damn. Mm-hmm. Now, the ones from Ethiopia, they'll acknowledge that we are the true Hebrews or the true Jews. But outside of that, not too many of them is like embracing us and in love with us. They love to cosplay as us. I heard that they get a green card for doing stuff like that. Yep. And remember, they're grinding for a green card, Kookies, so they down to do whatever. And facts, reality. And those on the continent is not thinking about us right. And they don't even practice Pan-Africanism within their own continent, within their own states. Shit. And not to mention all that goddamn tribalism that's going on over there. They need to keep that shit. Y'all practice that on your homeland, on your continent, and then y'all come holler at us in about 50 to 100 years. Ethiopians don't count. Well, ain't Ethiopia in Africa? Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, my interactions with them have been cool. But that's what I mean by the East Africans. Like, the East Africans I'm cool with. My interactions with the East Africans have been, for the most part, positive. But the ones from the West, outside of, like I said, our brother Yazaki, nah, I'm not really rocking with them. I have a professor that was from, where the hell is he from? Where the hell is he from? Was he still rocking the flag? I think he was from Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, they got like all kinds of ethnic groups within Ethiopia. Like, it's not just one Ethiopian people. It's like hella different groups. And they got a whole genocide going on over there. It's been going on for like 2-3 years now. The Tigray genocide. I know some solid Ethiopians. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, they women. I went to school with some of their women. Yep. Yeah. Ethiopian women are fire. Yep. They hypnotically beautiful. Mac 285. As Shabaka says, the Ethiopians are scared of us. Yeah. I mean, everybody from the diaspora is scared of us because we don't always actually stand on fighting anti-black hatred on a daily basis. So yeah, that's why they're scared, because if it wasn't for us, Haile Selassie would have lost that war, and Italy would have been controlling Ethiopia right now. I know some solid Ethiopians. Yep. Ethiopian food is too. Yeah, I had some. I have had some. That is some good food. All right, so I'm gonna finish this clip, y'all. It's about like 10 minutes left.
Nothing from it. White women could have changed the results of the 2016 and 2024 elections easily, and yet Donald Trump's support among white women grew this election cycle. This is the guy who became infamous for talking about how he grabs white women by their genitals, and yet those same white women broke for him. They broke in Trump's direction and they supported him. Now, this guy calls his channel How Money Works, but given how willfully stupid and lazy he is with his research, he ought to call his channel How Illiteracy Works. He's so busy pushing his white males are victims line that he can't even be bothered to do basic research and find out if any of his assertions are actually true. But then again, part of white privilege is that there's no consequences or penalties for being wrong. Neither your reputation nor your income nor anything else takes a hit no matter how wrong you are. Scott Jennings made a royal fool of himself, and not only did he not apologize, CNN has still had him on the air as if this ignoramus had any credibility left when he got shown up live on air by a D-list part-time actor who isn't even in politics. Scott Jennings was part of the W administration. I guess that's why he's so stupid. And yet he lost an on-air debate to a part-time TV actor. Gee, it kind of makes you wonder what the hell Scott Jennings was doing when he was working in the White House. He was doing the same thing Simone Mamie Sanders was doing, burnishing his resume.
And there's a tribe in Asia that does that same practice, that puts the rings around their neck. I think it's the Bacclash tribe or something. They in southern China, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, down there in that region. Yep. Yeah, they are some tall glasses of chocolate milk. That's for damn sure. Asian long neck. Yeah. Yep. They practice the same tradition. Like, you'll see amongst the Aboriginal peoples of these many lands, there's a connection there, and they share certain traditions and customs outside of Al-Kibalon. But he don't claim as African. Because he is stuck on the yellow. If you're yellow, you're mellow. If you're brown, stick around. If you're white, you're right. And if you're black, get the fuck back. That's why he don't claim them as African. Even though they was technically African, they're technically African, some of them. Not all of them. But some of them is. And like the first 2 or 3 dynasties in China, that was black. Like the Great Wall was built by black Chinese to defend off them damn Mongols. And but we all Africans, right? Playing all of them. Why focus on FBA? Because they don't want to acknowledge our history here. That's the problem. They want to say that we've been all over the world. We circumnavigated the globe thousands of years before Caucasoid came out of a cave. But they don't want to acknowledge that we created history everywhere we've been at. African art and Asian art museums. We were there too, right? Yeah, when you've been in martial arts, they said you have to be, in order to be a samurai, in order to see a samurai, you have to have Negro blood. Meaning you have to have African black blood to be considered a samurai. And the first samurai was a black man. He was featured in Hidden Colors, as a matter of fact. I want to say Hidden Colors 5. The Art of Black Warfare. Asian will get beat trying martial arts with an African. Right. Brazilians have the same skill. Yeah, they just call it something different. Yeah. They call it capoeira in Brazil. I used to have a homeboy that used to do capoeira, and he used to show me some of the moves and shit. And then one year we had celebrated Kwanzaa, and we had got to practice the moves out in real time on each other. Yeah, capoeira is how it's spelled. But yeah. Yep, all that's in the Art of Black Warfare. Hidden Colors 5. Y'all can view it now on FBAstream.com.
Making a bunch of calls to these white media outlets trying to line up his next gig after he left the White House. Just like Simone Sanders, he too wound up on white media cable, blowing hot air for their amusement. The point of this morning's briefing is to be on the lookout for these low-key anti-Black racists. See, the white media has invented a phony, largely artificial definition of what a racist is supposed to be. And it's usually someone who is so ridiculous, so idiotically open with their racism, they might as well be a cartoon character. This is deliberate. The kind of over-the-top bigot that the white media presents in their movies and TV shows as being a quote-unquote racist is a caricature, and they know it. It's someone who has racism Tourette's. They're so cartoonishly racist, this person doesn't really actually exist in real life. But that's the entire point. Hollywood invents their own custom-made definition of racist, where the bar for it is so high that practically all of these actual racists don't actually qualify for it. And that's the reason why you got people who can go to these movie theaters and watch these TV shows and they see a quote-unquote racist, and yet they don't feel uncomfortable seeing it. They don't feel threatened by it. Hollywood did that on purpose. That way they can look at these depictions of these phony, made-up racists and say, see, I'm no racist at all, because I'm not like this guy who's screaming racial slurs and lighting crosses on fire. The actual racists, however, the ones that Black people talk about, these are the people who we meet every single day. They don't use racial slurs or set crosses on fire most of the time, but they do and say whatever they can to attack Black people's rights, our opportunities, our dignity, and our very lives. And these anti-Black propagandists are part of that. This isn't about truth or facts with them. This is about pushing a narrative, one that is expedient to the interest of white power. Sure, this guy is wrong about his basic facts, but then again, what he says isn't meant to make sense. It's meant to push a narrative, to encourage people, and we know what he means when he says people, in order to do what they want. People like this try to brand themselves as being some sort of insiders. They try to con the gullible into thinking that he's challenging, or at the very least, he's questioning the status quo. But as I've shown you, he's not. He's actually reinforcing it. This is the reason why I usually quote Dr. Noam Chomsky, who said it's the most sophisticated form of propaganda when something presents itself as opposition, when in reality, it's actually support. This guy doesn't oppose the status quo. He's actually working to justify it and reinforce it. He gives minor, very minor, occasional lip service to the anger of the working class.
Great job, brother.
Then he says Black people are being singled out for special treatment. Now, when this guy tries to turn Black people into some sort of scapegoat for white angst, taking the people who are the primary and majority of hate crimes victims, the majority of people who are being discriminated against and killed by the police, and you sit here and think that it's okay to say, well, these Black men, they made people angry because they're being singled out for special treatment. Never mind the fact that Black people have received no special treatment whatsoever. It's just common sense that the reason that people didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris wasn't because she was offering Black people special treatment. It's because, as the Black media documented for you in excruciating detail, Kamala Harris wasn't offering the working class anything at all. From housing policy to immigration to economics to education to healthcare to anything, she wasn't offering anything at all to anybody. As I've said numerous times, Kamala Harris's entire problem was she thought that she was going to BS her way past the electorate with an avalanche of word salad, and it didn't work. That's the reason why she lost. And this is supposed to be what YouTube and other white media online outlets try to palm off as being some sort of informed armchair intellectual. He's an insider here. I mean, he's going to tell you how money works because he's got the inside track. He can't even tell you how polls work. 10 seconds of looking at Kamala Harris's campaign platform was apparently more work than he was willing to do. But I got a question for you, family. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, this guy already knew that what he was saying wasn't true? Sure, there's morons like Scott Jennings who are too lazy to read beyond a headline, but not all of them are that dumb. Remember, Chris Rufo himself admitted that he was deliberately lying through his teeth about critical race theory. He admitted that he was intentionally lying about it because this was part of a political strategy by the white right to demonize black people for political profit. All of it was an effort to stop things like the 1619 Project and other black advocacy that was threatening the status quo. This guy had the nerve to lie again and claim that he had no resources compared to his opponents and that he willed his phony critical race theory hysteria into being through his own infantile rantings. So you had this bloviating bigot who the white right had put millions of dollars behind to push his propaganda, who was coordinating his propaganda with crisis actors who most likely were being paid by the same white millionaires and such who were paying Rufo. These people would go to school boards with the local Fox TV affiliate in tow, and they would have video of them screaming at and threatening school board administrators, and you would have multi-billion-dollar corporations like Fox News putting Rufo on the air on a nightly basis on their highest watched shows, and of course the right-wing hate radio sphere also would give Rufo tons of airtime as much as he wanted, the kind of massive media publicity that a too-big grifter like Rufo could never buy. And yet he had the nerve to say that he didn't have any resources compared to his opponents, when the truth of the matter was he had the kind of massive resources that they didn't. I didn't see the woman who wrote the 1619 Project being given the kind of massive coverage that Rufo was. Didn't see her as a constant on any sort of radio stations. And the same thing goes for Ibrahim Kendi X, who's one of the people who Rufo wrongly tries to claim created critical race theory. These individuals didn't have any sort of massive media presence. But then again, they didn't have multi-billionaires like Rupert Murdoch or any of the people behind these right-wing think tanks who are bankrolling their efforts. Those people actually were grassroots. Rufo, on the other hand, pure astroturf. As I've said numerous times, Rufo had been a failure his entire adult life. He tried and failed to be the next Dinesh D'Souza. By that I mean he had tried to make some propaganda films and see if he could find a way to be the so-called right-wing antidote to Michael Moore. But of course, the white right recognized that this guy has no talent. He's not interesting or even intelligent. And so Rufo, like Charles Murray and Douglas Murray and all the other brain-dead Murrays out there, he wound up reduced to slithering over to the Manhattan Institute, begging for a job, pushing their anti-black hate speech for them. What little success Rufo's had spouting his anti-black rhetoric is literally the first taste of success that this clown's had his entire adult life. This is the only thing he's actually done with it. So he was feeling himself, and he was so desperate to tell people how brilliant he thinks he is that in the process, he repeatedly told everyone that he's been lying all along. But this shouldn't surprise you. White supremacists are terrorists. And when terrorists get caught, believe it or not, they're just likely as not to confess to all of their past terrorist actions that they've been responsible for. Why not? If you know that you're going to spend the rest of your life in a cage in some supermax prison, locked down 24 hours a day, or that you're going to be rotting out in Guantanamo, if this is the last chance you're going to get to tell your enemies how you've been getting over on them, you're going to take it. It doesn't hurt a terrorist to confess to the bombings and assassinations that they've been pulling off in the past. Why not tell your enemies, hey, we've been knocking you guys dead for years. Let me give you the rundown on how we've been getting away with murder and you didn't even know it. This is what Rufo's been doing. This is the only chance that he's ever going to get to tell all those people who said he was a total failure how smart he really thinks he is. When you're insecure, you suffer from diarrhea of the mouth. But when you're insecure and stupid, you become a racist. Now, this How Many Works character, he pretends to sympathize with the working class and the working poor, but he spends a far greater amount of time praising the likes of Elon Musk. Just understand that just like Rufo, people like this are not some anonymous entity. They claim to be, but that's not true at all. A lot of these people who post things in comment sections or who have these YouTube channels or social media groups that get lots of subs and lots of traction and seem to get re-mentioned, and they always seem to be in the algorithm. And they also seem to have access to big resources too, but nobody ever knows where they get this money from. These people aren't some nobodies. They're not some John Q. Public with just an internet connection and some ideas. They come from careers where they bump elbows with the same racists who we contend with on TV and in print, and in many cases in the government. They work at these hedge funds and these other financial corporations who have racially stratified the economy. And then they have nimrods like this tell everyone that even talking about black people, well, that's the real problem. Now, of course, it's stupid to ask, well, what if somebody said they have a program just for white people like Scott Jennings did? If there was someone saying that we got a program just for white people, what would the response be? Well, look at Elon Musk, then look at Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. White men have already been given total control of everything. In fact, the largest and longest standing affirmative action program in human history is white privilege. And yet you don't see the Scott Jennings or the How Money Works or any of these other bloviators sitting here saying that there's anything wrong with that. And, well, why don't we want to call out this systematized white privilege that's been going on for hundreds of years? But this is what a lot of people were watching in the aftermath of the election this year. And this is why you need the black media, because without us, these people would have no one pushing back against them. And when they spew their lies, you wouldn't be armed with the truth. Whenever any of these propagandists tries to claim that they don't have the resources of their opponents, that's a lie. Black media doesn't have the resources of white power. And yet our message resonates because we have something these well-paid propagandists will never have: the facts. And that's how truth works. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Reasonable Dude, Jimmy Whitfield, Kenneth Dickerson, Anthony Pollard, and Craig Simmons. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep, so shout out to Professor Black Truth for keeping us on board with these suspected white supremacists and the ilk is up to in regards to their anti-black talking points. They're just low-key, real subtle, covert ways of displaying their anti-black hatred, like how they use woke, like how they used to use thug and super predator and all of that. So we see through it. Yeah, you see Chef out there, twin. Alright, so moving along, because I'm definitely getting pressed for time now. We got Letitia punk-ass James still has not charged the killers of our brother, our FBA brother, who was in custody, who was handcuffed, that was beaten to death, publicly lynched based off the body cameras, publicly lynched while in custody by the sheriff's department in New York. I believe it was Marcy. So, again, the good professor going to give us an update on that. Letitia James is the Attorney General of New York State. She's a Caribbean tether who ain't done nothing to produce justice for our brother Robert Brooks.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. By now, I think we've all seen the video, or at least heard about the heinous murder of Robert Brooks. I'm a man who's rarely at a loss for words, but it's damn near impossible to express how furious it makes me. You got this white lynch mob who murders this black man in cold blood, and they were so emboldened to carry out their crime, they didn't even bother to take off their body cameras. But then again, why should they? They carried out their satanic crime with all the confidence of a racist mob who knew that their white privilege immunizes them against any threat of prosecution. And they're right. Just look at the way that Letitia James, the so-called Attorney General of New York, decided that she was going to describe the beating, death, and murder of Robert Brooks. Following an encounter, as if he was pulled over on the side of the road or something, and then using the phrase use of force. Preliminary facts subject to change. This was coming from the Attorney General's office in this case. They started downplaying this murder from the jump. Look at the date on here. Just a few days after the murder, and this is the first statement they put out. Following an encounter, use of force, preliminary facts subject to change. Gee, did the police or correction officers union write this? Because that's what it reads like. At no point does she acknowledge what was done to Mr. Brooks. No mention of the word beating or assault or kick to death or mention his spinal injury or anything else. Instead, she chooses the phrase use of force. This murder was committed over 3 weeks ago. There's absolutely no question what they did, and yet the governor of the state is just now going to visit the scene of the crime, and the black female attorney general of New York is still dithering about. She's calling this a use of force incident. And she's not alone. The white media is also using that phrase. They're on code, as if they hadn't seen the video either. That's deliberate. Their goal is not merely to minimize this murder, but to justify it. That's the point they're trying to get to. They're trying to say, oh, well, you just think that this was a heinous murder. Well, I'm sure they didn't know what they were doing. Training, they need to be retrained. I was waiting to see if anybody would use that phrase. So far, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure that they're just waiting for the right time to go ahead and slip that in. This is a training issue, you see. They need better training. Yeah, they can't use that lie in this case, but they're trying to see if there's a time they can get an opening to do so. When you add the lying words use of force, that's meant to tell people that the victim, who was handcuffed and just sitting there, by the way, being beaten to death, well, they had to beat him to death. They needed to use force. This was a use of force issue here. I mean, he was the one who brought it about. He was the one responsible for it. They had to use force. Okay, they went a little bit too far, but he was the one who justified the use of force in the first place. That's the point they're trying to reach. And by they, I mean the white media and Letitia James. She's neck deep in trying to justify this murder. Look at the phrasing, following an encounter. This statement is like the one the white racists would give back in the day after they hanged a black person and say, well, this Negro died at the hands of persons unknown. Following an encounter, as if they don't know who did it. Now, of course, the murderers in this case have not been arrested. These guys are on leave, most likely paid leave, because that's what they do whenever these murderers kill a black person. You want to make sure that they understand, hey, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that no charges are brought against you. We're going to wait and see if there's a public outcry. If there is, well, that might be a problem. But in the meanwhile, we're going to see if we can wait this one out. Don't worry, we're on your side. Just give it a little while, and we'll go ahead and see about having you transferred if we have to. Or if we can get this issue to go ahead and die a natural death, the media loses interest because the public is not on their butts about it, then we can just go ahead and slip you back in there. It wouldn't be the first time. One of the murderers, Nicholas Anzalone, is also named in a separate federal complaint from 2022, stating that he joined in an assault on an inmate by another corrections officer at the same facility. Just keep in mind that case, or rather investigation, is still ongoing. And then two of the other murderers, Glenn Trombley and Anthony Farina, were also accused of having been witnesses to the beating of an inmate in 2020 at the same prison where they murdered Brooks. See, in that other instance, the claim is that Trombley and Farina were mere onlookers. They didn't actually take part in beating this other guy so severely that he was facially deformed, and he was also handcuffed as well. We have an MO here. This is how these criminals carry out their crimes. Now, in the case of Robert Brooks, they weren't bystanders at all. Nobody can sit there and claim, well, they just failed to render aid or to intervene. It was a failure to intervene. No, in this case, they were active participants in beating that man to death. So we have two incidents from 2022 and before that from 2020. And yet these animals are still in the same positions that they held 4 years ago. Nothing was done about them after 4 years. Does anyone know who the Attorney General of New York was back in 2020 when this first violent attack was carried out by these thugs? Oh, that's right, Letitia James. She was the Attorney General 4 years ago, and she's still the Attorney General of New York today. About the only thing that was done were some do-nothing investigations by Merrick Garland's Injustice Department. Yeah, the feds were looking into it, but what have they done in the last 4 years? It doesn't take 4 years to bring charges. If he was black, you better believe if these guys were black, the charges would have been brought immediately. Just go ahead and ask R. Kelly and P. Diddy if you doubt that one. Wouldn't have taken 4 years to bring charges if they were black. But investigating this is better than what Letitia James has done. In her case, she hasn't done anything about it. In fact, all she's done is put out a statement that justifies this murder. Well, as we know from her track record, basically the only hate crimes she's interested in are ones that involve Asians or ones that don't involve black people at all. Robert Brooks has become another example of the black misleadership class's treason and why it is that we require an anti-black hate crime law. That is an absolute requisite. See, when Kamala Harris was out there on the campaign trail being asked, what about a black hate crime law, one to protect black people? And she won't even speak on the issue. She won't even talk about it as far as she's concerned. Don't even ask me about it. I'd like to know where the Kamala Harris bots are at now. Because when black people are out here saying she shouldn't get our vote unless she pledges that she's going to make sure that an anti-black hate crime law becomes the law of the land, that's going to be something she pushes for, she'll mention it at her State of the Union address. If she's not out there pushing for things to protect black people, why the hell should we be making sure that she becomes president? I'd like to know where all these DNC shills, all of these online bots and scumbags, where are they at now? I'd like for them to go ahead and tell us how an anti-black hate crime law isn't really that pressing an issue. It's not really that important. Robert Brooks was lynched in that prison. That's what that video you saw was. That's what a lynching is, an extrajudicial killing. That's what happened there, and the white powers that be, using their bootlicking mammy Letitia James, are trying to protect these murders. That's what's going on here. But they can't. This isn't a case of, well, we don't know what happened here, or the Fox News favorite lie. We're waiting for all the facts to come out. No, they already got all the facts. And by the way, Fox News only drags out that lie whenever there's no video. Whenever there's no video, then Fox News goes, oh, we got an opening. We think that there's not damning evidence. So, well, we got to wait for all the facts to come out. We can't have a rush to judgment. But whenever there's video, police do a dangerous job all the time. Yeah, murdering unarmed people, handcuffing somebody and beating them to death. Very dangerous work. I mean, if somebody's not here violating people's civil rights and murdering people heinously, I mean, who's going to do it? The criminals? That's the reason that these guys are being quiet right now. That's what they always do. Even the Correction Officers Union, who never saw an incident of racist violence that they didn't like, they've been forced to have to shut their mouths and try to distance themselves on this one. They should be held accountable too, because all the times that they justify the murders that their union members carry out, they contributed to the exact same kind of social and legal climate that brought this about. They've been cheerleaders for every single murder that these racists have carried out, so they need to be accountable too. Treat them like any other terrorist organization. Label them as one and treat them as one. These animals should have been arrested the very day of the murder. Certainly as soon as the video came to light. And if they were black, they would have been charged immediately, but they weren't black. And that's why we see the white media and these politicians all circling the wagons and twisting their forked tongues in knots, trying to minimize this murder and even justify it. Letitia James has had all the smoke in the world for everyone else, but for black people, she's lying low. You can't even get a press conference out of the heifer. These bootlicking sellouts, they know what their job is under white supremacy, and that is to protect white supremacy and the anti-black violence that white supremacy uses. Now, a question for these DNC shills and idiots who have been spending the last month or so claiming that, why are you guys sitting here not mad that Trump won? Why are you glad that Kamala Harris lost? You ought to be backing the Democrats. If the Republicans were in power, they'd be killing black folks in the streets. Letitia James, when she won office, she claimed that her election was some sort of accomplishment for black people, particularly for black women. She's trying to use herself as an avatar for black women. And yet when black women are killed in her state, she ain't got nothing to say about it. She has the same hands-off policy with the white supremacists that we've always seen before. Trash like Letitia James are not controlled opposition. They're just straight collaborators. Oh, yeah, when it came time to talk about R. Kelly, then all of a sudden Letitia James was like, oh, we got to have an investigation. And if there are any witnesses, please come forward. But when it comes time to talk about the murder of Robert Brooks, she's not saying, well, if there's anybody who has any accusations against these killers other than Robert Brooks's family, if there's anyone who has to bring any accusations at all, anybody who wants to make any accusations, please contact my office. She's not appealing to the public for more accusers to come forward on this one. But then again, whenever a black person is murdered, she has no problem laying low and go, well, we got to let the system play out. We can't put our thumb on the scales. Yeah, when it's a black person who's murdered, then all of a sudden she's not jumping her happy behind in front of the cameras and saying, will anybody please come forward and help us build a case? We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. We had all these people who told us that we need to vote Democrat no matter what, vote blue no matter who, vote Democrat down ballot. Well, if you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris, at least vote for the Democrats on the rest of the ballot. Yeah, people like Letitia James. Well, if he get back in the White House, these white supremacists gonna be killing black folk left, right, and center. You heard what Trump said. He said the cops need to be unrestrained. You heard what they said. Trump is gonna have people getting us killed all day. Well, virtually all the murders of black people by law enforcement have happened at the local and state levels, not the federal level. So Trump being in the White House doesn't mean anything any more than Biden being there meant anything. At most, all the orange man can do is signal to these racist thugs at the state and local level that his DOJ won't prosecute them. But then again, when you look at what's happened under Kamala Harris and Biden, you see that Merrick Garland has also had a hands-off policy when it comes to prosecuting police for harming or murdering black people. Look what I just got through showing you. 3 of the murders of Robert Brooks, they are under federal investigation. They've been under investigation for years by Merrick Garland's DOJ. And the Biden administration hasn't brought any charges, hasn't actually done anything to them. They're still in the same positions that they held before Merrick Garland began, quote unquote, investigating them. So it seems to me as if the only thing you would have with Trump is an honest racist in the Justice Department saying we're not going to do anything about it, as opposed to Merrick Garland, who won't return your phone calls but still doesn't do anything about these killers. So I ask the same question that I've been asking since 2016 for all these DNC shills. Will one of you please tell me what horrible, unspeakable things that you're terrified are going to happen under Trump that isn't already happening right now? Name for me the horrible things that Trump is going to do that isn't going on right now. I have yet to find anyone who can answer that question. And that's because they already know the answer. So why do they keep running around acting like it would be different? Because these are liars, many of them who are pathetically hoping they can get a job from some Democrat politician. That's what these shills and plants and bootlicks and tethers and other assorted professional white supremacist butt kissers are trying to do. They're trying to climb the social ladder literally over black people's dead bodies, and they're shameless about it. I would really love to see the morons and the mouth-breathing idiots who are telling me that Trump would unleash a flood of anti-black violence by the police against us. I'd love to hear them speak up now, because times like this, when it's actually time to look at anti-black violence, we never see them. When the violence goes down, they're always in hiding. But the rest of the time, then they stick their heads up and go, you better vote Democrat. It's the only way you're going to be safe. When have we ever been safe from anti-black violence in this country? Who has ever kept us safe from anti-black violence? All the voting that black people do, consistently voting, making sure that we're always voting in solidarity, and yet the situation goes on unabated. Gee, I'm starting to think that maybe voting for these Democrats ain't the answer, any more than voting for the Republicans is. This is how white power gets you to sit on your hands while they carry out their barbarity. At least in 2020, people actually took to the streets and raised hell. What do we see happening in New York? A couple of lukewarm demonstrations, most of which barely make the news, because there's an allegedly black attorney general who's in office there, so there's no need for the public to worry, right? I mean, she's going to investigate, just like Merrick Garland has been investigating these murders, these very same murders been under investigation ever since Merrick Garland took office. Ever since he's been attorney general, they've been investigating and investigating and investigating, but they never get to the point of prosecuting. They never get to that part. Just like when you had Ahmaud Arbery who was murdered. It was Merrick Garland's DOJ doing everything that they could to say, well, let's go ahead and make a plea deal. I mean, we kind of had to go after these guys so we could appear to be doing something, but that was just for PR. We did that just for the cameras. Now let's just go ahead and dismiss this thing, get rid of it. And they sat there in court and said that the family of Ahmaud Arbery would best be served by giving a weak little sweetheart plea deal to his murderers. That's how brazen these bastards under the Biden administration are. How is this different than what you would get from a Trump administration? Answer, it's not. All of this refusing to arrest the killers, refusing to comment on their murder, and taking week after week after week to do nothing, that's all meant to reassure these race soldiers that the system has their backs. That's what this is about. These are Democrats sitting here leading the charge to push back against the changes that Black people have forced on the system in the last 5 years. Everything that can be done to reassure these race soldiers that the system has their backs, that's what they're doing. And it's an allegedly Black prosecutor who's bending over backwards to do it. She refuses to even call the beating death of Robert Brooks a beating. She won't even call it that. What the hell would she say was going on that video? Use of force. It's use of force. To James and her white paymasters, the crisis here for them isn't a public safety crisis. The real crisis is that they're going to be forced to prosecute these white assailants for murdering a Black person. That's the crisis that they're trying to avoid. That's what they're scared of. Last week, I told you that anytime some anti-Black racist tries to claim that New York is so liberal just because Black people are getting lynched there and murdered there and their families threatened, like the family of John White, well, New York is so liberal, and yet whenever it comes to these white assailants who kill Black people, they never get charged. It's the Black people, on the other hand, who get railroaded into prison. Yeah, you got yourself a little racial double standard there, which is the entire point. But anytime some clown calls themselves saying that New York is so liberal, so if there's a white person who's acquitted for murdering a Black person, well, this is in liberal New York, so that's how you know that clearly it was justified. I mean, this is liberal New York, they're so liberal. You make sure you remind them of the decades-long history of anti-Black violence in New York. From Bernie Getz to Daniel Penny, and now you can add the murder of Robert Brooks to that shameful list. See, that's a game that these white supremacists like to play, if you let them. New York is not liberal at all. It's as right-wing and conservative as any red state. When you hear these clowns talking about New York or California being so liberal, what they're talking about is some meaningless issue having to do either with the environment or gay marriage or something. Certainly nothing when it has anything to do with Black people. But of course, times like this, those same individuals who were defending Daniel Penny, they're quiet all of a sudden. So apparently, as far as they're concerned, they'll defend a murder if they think they can get away with it. And what Letitia James is attempting to do is to grease the skids for exactly that. The goal is to tiptoe to, well, this was just a use of force that got out of control. That's the point they're trying to reach. That's where they're trying to get to. And you will see Letitia James sitting here dissembling before it's all over and saying, well, we were investigating and we were very concerned. And, well, you know, we think that some more training is in order. And this is a disciplinary issue. And we're not sure if it's murder. It's probably just, at most, it might be homicide, but we're not sure about that. You know, maybe misdemeanor or something like that. That's the point they're trying to reach, because this is all about laying the groundwork for pushing back against the changes that Black people have forced on the system. And predictably, they have a Black bootlick who's out here being the face of inaction in the face of white supremacist aggression. That's the entire point. Oh, we got this Black woman here, but she's not going to do anything. She knows what side her bread's buttered on. So before it's all over, you better believe Letitia James is going to do some stupid little know-nothing press conference where she'll try to pretend as if we're very concerned and we're going to come down hard on these guys, but it's going to be the usual Democrat nothing burger. And of course, the white media will bring on their so-called experts, who are nothing more than sock puppets pushing the white media line, and they will predictably say, well, this is reasonable, you know, just because they're on video beating this man to death and they've got prior investigations against them for doing the same thing against other inmates. Well, that's no reason to believe you could get a conviction. I mean, you never know what a jury might do. A lie that the white media only says whenever there's some crime that they agree with. Well, it's going to be up to Black people to make it very clear that Democrats have lost Black support, and it's precisely treasonous garbage like Letitia James who are the reason why. These are people who are trying to normalize murdering Black people, and they'll be starting off by doing it in prisons first. This is a way to try to get people acclimated to, well, this happened behind bars, and, you know, behind bars, people don't exactly have ready access to these prisons. And then before it's all over, they're going to be saying, well, just because a Black person was beaten to death by the police on camera, well, I mean, there's really not much we can do. This is about trying to tiptoe and now at this point trot their way back to the old normal. That's what they're attempting to do. Democrats working hand in hand with the same kind of violent anti-Black racism that you get from the white right, both of them on code against us. Now, I'm sure that the family of Robert Brooks is planning some sort of civil action against the prison and against the murderers, I would hope. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mushmouth Crump is already there with bells on. But any sort of legal action against these individuals also needs to result in legal action against Letitia James. She's known about this mess and hasn't done anything about it. At some point, that's supposed to be called prosecutorial misconduct. That's certainly somebody who's refusing to do the basics of her job. Well, actually, her job as the law says it's supposed to be, but we all know that under white supremacy, there's the laws, and then there's white supremacy's rules. And it's excruciatingly obvious which ones the Letitia James of the world serve. This is the reason why I've told you that simply dropping the hammer on the thugs with badges isn't enough. The prosecutors and these judges are also going to have to be brought to heel. The pressure will also have to be applied on them as well. Unless we do that, we're going to have them acting as rear guard to try to protect these guys and justify the murders that their little race soldiers carry out. Consequences have to attach to the Letitia James and others who are covering for and minimizing and repeating lies to justify the murders of Black people. There have to be means to make sure that these individuals face punishment for it. There have to be penalties for the individuals who carry out anti-Black racism and for those in administrative positions who call themselves acting as some sort of support staff for them, protecting their murders and crimes, justifying their murders and crimes. Put them on notice that we're not drawing any distinctions between these race soldiers who carry out the murders and the Letitia James and others who try to protect them and to cover up for them. Because while the Letitia Jameses will try to take weeks and weeks to see if they can wait this storm out, we have to show them that this storm's not going anywhere, and it's one that's not going to leave any of these bootlicks standing. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Shabazz Navarra, Sherman Marshall, Eric Bailey, R. Laz, and Dean Ballantyne. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that awesome commentary and update on what's happening in regards to our brother Robert.
Fucking up these electrical lines when that
who was lynched publicly, thanks to the body cam footage coming out from the Marcy Correctional Facility up in the state of New York. And yeah, we've been pulling up on these mugs. TBA basically had like a telethon where several of the FBA family called all the politicians in New York and demanded that they look into this case and demand that they push for anti-Black hate crime law. So we called up Alexandria Horseface, called up some of the representatives in the state of New York, like Cynthia, Tanel, Chantel, etc., etc. It was a good showing. And then on this broadcast on Saturday, we gave him our 3 recommendations or criteria for an anti-Black hate crime bill. So all this information is going to be used to create a bill, draft a bill, and present it to the New York State Assembly. And, I said we need to get that language codified. We need to punish these race soldiers and these other race soldiers who work in other institutions and other departments and other fields. And what was the last part to it? I said that, and then I'll end the qualified immunity. Yeah. So yeah, make sure y'all check that out. So I'm moved to the last topic of the night. It's super late. And that is former CNN's Don Lemonade. Don Lemonade is back at it again. I'm going to play this interview, but I'll have to save it till tomorrow. It's a damn good interview. Make sure y'all check that interview out. Brother Lord Jamar from Brand Nubian, the group Brand Nubian, did with Dwann B. Very educational on the music sense, the music history, and good watch. So I'm trying to find my original cue. We got that cue. I think this is it. There it is. So our sister Vicky Diller, shout out to Sister Vicky.
Helps to generate notifications. That's so important. I say this all the time. I can't overemphasize it. When you are intentional about sharing our broadcast, you make it more likely that other folks will hear our message. In fact, my point about that is exactly what today's broadcast is about. Now, I want you to prepare here in just a second to take a look at a clip. Now, I want you to understand the gravity of this clip that you're getting ready to see. And I can't overemphasize the power of those of us that are in alternative media. Now, of course, today I'm discussing former CNN's Don Lemon. He was destroyed, is what I say, by a man on the street who made it clear to him in his face, y'all watch this live, they had to play it, that we don't trust any of you. Do you all understand how big that is? Now, I want you to watch this very, very brief clip here in just a moment, and I want to connect some dots for you, okay? I won't be long, but I will be strong. So are y'all ready to watch this today? Now, keep in mind that throughout a lot of the stuff that was happening throughout the world, don't forget, of course, many of the wars, the unjust wars we find ourselves in, those that was pushing for us to send all those billions and billions of dollars to the Ukrainians to fight that unjust war. While we're sitting here asking for reparations, they're giving billions of dollars to Ukraine. They're funding money. They want to fund money so that we can go to war with Mexico. They put money, they snuck money in there for that. They snuck money in the packages for us to beef up the military in Taiwan so that we can fight China. All of that in some of the bills that your Congress has passed, and they snuck and put all that in there for multiple war games, is what I'm calling it. So that they could beef up the military in those areas while they're telling us what they're not going to do for us, right? Keep that in mind when you watch this. Now, it's mainstream media. Voices like Don Lemon, your Joy Reid, your Roland Martin, and other folks that was pushing this on us. Now, how many of you all know when some of us were talking about that we didn't want those shots and stuff, or we wanted to ask questions about the shots at least? How many of you all know it was mainstream media that was trying to humiliate and mock the average man and woman? How many of y'all remember that? Keep in mind, these are the mouthpieces. Now, when Black folks were making it clear that we wanted more from the Democrat Party, when we said, give us specific tangibles, when we demanded actual resources and something for our 60-something plus year voting history with the Democrat Party, the ones that cussed us out, literally, the ones that mocked us, the ones that belittled us, the ones that told us that we're ignorant and stupid. How many of y'all remember Simone Sanders? She's now on MSNBC on the weekend now. They don't even give her her own show. She's on the show with somebody else now. How many of y'all know that she worked for first Bernie Sanders campaign, and then during the next cycle, she ended up working for Joe Biden? How many of y'all know that while she was leading up to that, she publicly told Black men that she was tired of hearing from them. She was tired of their unsolicited opinions. How many of you all know that voices like on MSNBC, Tiffany Cross, she got on her broadcast and she specifically named some of us that is in Black grassroots media and told her audience not to listen to us. Don Lemon, when he was still on CNN, he was one of the first voices that encouraged the presidential administration to start being more strict and punitive to crack down on those of us that was asking any questions about medical stuff. Keep that in mind, okay? Now, with just those little few things in mind about those that worked against us in mainstream media, that were Black-looking people, keep that in mind when you get ready to watch this clip. Watch this, family.
Who is the real president-elect, you think?
Well, Donald Trump won, I believe.
Democratic lawmakers in Washington are calling Elon Musk President Musk now, and they're saying Donald Trump is the vice president or the head of communications for President Musk.
What? Wait a second. No one said that.
Really? Have you not watched and paid attention to the news?
Absolutely not. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing during my day so I can try and get a better life and get ahead.
Okay, do you have your phone with you?
I do.
Why don't you Google right now,
yes, tell me.
President Musk, and see what comes up?
No. Well, who's behind that? Because if that's propaganda, then
just go look.
All right. I'll Google right now, President Musk. But that's already a loaded question, you realize. President Elon Musk.
Just say President Musk.
President Musk. Democrats rage at unelected co-president Elon Musk new power. So what's going on there?
Okay. So why don't you believe me? You need to read the news like I read the terms and conditions. If you're going to be out here asking people questions, then you need to be informed.
It doesn't make it the news, though.
Okay, why is it not? Okay, so tell me, give me the sources. Just scroll through.
Axios, Business Insider.
Oh.
We don't trust any of this. The common man doesn't trust any of this.
Keep going.
ABC News.
Oh, keep going.
New York Times.
Oh, keep going.
The Atlantic.
Oh,
I don't trust any of these.
Oh,
I don't trust
okay.
I don't trust any of these. We're the common man. We don't trust any of these. No one trusts the government. No one trusts the common news. We don't trust any of that anymore.
Well, look,
Independent news. We are the ones that own the news now. People trust me. They don't trust MSNBC because I care and I'm actually one of them.
All right, family. Did you all see that? Wow. Wow. Family, did you all see this brother just absolutely destroy Don Lemon? Now, family, let me tell you all something. So many times throughout history, we see images when a particular group or nation or people take down another nation. Oftentimes they pull down the statues and memorials of that particular nation that they're taking over because they understand that the erection of such statues, of such memorabilia, I should say memorials, things that those relics are important to the culture and it's representative of the people. Yes. So whenever you find somebody that goes into different nations that pull those images and those statues and other such things down, they're making a point about your total destruction or your fall. Well, beloved, that's the equivalent of what you're watching right there. Don Lemon was humiliated because, number one, the public had to see this. This wasn't something, beloved, that they end up editing out. Now, what is it? Here it is. First of all, we are totally unimpressed with the dead Black media. That is a shame to them. That's humiliating for them that we don't revere them, that we don't consider them to be a goal or something to aspire to be like. That's what makes us dangerous over here, beloved. We're not seeing you something as exemplary or something that we should copy or mimic. That's what's clear in that exchange. Now, notice how Don Lemon set that whole video up to where you could tell that Don Lemon and the rest of mainstream media folks behind the scenes, y'all got to pay attention to how they do things. They work together. They coordinate together. They make you think that somehow they're different and that you have different media choices of working together, but behind the scenes, they're all working for a common vision, including MSNBC and Fox News. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna get back to Don Lemon in just a minute. Do you all remember sometime back when Joy Reid, who's on MSNBC, she ended up getting in trouble because they found some old tweets of hers where she made what they considered to be some disparaging things against the LGBTQ community. And Joy Reid tried to act like that blog was run, that somebody hacked her blog or something. And then she ended up basically begging and pleading and sucking up. And then she ended up bringing on Jonathan Capehart. He's a media figure. He's a black man in the LGBT community. He has a white husband and stuff. So they brought him on to try to make it look like that she was making amends to their community and trying to be apologetic and stuff, and trying to all these different things that she threw out there, right? So she could keep her job. Watch this. Guess who called the networks and asked them not to fire her? Y'all ready? Sean Hannity from Fox News. Look it up. Yes, I said that right. If you know anything about those two networks, they beef against each other. In times past, Sean Hannity has dogged very voices like Joy Reid and vice versa. Sean Hannity publicly made a statement. I said called, I shouldn't say communicated. He publicly came out to demand that they not fire her. You got to ask yourself, why in the world would they do that? Don't you understand that these networks want you to think that there is a substantive difference between the two? Notice how both the Republican and Democrat are all pro-war. They're all pro-APAC. Talk black to me, somebody. But they both make money when they look like they have a common enemy, when they are able to point fingers at the other one and make you all think that you actually have a choice. Talk black to me. Yes, sometimes you'll find a little difference between the two, but when it comes to the substantive stuff, they all agree. I'm trying to show you how behind the scenes, they're really working together. Watch this. Let me get back to Don Lemon. Now, notice in this video, when the video started, how first of all, Don Lemon had to bring up the fact that they're questioning whether or not Donald Trump is really the president of the United States. They basically treating X, what's his name? His forgettable self. I'm tripping right now. I'm literally forgetting his name.
Yeah.
What is his name?
Or they live.
Elon Musty. That's what I call him sometimes, Elon Musk.
I want those glasses so I can see the zombies too. I see them every day. They on blues.
I almost forgot his name, y'all. They forgettable. So they want you to believe that Elon Musk is the president of the United States. Now, of course, they're making a point that he has too much influence over Trump. And they know that Trump has a very thin, a very big ego, and he can't really take much. So they're trying to mess with him by trying to say who's the real president of the United States. I'm trying to get you to see that while it's true that Elon Musk has too much influence, not just Elon Musk, but others, family, the reality is that it's the voices like Don Lemon and others that's behind the scenes that's pushing that. They're trying to push that mindset on the public and make you think that's normal and that your average fellow American is thinking exactly that way. I'm trying to show you how they coordinate together. So what did he do? He told the man, well, pull up your phone. Open up your phone and Google it.
We sure did.
The man pulled up his phone, he Googled it, and he said, just because it's news, just because you said it doesn't make it real news, it doesn't make it true. He said, this is propaganda. Watch this. More humiliating is when, even more humiliating was when Don Lemon said to him, well, look who's covering it. When he started talking about all the sources, the print publications and the media publications, he was trying to say, you see Don over there just like yeah, like he's down and all that. Brother, we ain't even looking at you seriously. That man was mocking you. What did the man say? He made it clear that just because it's the sources that you covering doesn't mean it's real news, bruh. This is propaganda. What did the man say that totally destroyed Don Lemon? He says, number one, that we, the average person, we're the ones that's running the news now, telling our own stories. And two, he said, we don't believe any of you. Let me tell you all something in case you don't understand the gravity of that and the fact that this is not something that was edited out, the fact that this is something that the public sees. Do you all know?
Yeah.
You all have heard me say this before. How many times, every time you see me start my broadcast, I always talk about the importance of alternative Black media, right? You've heard me say on more than one occasion that media is warfare. Why do I say media is warfare? Family, do you all understand that in the early 20th century, the Ku Klux Klan in the United States, the #1 terrorist organization on the planet at that time, was dealing with a slump. They were low in their numbers they were low in their numbers of recruiting. In the early 20th century here in the United States, a little movie came out called Birth of a Nation. How many of y'all remember hearing about that movie? I'm not talking about the more modern movie that used the same title by the Black brother, Nate Parker. I'm not talking about his movie where he flipped the script on them to tell the story of our brother Nat Turner. Not that one. In the early 20th centuries, in the 1900s, beloved, they released a movie about Birth of a Nation. This movie was hailing the Ku Klux Klan. It had a lot of blackface in there. They presented the Black man as if he was some predatory threat and as if he was trying to come after the white woman and as if she was in danger. It was a crazy movie. Guess what? Guess what was one of the first places that propagandistic film was first featured?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The White House.
9, 10, 11.
Are y'all listening?
Yep.
I said the White House is one of the first places where that film was prominently featured. Do you know that film is credited with the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan and allowed them to get more membership than ever before? Did you all know that? I'm showing you the power of media and propaganda and how they use it against us. So when you come up against that with your own stories, with your own narratives, with your own voice in your own way, listen, family, they consider you to be one of their top targets. Because they're the ones that's used to controlling the middleman. They control the reporters' voices, which means that they control the stories. And if they're controlling what you see with your eyes, if they're controlling what you hear with your ears, that means that they have access to the minds of the masses. Don't miss this point. Listen to me. Whoever has access to the majority of the minds of the masses control the world. Do you all, when people hear that the current press secretary of the United States, Kareem Jean-Pierre, still has me, little old Vicky Dillard, blocked on a couple of different personal social media platforms right now. When you hear that someone from CNN contacted me, someone from MSNBC contacted me about a broadcast that I did on an alternative media site like this one. When you hear famous athletes and celebrities publicly come after me or attack me because of something that I said. When you have big networks, a major network, before P. Diddy got in trouble, I heard directly from his people, from Revolt TV. They wanted me to do a major new debate show they hadn't done before. Based on information and belief, I got to give that disclosure. Based on information and belief, we believe that they retracted me to do that debate, that political debate, for a brand new show that they had never done before, in place of a safer Black-looking people. After they were constantly after me, begging me to come to do the show, y'all, they wouldn't let me get off on it for nothing. And it's believed that folks at the top said, oh, not her. Do you all understand that it's not just one single show or one single ratings that you need to look at. They are afraid of our power, that they are concerned that our message is so important, that our energy and the spirit of the Black grassroots is so potent, that they are afraid that if they allow it to be elevated in those spaces, that it's going to catch on fire and capture even more of the minds of the masses. That's how dangerous. Do you understand our power in the form that it's currently in? See, baby, if you don't understand the importance of power in its small form, in the first few phases of our power, then you'd have missed the mark. If you don't get it, notice that our open enemies get it. Do you think for 1 second that they love the stuff that we talk about here? Even though we cross our T's and dot our I's, we try to follow all the rules, don't we? It's important that you support networks like this one, voices like this one, downloading the app like we tell you to, subscribe to the website and so forth. Pay attention to all of the videos that's going on here and different things like that, and support in whatever way that you can. Other networks are not talking about the stuff like we're talking about over here. They don't care about your story. They don't care about if you're getting justice or not. And if media is warfare, and it is, that's what I always say. Do you think that your enemy is going to keep the war chest fat for you? Do you think that they're going to be willingly funding your revolution? No. So who does that fall on? It falls on us to support, yes? You don't say, oh, they ought to be discussing this. They should be doing that. So-and-so need to bring so-and-so. Oh, no, you need to cut the check. You need to watch. You need to retweet. You need to support. In a war, there are different types of soldiers. So you need to make sure you play your role. Talk black to me, somebody. Real quick before I go. I was doing some more research on the 9-year period during the German Holocaust. How many of y'all remember hearing about the Nazi Party? I'm going to read this little quote here about the fact that during the rise of Hitler and so forth, how many of y'all remember hearing about Goebbels and that they had such thing as a ministry of propaganda? How many of you all know that the reason why he was able to do what he did is because they had an extraordinary, they used their great skill in how they engaged the public using media and propaganda, right? Well, let me tell you all something. Don't you ever forget that he copied the United States of America for his eugenics program. In America, the eugenics program was aimed and targeted at foundational Black Americans. Don't forget that they were inspired and took the lead from the United States. Don't you forget that. And that's not all. I brought up Birth of a Nation from the early 20th century to let you all know from the beginning, the United States of America has always used media, arts and entertainment. How many of y'all remember hearing about blackface? They always tried to challenge the narrative. In the newer movie by Nate Parker that's called Birth of a Nation, where he's telling the revolutionary story about Nat Turner as a divine revolutionary to free his people. What you all don't understand is even that has to do with media. Somebody say how? Before Nat Turner, the Black revolutionary that turned around while he was enslaved, and he turned around and started to attack the enemy and take them out and unalive a lot of white folks and started a revolution and a rebellion before they took him in and captured him. You got to understand who is they? The white enslaver first used his skills to preach the Bible. They used our brother Nat Turner to go to different plantations to preach in order to keep the slaves subdued and docile. They had a Black man use his extraordinary preaching gifts to preach the Bible in such a way that it would keep the slave from desiring to revolt. They wanted him to use the Bible as a tool to let them think that it was actually God's will for us to be enslaved. Do you all understand that? How many of y'all know that's a form of media? How many of you all understand that is a form of media? Pay attention to how media evolves over time with voices like Don Lemon. So the reason why we have to understand why we are targets of voices like Don Lemon and so forth. Number one, how many of y'all seen some of the ratings with CNN and MSNBC and the rest of them? Fox News still has some of the top ratings, but how many of y'all know that even Fox News numbers have dropped from the extraordinary peak that they're used to? Because they're listening to voices like ours. The public is saying that they don't even trust them. And you heard it from the man himself in that clip, didn't you? He said, we don't trust any of it. Trust is not something you can touch and taste, right? That's something that we have here. And that's what makes us enemy number one for them. We're making a big difference. And when you look at the United States election, the United States is considered to be the most powerful nation on the planet. What turned the tide in the election? If you're watching me from around the world, different parts from around the world, it wasn't the Don Lemon types. They didn't listen to Dwann. It wasn't the Roland Martin types. It wasn't the Joy Reid types. They didn't listen to them. Our people followed our advice to stay home on the couch. And some of them actually voted for Donald Trump in order to punish the Democrats, or some of them thought that some of his policies were actually better than the Democrats. But they didn't listen to them. And it wasn't just the presidential election that turned. The Senate, the Democrats lost, and the House of Representatives. That's the influences of voices like ours. It's a new day. I wanted you to see this clip as once again another example that humiliates the voices that they believed once ruled the planet. And I'm bringing this to your attention to let you all know that they're going to continue to make mischief, and they're going to continue to do little dirty things in order to prevent, frustrate, and foil our voices. But it's up to us to make sure that in the end, it doesn't ultimately happen. We've got to make sure that we are one cohesive and unified voice. We've got to make sure that we're supporting each other. We've got to make sure that we're doing different things in order to make sure that our voice remains elevated. Yes, I am so proud of us that we are shifting the power dynamics. And you got to understand, if you are spiritual in any way, no matter what your spiritual system is, every single religious system and spiritual system puts an emphasis on the power of the voice. They put an emphasis on the power of the word. They have their sacred books, they have their mantras, their scrolls, there all these different things that have to do with the power of the voice. There is no religion, there's no spiritual system that doesn't understand the power of the word. In fact, most religions teach that everything was brought into existence by the power of the word. So the voice of the media, our voice, is equally as important, and don't you forget it. We're changing and shifting the power dynamics, and we're just getting started. Beloved, I'm going to be talking about this and more, about the hidden forces and what was actually involved in the recent New Orleans attacks. How many of y'all know they're talking about that it was ISIS inspired in New Orleans? How many of y'all know around the same time there was a terrorist attack in Vegas too? Well, how many of y'all saw my video I did the other day right here on this network where they're sitting here trying to blame falsely the Nation of Islam? It's a reason why they're trying to blame foundational Black Americans. And in that Fox video, Fox News threw that out there 1 or 2 days after the event happened. The man admitted at the same time he couldn't prove that was actually true, but he still threw that out there. I'm going to tell you what that's about. And I'm going to tell you about the American witchcraft that's involved in that. It's a free webinar Sunday, January 26th. Go to my website at VickiPlanet.com and we'll see if we can pin it in the comments below. You can join for free. Don't you miss it. Make it a priority to be there live Sunday, January 26th. Sunday, January 26th. Go to my website, VickiPlanet.com. We're going to be talking about this stuff offline, about the hidden hand that's behind that stuff and the mess making that's taking place. January 26th, VickiPlanet.com. That's my website where you can go to the front of the page and register for free. Beloved, share this broadcast. Tune in. I believe my brother Phil should be live tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Don't you miss it. Of course, check out my other wonderful colleagues' commentary here on this network. I can't wait to see you again.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan have been telling us to watch the weather for years, decades, right? Now, before I go on, but what I'm about to say, I want to say in no way, shape, or form is this about me gloating at all. Now, as of this moment, Southern California is experiencing the worst fire season that they have had in a very long time. Now, it is not typically fire season in Southern California. That's past, right? But Governor Gavin Newsom recently said, well, apparently it seems like it's fire season all year long now, right? Now, there are 3 neighborhoods, specifically Eaton, Hearst, and Pacific Palace Aids, that have had evacuations to the tunes of tens of thousands of people. Right now, over 1,000 structures, homes, and a whole bunch of stuff have been burnt to a crisp. Right now, the fire, all of them are at 0% containment. It is said that the winds from Santa Ana is typically a thing, right? Santa Ana winds are between 80 and 100 miles an hour. It says that the fire department there is outmanned. They cannot get a hold of the fire. They have been pleading for other fire departments from around the country to come help. As of this moment, doesn't sound like many people have showed up. Biden has said that they are going to help in any way that they can, telling people please evacuate because those fires they're just out of control. Now back to the messenger and the minister. They have been telling us to watch the weather, and they've been telling us because America, for one, has not atoned for the original sin of slavery, and it has a lot of wickedness and evilness that goes on that they think is normal, right? But let's go back to California, where not too long ago, the California Legislative Black Caucus thought it was a good idea to play in the faces of Black Californians, making us think that they were going to go in there and demand reparations. They were going to lay the reparations bills at the desk of Gavin Newsom to either vote on, pass, right, or to veto them, and they didn't do it at all. They were blocking for that of Gavin Newsom, talking about it's a multi-year study, and we got to wait and see and all this other stuff. A lot of people say, well, California wasn't a slave state. No, it wasn't technically a slave state, but it was complicit in slavery. It adhered to the Fugitive Act, which means that if a slave escaped to California, they were like, well, here they are, come get them, massa. And a whole host of other things, gentrification, redlining, and, the prison system, everything you could think of. They have been doing it, and yet Black Californians is like, we want our money. And it sounds like it would have been to the tune of $1.2 million, and we didn't get it. So until America atones for what it has done to Black people and is doing to Black people, we will continue to see the fall of America. And this is a book by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that he wrote in the 60s, and he talked about the 4 calamities. Now, fire wasn't necessarily one, but you could add that in there, right? You could add the wind. He's talking about the earthquakes. California not too long ago had a major earthquake. It was like 7.0, which is like, wow, they thought it was going to cause a tsunami, right? And so God is not happy, has not been happy. What has happened to Black people here in America, and politicians, white folks, and everybody else thinks it's funny. And speaking of which, before I leave here, there's an actor by the name of James Woods, and he is very MAGA, and that's his business. He's MAGA. I don't care if he's MAGA, but he's also very anti-Black. Now, in 2019, he put this tweet up, #reparations. The first slave ship to the American colonies in 1619 were 100 white children from Ireland. Truth matters. So he's going on to debunk whether we should be getting reparations or not due to the horrors that our people experience and are experiencing. And guess what? His house was burnt to a crisp. And they are taking him to task. And it ain't even really black people taking him to task. It's white people for him being so MAGA and, pro-Trump, because y'all might remember not too long ago was when Trump was first elected, he went to California and told Gavin Newsom, y'all having all these fires because y'all not sweeping the forest floors. True story. So they're making fun of James Woods because they're like, oh, you guys are climate deniers, that, climate change is harming the planet. Well, I'm here to tell you, you probably got your house burned down for thumbing your nose at black people saying we don't need reparations and that white people need reparations. So y'all might want to tread lightly when it comes to black people, because God don't play about us. Anyway, hopefully by the time y'all see this, they get the fires extinguished. And, unfortunately, some people have died. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than that. But yeah, until America atones for what is done to us, it's going to get worse. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, Debunking.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's stream started. As I'm waiting for the ones to come into the live chat, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button. That is the most important thing you do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you're one of those ghost watchers, always watching my content, watching my live streams, but you're refusing to hit the subscribe button, please do me a favor as well as yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as that bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a video. And lastly, please make sure you follow me on Telegram at TD.
Yesterday on part 1. So thank you for tapping out. I'm tapping out. Make sure y'all check us out later for part 3. Make sure y'all like to subscribe to all our platforms for Long Black News, Revolutionary Agenda, and Black Experience Enhanced. And join us this coming Tuesday for a brand new episode of Black Experience Enhanced on YouTube stream. Y'all shout out to everybody that came through, including punk ass trolls. Shout out to Crew. Shout out to Mac. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Jay Millie. Shout out to Leonard. Forget nobody. Anybody else that I might have forgotten? Appreciate y'all tapping in, staying up late. See y'all later for part 3.